Early service announcement, bro. Check the side chat, man. Check the side chat.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Anybody here? Everybody muted? Oh my god, the whole chat's muted. Damn.
What's up, man?
No, I'm new. I'm new to this whole flat Earth thing. Recently saw some shit on Instagram. Don't know how true it is. Just here to talk. I mean, I saw some stuff about like how like the original people or astronauts that were wearing like the shoe print is fake because you zoom in on their feet. I just saw like a video. I saw you guys. I figured I'd join because I'm open minded.
Right on, man. I'm pretty skeptical about the moon landing stuff, but I'm a glober. There's
Yeah, I
plenty of
mean,
flat
I,
earthers.
th-
So,
I mean, my gut feeling is I think there's some funny shit going on, but I don't know that though. That's the thing. I just don't know that, so that's why I'm looking at it.
right. Yeah, there's definitely some flat earthers that'll tell you what it's all about, what their thing is.
Because I was just thinking about it, and I'm just like, bro, like when we travel this quote unquote globe, why do we travel it on a flat surface? Even back when the MapQuest days, we're looking at GPS. That's on a flat surface. You look at your GPS or your Google Maps now, your Apple Maps now. You're looking at that on a flat surface. You're not using a globe to travel around the Earth with. It's just a bunch of things I was just looking at. I'm like, oh shit, you know.
Yeah,
Technically, yeah, technically you
DJ.
would be using a yeah, you'd be using a coordinate system. Thanks, Dylan, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you'd be using a spherical coordinate system based off latitude and longitude. So
Yeah, but you're not using like when I'm traveling in my car, I'm not looking at a globe or something circular to travel this planet with. I'm looking at a flat 2D surface, you know?
right. No, I understand. Right, maps are flat, but most of the maps are based off the spherical coordinate system. But that itself is based off the celestial sphere. Right, so it originated from a conceptual way of mapping out the sky. And also, coordinate system and maps aren't necessarily regarded as the territory. I don't know if you've ever heard that term before. The map is not the territory, it's a
No,
tool to use. But I would say look into the long distance observations, laser tests, that kind of thing. Look into the gas pressure arguments. Look for evidence of the globe as well. Look for like empirical evidence, not pictures from space or something like that. Right? Look for actual measurements that you know validate that the surface of water is actually curving over distance. And then after you don't find any, look at the flat Earth tests that are being done, where we're actually going out and testing for that curvature that the globe Earth has claimed. We can't
but
find it either.
like maybe we're looking for the fourth dimension is my other like hypothesis because like say like you're an ant, right, and you exist on a 2D space. If I was to take a piece of paper and lift it above the ant's head, it would look like it disappeared, correct? Like maybe what we're looking at like but that's another being accessing the third dimension, which an ant or a bug doesn't have access to. So someone like me lifting something above an ant's head, it would look like it disappeared. If say an alien was to pull you or I into the fourth dimension, I mean, 'cause there's like 12 of them, then it would look like we're just disappearing. We just would not know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I just can't find any evidence that the water's curving. So
Yeah, yeah. It a lot of funny business going on. I mean, I definitely think the moon landing was fake though, because all the shit I've been looking at is like, crazy.
yeah, the moon landing footage is pretty ridiculous in my opinion as well.
Yeah, crazy. I don't know. I don't even know if we've ever been to the moon, bro. Like the shit I've been looking at, because they've zoomed in on the astronauts' feet, and they're not even wearing like boots or anything. Like, just so crazy. And then in some cuts, like it'll show like the footprint that's on the moon, and that does not match the feet, the shoes that they were wearing. Just so much shit. I can link them if you want to,
Yeah,
but
I think that I'm not sure about that argument myself. I don't think that that particular argument's a good one. I think maybe they had some boot that went over that thing that gets footaged in that photograph or something like that. But they have explanations for all of these things. But I mean, I just think the footage looks completely ridiculous. For example, can you see the side chat? This kind of thing. This is what really gets me. This footage. I don't know how anyone can buy into this, to be honest. The guy's gone. Oh no. Thanks for being respectful to our channel, by the way, Dylan. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Did he go? He's gone. Somehow I got hushed again the other day when I was trying to talk about the atmosphere. You guys are sometimes a little one-sided when it comes to the hushing. How's everybody doing? I got a measurement of curvature if anybody's interested. A little video while Bob measures the curve. Guy takes a little auto level out to his lake and measures the curve as we would expect on a globe.
Hey, Kent, are you a Glober?
What's up?
Are you a Globe supporter? Or are you a flat earther?
Someone, yeah, I believe the Earth is round.
Have you met the normal rat?
No,
He doesn't think it's round. This is going to be interesting. Normal rat, meet Kent. Kent, meet normal rat.
Oh, hey, what's going on? What is going on?
normal rat.
What brings you to this channel?
I like the flat Earth room. It's strangely filled with a lot of British people, which I've always wondered why that is.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? That guy was Australian, but there are a lot of British people.
Well, they all stem from the same disgusting bloodline.
I mean, so did the colonies in America.
Yeah, but we're
If
They got
it'll
them
make you
second
feel
rate.
better,
we have air
if it'll
conditioning.
make you feel better, hey, Kent, if it'll make you feel better, my bloodline is German, Italian, Scottish.
Yes, but you say silly words sillily, so it doesn't matter what race you are, just like America. Doesn't matter if you're German or Lithuanian or Russian. If you say, doggone, I'd love me some pop, you're a Southerner or a Midwesterner, so it erases it.
Hmm.
But, the Earth is round. Everyone knows this. People who believe the Earth is flat are living in a weird denial, silly world.
So how'd you come to
Yeah,
the conclusion of this roundness?
Well, I came to the conclusion because I like space. I don't know about you guys, but I really like space.
That's
And
cool. So tell me how looking up into the sky proves the shape of something underneath your feet.
well, I didn't say anything about looking at the sky, but I'm just saying that
That's where your space is.
yeah, space is in the sky. Yeah.
So how does looking up into the sky prove the shape of the ground?
Well, you have the moon for one. The moon is this round body in the sky that rotates, and you can chart
That's great. How does that prove
reliably.
the shape of the ground? We
Well, you
want
can
to
look at.
talk about the moon. I'd ask you about the moon. We're talking
All right,
about the
that's
Earth.
one.
How does the moon prove the shape of the Earth?
Well, if you stop interrupting me, you got the moon, right? It's a round body in the sky. We agree. And then you have other bodies in the sky that also rotate, like the sun and Mars and Venus. And we have telescopes that we can look at. We don't have to leave the Earth. We don't have to rely on NASA.
So
Those liars.
none of this is
We don't
indicative of
have
the
to
Earth being
rely
any
on those
shape.
liars. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm building up to it, dummy. Let me work through it. So we got all
Your
these
build up
round
better be
bodies.
you point the telescope towards the ground.
Why are you so defensive? What's wrong? Are you confident or not?
This is
What's
not
up?
I think he's.
defensive. This is me having lunch.
You're being defensive. That's what you're doing.
I
You're
think
being
No,
very
he's just
defensive.
he's focused.
No, he's defensive. He's he's saying things. I better stop him. I better stop him.
no, I didn't say you said the same thing. I
Oh,
said that you're pointing up into the sky to prove something on the ground. I think that's a mental disorder, to be quite
he's
honest with
being
you.
a cheek. He's being a cheeky bro. He is. I better stop him. So
I
what I'm
don't think they.
saying is, what
Okay.
I'm saying. Let me say it. Let me say it. So what I'm saying is, you got all you can observe from Earth, the flat, the flat Earth. You can observe all of these round bodies around you. You can look at with the telescope, and you can say, "Oh, I see a valley there," and after a while, the valley rotates, and I can see it again. So that's a round body in the sky. I can see it. So it makes
We're not up
sense
in the
to
sky,
say that
bro.
again. You fucking get scared and you start interrupting. Are you done with that, or are you just
I'm
gonna
not
keep
scared.
doing
I'm
it?
just pointing out the
Are you
blatantly
do you have a
obvious.
fucking
We're not up
problem,
in the
or what?
sky. It
What's your
sounds
issue
like you've
here?
got a
Are you
problem.
worried?
It sounds
Are
like
you
you
worried?
believe.
Are you
I'm not
scared,
worried
bro?
about anything at the moment. I'm just
All right.
concerned
Well, then
about your
how
mental
about you
capabilities.
fucking how about you? Well, if you want to hear my mental capabilities, you can sit there and listen, or you can keep fucking interrupting when you get scared of what's
Or you
happening.
can
Because
just have a spiral out and I can enjoy my lunch. This is great.
you sound what the niggers say. They get shook. That's what they say. They say, "Oh, nigga, you shook. You shook." That's what you are right now. You shook.
Oh, there he goes. He's coped out.
Well,
Hmm.
Geez, that didn't take much pushing, right? What did you do to him? Holy.
Well,
Hey,
yeah,
Ken,
I mean,
we
it's,
don't do the N bomb in here, bro. That's a big no-no. That'll get you in trouble.
Mm. yeah, basically the rules in here, Kent, you got to kind of follow YouTube rules because they're streaming on YouTube. So anything that would get them in trouble, they don't allow.
But we've given
So
him a fair and square warning. So, Ken, I struggle to understand how you pointing at things in the sky, there's Mars, there's Venus, there's the moon. I struggle to see how looking up in the sky proves anything below my feet. If I want to prove something is below my feet, I'll at least look in that direction. Maybe
mhm.
measure it. I don't know. There's plenty of options. What do you think, Normal?
Well, I think, you can look at things in the sky and you can pontificate and say, it might be valid that, something in the sky might resemble something I'm standing on. And, you might feel like you've come to a conclusion doing that. And that's probably where he's at. But the thing is, he never actually validated the conclusion.
We better let him do that then. Hold on. I'll just grab hold of him there. Now,
Mhm.
Ken, don't break any more TOS rules or we're going to have to ban you. First and final warning.
What is a satisfying validation? Like, what would have to be happen in order to validate? Because I understand that you guys have this, ever moving standard where you're like, anything in my source is okay for flat Earth, but
Well,
anything
you've
in
asked
your
the
source
question. Instead of answering it on Normal's behalf, why don't you let Normal ask what his validation would be?
you're not adding anything to conversation. So why don't you butt out and I can talk to him? Either he talks or he doesn't.
That's
So you
great.
don't need to
We
talk.
don't need the monologue. You can ask the
All right,
question
there.
directly. You don't have to
Okay.
answer for him.
Well, why don't you stop talking and he can? How about that? Because you're not the one I'm talking to, right? So
Why
shut
don't
up.
you stop talking so he can?
There you go.
That's
There
what
you
I'm
go.
trying to get to.
You keep interfering. No one needs you. I'm talking to the other guy, not you. You
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so you're asking what would be validation? I mean, there's a lot of it's a geometric question, so geometry would be the validation. So I can
like
show
give me
you what.
something. What would you be satisfied with?
Well, why don't I just share my screen here? I've been working on something here. We call these the. Why don't you jump in? Are you able to? You're not driving,
I
are
can.
you?
I know. I'm not. I'm. Well, if I was, I'd be on a round Earth driving.
Driving around in Earth. Okay.
Yeah, around
All
it.
right.
Not because there's no wall. I don't reach an ice wall whenever I drive. There's no limits on the Earth. I can drive forever, and it will continue to go around and around. There's no limit,
Mm-hmm.
right? There's no wall. Like, is there a wall? Can I drive
Like,
into a wall,
well,
or
if
is
you
there a
drive in a
ledge?
circle.
No,
If
but if
there's
I go
oceans that
forward
you
in one
can't drive
direction,
across,
yeah. But if I have
and
a
then the
boat,
ocean stops
there-
you,
is
right?
there a ledge? Is there a ledge, or like my boat falls off?
Well, I can tell you what we observe. Are you looking at
What do
my
you?
screen?
No, but like if I go to the edges of the flat Earth or whatever it is there an edge? Or is it like how
Don't
does
know.
it go forever? You don't know. What
I
do you mean
actually
you
don't
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 know
know?
know.
the. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but I don't need
What do you
to.
what do you
I'll
mean you don't know? In an age of travel, I can go to Europe in 4 hours on a Concorde flight. I can travel the world on a cruise ship in less than a week. Like what do you mean you
Yeah.
don't know? Why wouldn't you want to know? Hire a fucking
Oh, I'd
boat.
love to know. I just don't know, and I admit when I don't know things. All
What do you
right, you ready
mean?
to
Like,
ready to
why
take a
not
look at this?
buy a boat?
Okay. So
No,
now
I'm
I
scared of
wanted to
this.
answer your original
What is
question.
what?
All right.
Did that
I'd
sneaky
go
prick
here.
just dip out?
Yeah, he dipped out.
Mother.
I know.
He's been in before. He spirals out every single time without fail.
Hmm.
He'll just start running through you, and as soon as you pull him up, oh, you're interrupting me, and all of a sudden you're the rudest bastard in the world. Your classic sea lion cross strawman farmer. He's a numpty.
Hmm. Were you in the channel? Was that yesterday? 2
Most
days ago?
probably. Probable.
I think you have a couple different names.
Yeah, it's Emperor
Okay.
Copatine in the other channel.
Okay. Another Australian guy with the kangaroo PFP.
Oh, that's Timbo.
Timbo. Yeah. I thought you were Timbo for a second, but your name now. Yeah. I wish we could have gotten somewhere.
Nah, you wouldn't with him, mate. It's exactly the same every time. He starts off all chill, pretending to be your best mate, and then he'll just start running through you. He'll get pulled up, and then he'll just dip.
What's that all about? I mean, he said he likes space. I mean, maybe that kind of gives it away. Like, he likes it.
The only space he's got is the space between his ears. That's all. You get used to the different.
Yeah, didn't you like it when he asked, "How come you haven't been? We haven't been to the edge of the earth?" That's because we don't want to freeze to death.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been there, and I don't know what's out there. And I see images, and I see what people claim they've seen, and I've never been there to validate. But what we have validated is Earth curvature. I mean, invalidated.
Yeah, you get used to the different channels, right? You come into this channel, you get a lot of debate bros practicing their debate skills, whether they just want to ramp through you, whether it's just all semantics, whatever their tricks are. In the other channel, you find yourself teaching people English before they can have a conversation in English. Then you'll have to tell them about what their globe theory is supposed to be, and then you can break it down afterwards. Yeah, very entertaining.
Yeah, I like the whatever you call this, doing missions on other people's servers. This satellite 24/7 that we do. It's fun.
They've been doing it for a fair while.
Yeah,
Longer
I
than I've
remember
been around.
the first time I heard about it was like a year or two ago.
Yep.
And it was this server, and then the other one server but the other one required a phone number. Politics and religion. Do they still do that one?
Yeah. No, they got rid of that. Something to do with the channel. They wanted us to be a certain ranking and all this stuff in order for us to keep certain privileges, and we just went, yeah, nah, we're over that.
Oh yeah. No thanks.
They wouldn't let us ban people that were idiots. They kept allowing morons to come back in. It was just like, how can we control a room if you're going to keep allowing these idiots to come back in and just kick shit around everywhere? So it was just easier just to pull the plug. But we've still got our usual anti-FE fan base that follows us around. Doesn't matter where we go, we get these same handful of clowns that come along.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I think about the sources of that obviously the powers that be could have an interest in silencing this, but also the like okay, for the average person that like just trolls, what is going on?
The average person's not a troll, though.
No, I mean the trolling person. Though. Like I was in yesterday, and someone had recorded a DJ and was playing back his own voice to him, and like
yeah,
stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's not the average person, though. The average person will come in and it's like, flat earthers are retarded, flat earthers are stupid. Oh, but we don't measure any curvature, bro. Huh? What do you mean? And then you go through it with them, and that's where they sort of come to a crossroads. It'll be, you guys are dicks, I'm out of here. and they leave,
Mhm.
or they will go into full spiral mode. Normal people would just go, you know what? I think this is bullshit. They won't even come in the first place. It's normally someone with a chip on their shoulder, some kid who's just out of university. I'm more educated than flat earthers. Heretic
Mhm.
even constructed his own razor to describe these guys. It's brilliant.
Hmm.
But
Well,
no, the
I
average one is not normally a troll. They normally will have a bit of a spiral, but they don't normally come back. Like if someone doesn't like it, they don't normally come back.
they
If
bounce.
when they think they've got
The,
something, they'll come back. But yeah,
I'm talking about the obsessive. Like you nailed it. I think it's a lot. It's like a new grad who's like, no, I've got my education, and they're defending it. Maybe that's it, or it's the uh, what? Do you think they have like not just a chip on their shoulder, but a belief that like they need to do something about this movement or something? They need to stop it, and like
don't know. We have noticed that the more degenerate they are, the more they hate flat Earth.
true.
That's something that
Yeah,
does seem to follow really, really well.
yeah. Well, I mean, that just reminds me of Gen Panda's old server, like that one compared to the other flat Earth servers. It's just like I couldn't last 10 minutes in there, not just listening to them. The degeneracy.
Did you get to have a listen to QOP server? He had that running for a little bit.
I don't think
Basically, when he
so.
started that up, he allowed everyone in. So, of course, you got your McToon fan club that went in there. McToon used to go in there too, and I don't know why they didn't control it or just stomp him out. But yeah, they allowed him to talk. DJ went in there. I don't know if you've heard DJ's recording where he went against McToon. He went in there and just chopped McToon to the shithouse.
Mm.
And that's where McToon had his spiral out. That was pretty funny. I was listening to some of it. Well, I started listening to it, and then when I saw McToon in there, I was just like, yeah, nah, I don't want to listen to this idiot. And later on, someone said that DJ had chopped McToon, and we listened to it. McToon had a full tilt meltdown. It was great.
Mm.
But because of the lack of control in that server, he wanted conversation in there, and whether it was heated or not, and because he wasn't controlling the idiots, they just the animals took over the farm, and yeah,
Mm. And it got
and that's why he shut it down.
insufferable probably at
Oh,
that
it was
point.
just toxic.
Yeah.
Like you had anti-FE idiots like Gate Crasher and a few others that would just camp in there.
Mm.
So there was you always had like if you were to drop in there, there'd be 3 or 4 of them. One of them just spamming the side chat, no one spamming the main channel. You trying to have a conversation against 4 of them. It was horrible.
Mm.
I went in there once and I just went, yeah, nah, you're idiots. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. The one that just came in was, pretty tame actually. I know he was having trouble, like he didn't want to process anything, but he bounced after a little spiral, but he was pretty tame compared to what you'll get with the
You find
anti-flat.
that most of them don't want to listen at all. They just want to preach. So they'll come in and just, if you pull them up, that's where they'll have their breakdowns. That's what I've noticed. That whether it's just a me thing, I'm really good at triggering some people. I've got the gift.
Mm.
Like I said the other day, I can offer someone tea and a bloody cake, and they'll still have a flip out. You think I'm
Mm.
aggressive? So, but yeah, it is interesting listening to them. Like, yeah, a lot of them just want to come in here and preach, and I think they want to preach it to reinforce what they learned at school. So if I can come in here and tell you guys, I get it off my chest, and I think I've done the right thing. I don't know whether it's a
Right.
parenting thing, or they think that we haven't learnt something, and they seem to be of the idea that we need to relearn it. Like if I say it enough times, maybe it might sink in this time.
Well,
I
that's
don't
what I'm
know.
trying to hinge on. Is they think they're doing the right thing, like they think like they're completing some mission of what the education system told them to do, and like it's the right thing, and they believe they're masters. You know.
Yeah, it's odd. But every now and then you'll get a good one that'll sit in, and it's like, what's this all about? You give them the quick rundown, and they're like, holy, that's cool. Cheers. And then
Yeah.
they'll leave, smiling, happy, high fives, and yeah.
If I could only get 30 seconds with that guy, I could have showed him some of the undeniable stuff, and it's been working where all I need is like 20 seconds, and I can get through a couple of these slides, and then usually the first thing if they're just perusing, the first thing I hear is this in a scientific journal? And I'm just like, what journal should it be in?
Yeah. What field of science deals with shapes?
uh,
I love that question. It's so annoying. But it's true, though. Whenever you hear them, oh, but the science, so many scientists say that it's a ball. Okay, so which field of science deals with shapes? Let's get it on.
yeah, it's true. I mean, it's geometry. That's a good point. So why would it get peer reviewed? It's just a measurement, right?
Correct. Oh, man. Too much fun. I actually, this morning, was listening on YouTube. The only thing that lets YouTube down is the delay. One of the channels has got about a 30-second delay. The other one's pretty good. It's normally only it's sub 10 seconds. But just that delay when you're posting memes and shit like that, it's just too much. But I actually enjoyed myself this morning. So if any of the boys are on this morning, off of my time this morning, we're talking what, 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago. Yeah, one of the guys had a bit of a breakdown in slow motion.
Oh my gosh.
What was it? Kyle Ryle Kittenhouse or something like that. But yeah, he was having a bit of a breakdown. And I was in the side chat. Man, if I'd have had a bowl of popcorn this morning, chewing on it, I reckon I'd have choked. Some of the shit was that funny with this guy just not being able to handle it.
Mm.
Said AI popping in. Yep. Howdy.
Who's popping in?
AI Overlord just jumped in. I think it was him that jumped
Oh
in.
yeah. Quiet noobs. I remember quiet noobs. Quiet noobs. You remember when Arnold Schwarzenegger used to come in here?
Yeah, thank you. He was the best.
He was dope. Whatever happened to Reckoner? Did he stop coming?
I just stopped seeing him. Yeah, I think he was on the gem server, but then I stopped seeing him.
Lost interest. I feel like a trap spider. I'm just waiting for someone to come in here and.
It's those type of guys. They say, "Oh, you're not treating the Glober correctly. I need to go to a server where it's nicer." And then they go to the nice server and they're like, "Wow, the server's retarded. It's crap." And then they get depressed and they go drinking for like 7 years. And then they finally come back and say, "You know what? You guys were right all along."
Yeah, it's tough that emotions are just tied to these things. This left brain, right brain stuff. Like, so you can't just talk about the facts. without it triggering something, and then it becomes about your tone. It's like having an argument where you're trying to talk about the facts, and they start talking about the way you're
I get
speaking.
that shit all the time,
Yeah.
bro. Oh
I'm
man.
trying to learn how to navigate that, because it is rhetorical things. Need to address like the emotional side of people, and I'm kind of left brain, I guess is what you say, and so like if it hurts your feelings, it doesn't matter to me that much. I'm like, well, if it hurt my feelings and it was true, I would still want to know the truth, so I try to operate that way, but not everybody's like that, and I'm trying to find a way to mix the left and right brain. Like that guy that was just in here, I was trying to talk him down and just be like, well, it's valid that you might look at things in the sky and think that has a bearing on what you're standing on. Like that's a valid theory, but you never validated it. You never like proved it. People don't want to feel dumb. I don't know. But then it's like, am I supposed to be their therapist as well?
Oh shit.
I kind of like the people that come in and are like, you're stupid. And then we go, okay, take a look at this. And then they're speechless. About 20 seconds. Start telling you that's not in a journal.
What was the one a while ago? There was a kid come in, big noting about, I've got a higher IQ than all the flat earthers. Flat earthers are dumb, like your typical crap that we get. And then it's okay. Then what's the alleged radius of the Earth? And he gave some other random answer.
Really?
We recorded it. It was so funny. It's actually in our backlogs. Yeah, it was a little snippet, and that shit was funny. There was myself, Roots. There's 4 or 5 of us that were on, and the best part about it, every single one of us all cracked up at the same time. So it was just instant audio chaos when this idiot gave the wrong answer. That all of us just laughing at once. It just destroyed the audio. Oh, it was beautiful. Yeah, I've got a high IQ. Flat earthers are dumb, or just the usual. And then also, yeah. So what's your alleged radius? Um, the circumference is something else. It was some really stupid answer, and it was just like, that's it. We're done.
That's funny. A self-proclaimed high IQ. That's great.
Yeah, it's crazy funny. Oh, Dylan's back.
Hey there.
Dylan's always chill.
For the most part. But I'm a glober, so something's
I
wrong with me.
know. That's what's trouble. I don't know if it's troubling, but it's like it
The
seems
best
like
part
you've
of
been
it,
here long enough to.
he only believes he's a glober. He doesn't know he's a glober.
Okay.
I'm pretty confident.
How can you
I
be
come in
confident in
balance with
something
that.
that you've never seen?
It's the preponderance of evidence. I found some more
Well,
videos of measuring the curve, though, if that's what you guys wanted.
tell us about this preponderance of evidence. Outside of your television, your mobile phone, and your computer, you've never seen curvature. So why would you assume there's curvature in the first place?
I don't reject all the things that you guys are rejecting. Like I think there's conspiracies out there, but
Hold on, get
yeah, the
unwind.
curvatures,
You don't reject what we're rejecting. So what are we rejecting?
like the standard explanation of what satellites are doing, orbiting, and
Well,
those
they've got
space
nothing to do with the
programs.
shape of the ground. So whether I accept or reject has no relevance in this story.
The celestial mechanics of things like celestial sphere. You guys don't have a convincing explanation to me for why we have like two celestial poles.
Oh, really?
The
Well, I'll
sun
tell you what. I'll tell
moving
you what, Dylan.
2
Let's make a
tangent into
deal.
the distance.
Let's make a deal, Dylan. The first one that goes to the star field and turns around and looks at its relative positions to the Earth can prove their claims. Okay.
The
Until
first
then,
astronaut who took this.
no, dude. There's never been an astronaut that went to the stars. Never. There's never been a
Well,
probe
no.
that's went to the stars. Never.
When you say the stars, that's a whole different issue.
Well, I mean
We don't
that's
claim
that's it. It's
100%.
people say the star field seems to be doing something here, and it seems to be doing something over here, and because of the things that it's doing differently, I'm going to infer something about the Earth from it, right? But that's just where we see things. You have to prove the entire geometric matrix correct, and you have to have philosophy to do it until you actually go validate it. Nobody's ever been to the stars to validate it, and I'll give you a hint. I'll give you this hint. Nobody ever will be to the stars. Never going to happen.
I know that's how you feel. I
No,
do
that's a
think that
that's a fact of energy. That's a fact of energy, dude. There's no energy that we can ever achieve that's going to take us to another star system, allegedly.
Why not?
okay, so I wasn't sure if you were actually talking about other star systems. You just meant space when you said the stars.
No, the stars, dude. Listen, going to the ISS is not going to any meaningful quote unquote space. It's basically just high altitude pretending to be space.
Yeah, I don't think that the rocket programs are going to take us even like maybe the moon. We could do some things there, but
Well,
like
even the moon, even
Mars.
going to the moon, even going to the moon isn't that impressive when it comes to quote unquote galactic or cosmic scale.
Yeah. Rockets are terrible when it comes to trying to actually traverse interstellar distances or even within the solar system. It's I mean, you can send some probes places, but that's not the way to
Within,
do it. For sure.
listen, dude, before I die, they're going to throw out the whole cosmological model, guaranteed.
Well, I promise you that they're not.
Yeah, but the problem is, dude, that you're not up on the latest science. So you're stuck in 100-year-old science, bro.
I could say the same thing about you guys. You guys are flat earthers, so I mean, as far as like what
Dude, what are
modern,
you talking about? Do you even know what 100-year-old science is?
what do you think that I'm
Go
missing out
ahead.
on
A
in
lot of it.
your old?
Go ahead and tell me one thing that's 100 years old in science. There's a bunch of things. For example, relativity. I think that's 115 years old now.
Yeah, there's a lot of science that's over 100 years old. I mean, when did Newton live? Like in the 1500s? So he published Principia, I think, in
Yeah,
the
but he didn't do it. He didn't do any experiments. He just did math. So that's not science.
I think he did some experiments to get force equals mass times acceleration. He used the observations of Kepler, which were um Kepler was able
Dude,
to
those are kinematics of the celestials, dude.
right.
Okay, and he used the two foci of an ellipse, and he saw the proportional mathematical equations and calculus and all this, dude. He didn't do any experiments. The only
Right. I
experiments
mean,
that
we
I
have
know. Listen, friend, hold on,
maximum
brother.
equations.
I'm telling you the wrong. I'm telling you the wrong thing. It's not that he didn't do any experiments, because he did. For example, he drank mercury to try to shit gold. That's about the extent of his experiments.
He was what do they call them?
Alchemist.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Trying to find the
Hey, well,
philosopher's stone.
listen, bro. The whole entire thing was a woman once told him, "Why should I treat you like a king? What do you think, you shit gold?" And he's like, "Hold my beer."
He's pretty clever. I think he
The
invented
whole new,
calculus in the early
yeah.
20s.
But do you know how that happened though? It was during a plague. He was locked up in his house, basically, invented calculus, the laws of optics, and was working on the gravity with no funding or anything. It just sounds like in 18 months, it just sounds ridiculous.
Right. The optics, though, there was some experimentation with optics, I'm sure. He's
Or like
probably using some
pendulums and
prisms and stuff.
conservation of energy, but definitely didn't do anything.
Yeah, we're talking about cosmological scale experiments, dude. We're talking about claims about the cosmos, not claims about, "Ooh, I have a hammer in my hand. I wonder what metal it's made out of. Oh, maybe I could do metallurgy on it." Two different things, dude.
It seems like we're
What's
bouncing
the
around.
problem?
You asked me
Oh,
about
hold on, brother. Hold
psychedelics.
on. No, see, this is the problem with Glovers. Glovers think that
Here
I
we
can
go.
do science. I can do science in my lab. Therefore, I can do science on a star a trillion billion 1 miles away. Oh, I could do an experiment in my lab. Therefore, if I write some math, I'm doing an experiment on a star. Good grief, dude.
There's a lot you can figure out from, well, once you accept certain things, you can figure out a lot from there. But you accept spectrometry, right? Like you agree that we're able to observe these like narrow band signatures from light that's emitted by different elements.
Hey, listen, dude. Spectroscopy, okay? I have the book about it. I keep it in my glove compartment all the time. It's purple hardback. And I keep it there in case I ever get hit by a car and the cop asks me what color it is, what make and model. I'll whip out my spectroscopy book and I'll tell him.
I got to use
I'm not even joking, dude. But dude, check this out. The stuff you do in a lab, again, in a lab, is a lot different than what's going on from getting light from stars. And the parts per million in a lab is actually less than what's supposedly in stars. So that means they claim to have a higher accuracy in telling what the star's made of than they do in what's in a lab, dude. The whole concept is ridiculously absurd on its face. Not only that, but it requires a philosophical assumption in the first instance, which is uniformitarianism, that everything that's going on out there is the same thing that's going on here. So if you get spectral bands that match certain elements on Earth, and then you get spectral bands from a distant star, how do you know that the star just isn't putting out those bands and it's made of a completely different material? You don't. You can't test it.
But
well,
you
when
can
you look
because
in
we know what
different regions of
molecules give off
space,
what
you
light.
see.
Oh, dude, you can't test it, dude.
But that's literally all it's doing, right? Like you understand what
Yeah,
spectroscopy
you're
is
dumb as
as
a
a word,
brick,
right?
dude. Yeah, you're too dumb to be here. Sorry, too dumb.
I don't think that
He
guy's
didn't even
dumb.
say I'm leaving.
No, he is dumb. He is dumb, and I'll
Well,
explain
I
myself.
understand. I understand.
No, hold
But like,
on. No, listen, dude. Pay attention now. He said you can validate the stuff that's in the star by looking at the spectral lines because the spectral line determines what's in the star. Okay? But that's not what I said. I said you can think you know based on it matches spectral lines of things on Earth. You get a spectral line from the star, but you haven't validated what's actually in the star. And that's true because you haven't gone to the star and taken a sample. Now, on Earth, you actually have to have samples, and you match those samples in a lab. And the parts per million is totally different. And like I said, they're claiming to have a greater accuracy with star-bound spectra than they are with Earth-bound spectra. That is patently absurd on its face. So no, nobody's confirmed what's inside a star. Nobody's confirmed what a star is made of. That's never happened.
I was talking about the right brain therapy stuff. I'm like he's coming with some misconceptions, and I agree with what you're saying.
You can get spectra from a light bulb. You can get spectra from a light bulb that has a coating on the inside, and it'll tell you that there's something inside the bulb, but it won't tell you what the origin source of the energy going from the inside of the bulb to the coating is. Okay, so
Yeah, I
since
mean,
I know that the external spectra can be modified, that means that at best I could only tell what the thing is coded with, not what's actually inside it. Okay, so this is
yeah,
again this idea. These people think that if I have math on paper, if I have a Google search results that said some scientist retard decided something, now I have the truth. Okay, this is
the more
so far removed
convoluted,
from validatable truth.
yeah,
Okay,
the more convoluted and complicated it is, the more valid it becomes. Yeah. And now that guy's gone. I was trying to get that guy to wanted to show him something. Oh well, whatever.
But when you were questioning our assumption that like the natural laws are the same throughout the universe, do you really question that? Do you really think that that's an issue, or is
yeah, it
that
is an
just
issue.
like
It's
another
it's
wrench you're
called
trying
it's
to throw?
called it's called
Hey,
a philosophical assumption, dude. It's a bias. Okay, so
hey,
one, uniformitarianism isn't proven, and retroactive uniformitarianism isn't proven. In fact, I just listened to a lecture. No, sorry, not a lecture, a guest and a lecturer talking, and he's actually a very famous guy. He's the guy who found the computer code in the universe. And what I mean by that is he found, and when you're doing all this math on all these different things about the universe, that you end up finding what appears to be self-correcting computer code. It's identical to what we would put in a computer. And he's like, oh, how can this be? So his idea was it evolved. So the laws of the universe, the laws of physics, evolved to what they are today, much like biology evolves to have self-correcting code in the genome to prevent mutations from destroying the host. So too must the universe have evolving code. So what that means is if the universe's code, quote unquote, is evolving, and we only can see things at different times of the universe's lifespan, then if we're imputing what happens now into the past or into the future, we're wrong. And in order to impute it into the past, you have to have the retroactive uniformitarian assumption that the laws were always the same. There's no reason why they have to be. It's pure philosophy.
hey, question: Are we still talking about spectroscopy? I had a question about that. I mean, I remember learning about spectroscopy in chemistry. I wasn't like a chemistry major or anything, but like at surface level, it basically means you can use like a color spectrum to decide what chemicals are in a star. Isn't that sort of what they're saying in layman's term?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Well, I haven't studied it that much, but uh, couldn't that be a flawed methodology? You know,
Yes.
so can you explain more? Like, couldn't a color a color of like iron or cobalt or something easily be mistaken for another element? I mean,
It's not
you
merely
know,
it's not merely the colors. There's bands of the colors that come off of it, and they have different widths and
yeah, it's
distribution.
been a while. Yeah, I remember there was like certain bands would show up for certain elements, right? So yeah, I mean, a color system that can can you explain the flaws a little more, like in a layman's way?
The number one flaw is that the accuracy they claim to get from a star, which is a trillion miles away, is greater than the accuracy they claim to get in a lab in controlled conditions with a sample
Where are
that's
you getting that
ubiquitous.
from? Where are you getting that this claim of accuracy from the stars being greater than what we get in a lab?
I think he said parts per million,
Say,
right?
yeah, they have a sample. They have a sample, right? And they have, yeah. Listen, if you want the brass tacks on that one, I'll have to get it to you later.
Okay, fair.
But yeah, if you look, just research how they do it in a lab in a controlled condition with an element that they already have identified and isolated as a control
Hmm.
against the one they're testing, and how much accuracy in parts per million or whatever metric they use. I believe it's parts per million, and then compare that to what they claim they do with a star, and you'll see a stark contrast.
Hmm.
And then you'll scratch your head. Wait a minute. How could they possibly claim to be this accurate when it comes to a star, when they can't even be that accurate when it comes to something in a controlled environment in a lab? It makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how accurate do they need to be to just hydrogen signatures and helium signatures? Like, I used to use spectroscopy with this scanning electron microscope, and I was detecting all these minerals that were depositing out of seawater, accreting out of seawater, and you can see the different crystal formations, like magnesium hydroxide crystals look different than like sodium chloride crystals and calcium carbonate.
What do
Like,
you mean they look different? What does that even mean?
well, when you're using a scanning electron microscope, you can see these like microcrystals.
A
You're
scanning
like,
electron microscope is not a spectroscopy device, dude.
yeah, it does. It's built in.
Wow.
It was built into the SEM that I was using.
Okay,
I
so
could
then
take
the
an
spectroscopy thing is something else. So what does something look like, quote unquote, in spectroscopy? What does it look like?
like the brucite crystals, for example. These magnesium hydroxide crystals kind of look like little rupees or something, and they would
Okay, so
chain themselves.
I know now, dude. That you have no idea what you're talking about.
I definitely do know what I'm talking about.
So when it comes to spectroscopy, you're looking at spectral lines. It's going to look like a linear bar graph with different bands. It doesn't look like a
Right. I'm
crystal. It doesn't
saying
look like a structure.
That's what I
a scanning
remember.
electron microscope is what you can see the images. You can see images of the structures, is what I'm saying, and it would correspond.
Okay,
And
so that has nothing to do with the spectral lines, dude.
So
you
was
could
there a
use
modification?
you could like use the scanning electron microscope to take images of these, even like in real time. Like, you could scan over them and, like, pan around on whatever sample,
And
and
okay, then get to
and
the
then
part
use
where the spectroscopy happens, bro.
Yeah, I'm
you
waiting
could
for
just
that.
use a tool like you would be watching on the monitor, and take a little box and like put a box with whatever part of the image you wanted to scan, and it would do the spectroscopy for you. It would come up with like all the spectral lines and automatically tell you what elements were in the. It would tell you like percentages of elements
Okay, yep. So
based on the spectral line.
let's agree that you have the spectral lines from your sample, and then you're validating it with the image. So you're saying, okay, this spectral line says, let's just say Mercury, for sake of argument. And then I look through my thing and I see Mercury's form that I know is the form of Mercury. So I've double validated it. I have one thing that says one thing, and I have a confirmation of another type of thing that says the same thing. Now I have a double validation, right?
That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah. So why don't you take your scanning electron microscope and put it on a star and tell me what's on the star?
Exactly. Exactly. That's what the next step would be, to validate that your star is what your spectroscopy claims it is.
Well, that's what they're doing. I'm
No,
not.
they're not, dude.
I'm
No,
not
they're only
obstructing
doing
that.
one thing.
Pointing,
When it comes to
they're pointing.
spectroscopy, all they're doing is looking at the spectral lines that arrive with the light they receive and the direction when they point it at the star. That's all they're doing, dude. They're not doing any second order validation whatsoever. So they absolutely cannot claim for certain that they know the composition of the star. It's just not possible, dude. Without putting philosophy first. And
Mm-hmm.
so I would agree that in their minds they've proven it, but they've only proven it within a philosophical framework, which is devoid of direct validation in any way.
Verification.
Like they just have they just have one step. They don't have a second step.
Yeah, verification is missing.
Yeah, we can't travel to these other stars.
Exactly.
But we have demonstrated fusion. We have like hydrogen bombs, and we have a pretty like.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you
I'm
what, dude. I'll tell you what. When you give me the experiment that
nuclear.
proves either retroactive uniformitarianism or uniformitarianism generally, you give me an experiment that proves either of those, and then maybe we can have a discussion.
What are those
That's
two
impossible.
things?
That's their philosophical framework. That everything was the same ad infinitum into the past, and everything is the same everywhere in all available space and everywhere we can see. That's their philosophy.
Some of them claim that there are other universes that have different physical laws. But yeah, in general, there are people that have
Do you know
claimed
why? Hold on. Do you know why? Do you know why they claim other universes with other laws? Do you know why they claim that?
because they are trying to explain this perfect tuning, why we
Yes,
have this
they're
universe.
trying to explain. They're trying to explain something they can validate with something they can't possibly prove because they want to have a materialistic assumption devoid of direct sentient intervention, in other words, a creator. And because they are so hell bent on that philosophy, rather than accept the evidence that this world is clearly, uniquely, individually designed, they will appeal to an infinite number of universes to avoid the statistical impossibility of such a universe that we live in of existing. That's why, dude. It's what? Let me give you. I can give you 4 letters. There's a 4-letter acronym that explains what they're doing. It goes like this: COPE. There you go.
Are you talking to me?
Oh my goodness, dude.
The person that just came in.
There's a lot of scientists that
COPE.
are.
That's what they're doing, dude. Coping. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of scientists that are theists, and don't necessarily believe in this multiverse of different
Specific
physical
theists,
laws.
specific theists do not need to appeal to an infinite number of universes to explain the order in this universe. It's self-evident that the order in this universe was designed. I mean, only somebody who's retarded wouldn't realize that, basically, or
Are you
somebody who
talking
has
to
a
me?
bias. Well, I don't know, dude. Am I talking to you? You tell me. You got a guilty conscience,
Does anybody in here do fentanyl?
dude? Just get banned.
I do fentanyl.
All right, you get banned too. You're both getting banned.
There is medical fentanyl. They do prescribe that shit in the
You're
hospital.
getting banned too.
Listen, if you're not talking about flat Earth, get the fuck out of this room right now.
I know,
Bro,
right?
no. Are you talking to me?
Anybody else want to get muted, banned?
How about I just stay here?
All right, you can get muted too. I don't know if you're the guy, but better safe than sorry. Yeah, so the whole heliocentric paradigm and cosmological model and cosmogony model is all one giant cope session. The modern version, because actually it was the church that invented some of that. And then the atheists latched onto it, and the materialists latched onto it. Because they're like, this is a quote from a famous atheist. It's finally become intellectually fulfilling to be an atheist now that we have our own creation story.
Yeah, George
Oh,
Lamette, the
yeah.
priest, came up with the Big Bang Theory.
You want to know something funny? I did listen to a bunch of physics lectures, and one that just rolled through as I was, auto playing them was a guy talking about the universal um, multiverse or whatever, and that basically the laws of physics must be expressed, and they're permutatively expressed, and so every universe has different laws of physics or the same, but because it's infinite, there's something different about it. And eventually you get that not only is all of these have different, but they have every form of physics and whatever happening. And basically that if this Earth is a globe and it has a Big Bang expanding cosmology, all with dark matter and all of that, then you need the infinite universes to make up for it. But in one of those universes, guaranteed that the Earth is actually flat. So in other words, if the Earth is a globe, the Earth is flat. So then the question is, how do you know, which universe you're in? Like, what if you're, one of those universes has a flat Earth? Well, I'll give you a hint. It's this one.
But how do you think things might work if we're going to speculate a little bit then? Since there's a flat Earth, like, what are these stars? You're talking about the stars and everything. What could they possibly be? And how could this cosmos be like? Do you agree that we can observe other galaxies at all? Like, we can observe exoplanets at all?
Like you can look at
Observe.
Jupiter. You can look at Jupiter and you see things that follow Jupiter that people call moons, but
Right, we can see the Galilean moons with simple telescopes.
It's definitely not an exoplanet.
yeah. Well, I'm just
The
talking. Let's
Galileans
get a little closer. Let's just talk about like there's things that they call
No,
moons.
let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's not do that because the things that are in our local cluster, right? Those are things that anybody can just whip out a backyard telescope or even see with the naked eye, right?
Well, that's.
But this dude's talking
useful.
about things that are just dots, right? And the far out. So I would like a picture of an exoplanet, please, Dylan. And not a painting, not a render, not a artist's interpretation, not a data set that's been converted algorithmically to represent what it would look like if we could see it. I just want an exoplanet picture, please.
I don't think that those exist.
You're right. They
I don't
don't.
think
You know why?
we can't resolve
Because
that
it's
with probes.
yeah, there you go, dude. It's all fantasy, bro. Do you know this flat earth movement got kicked off around 2014, 2015? You know, one of the first dudes that was going around saying the earth was flat? His name was Matthew Boylan, also known as Math Powerland, kind of like a stage name. He was a NASA artist, and he would draw all those things. He would draw the exoplanets. He would draw all these things, and he finally realized one day after he was specifically invited to a party and someone there told him the earth was flat, he said, wait a minute, I've just been drawing all this my whole life. I don't know any of this stuff. It's completely a fantasy, no different than if I was an artist in a comic book. Then he made a painting of the earth. He put it on his T-shirt. He printed the words photo or painting, and he went around and asked people, "Hey, is this a photo or a painting?" And he would ask that about all these different images. "Hey, is this a photo or a painting? Is this a photo or a painting? Is this reality or a fantasy?" Dylan, we had a physicist come in here specializing in locating exoplanets. He showed us an image of one of the exoplanets he found. It was an 8x8 grid of pixels, or it might have been 16 by 16. But everything in it was just a blur of gray, white, and blue pixels. And he said, "You see this pixel here when it flickers? That's a planet orbiting around a sun. And I know how big it is. I know how many mountains it has." And I'm like, "Dude, you don't know any of that. You're just interpreting that from math. And that
How
math
did you
is based
verify
on
it?
your assumption
I don't
of
think
orbits.
did
And
he claim that he knew the mountains around it? I don't think he was claiming that.
they claim a lot of stuff about these worlds, and that's why they make these images of the worlds. They take what they think they know, they give it to the thing. They'll tell you that one of these worlds is like, has more mass in the upper left quadrant and stuff, and they do it based on the pixels, and they assume the pixels' motions are orbits, and that if it flickers dark, it's going behind something, and they create all these models. Now they create it out of the orbital elements, and the reason why they do that is because they've interpreted the ones local to the ones far. Now, what's interesting though is I asked him about the math of the orbits and stuff, and I said, well, how do you know that? And we kept going backwards, till finally he got, well, we know it because we know how the Earth orbits the sun, and we know one AU is the distance from the Earth to the sun. And I said, well, how do you know that? Like, what's the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder? And he didn't know the answer. So he didn't even know the answer to what his entire field was based on.
1 AU is like the distance from the Earth to the sun.
Right,
Yeah, but
but
to
one AU
drive
is
that,
not a value.
It's a distance, 93 million miles or whatever.
No, dude, 1 AU is just whatever the distance is to the sun scaled. Once you put the 93 million miles, you can then use the proportionality to get other things. But how you get the 93 million to get the 1 AU, that's the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. And he had no idea how that's done or why they even assumed it in the first place. He didn't say, oh, Chris Huygens, went on this trip to watch Venus transit the sun, and then assume that the Earth and the Venus were the same size, and then get the time and the scale, and then do that into this
so
math and blah 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 blah.
he didn't even invoke transit of Venus.
No, he didn't know anything about it, dude.
He
He's
didn't get
supposed to
that
tell
far.
me. He's supposed to tell me that this planet has water on it, and maybe one day in the future I could live there and be a barista, and have an alien wife. And then he doesn't even know anything. It turns out he knows absolutely nothing. He's just applying a mathematical model that he learned in college, and then he went on to get hired by some company that rakes money out of the gullible taxpayers.
Well, we're supposedly going to build a moon base here soon, so you guys will have to explain that one.
That's gonna be exciting.
Moon base doesn't mean anything, dude. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Well, they can take pictures from they're going to be able to view the Earth from there.
Mhm.
I'm just
Hey,
saying it should
Dylan,
settle the argument.
Dylan,
do
they
you
could
know
make a moon
about?
base. They could make a moon base and staff the entire thing with people that are entirely agents, and you wouldn't know. They'd have backstories about how they're normal people, but they'd all be agents. You wouldn't even know, dude.
So yeah, you guys will
Yeah, we were just
go
talking about
ahead.
the transit of Venus. Are you familiar with that one, Dylan?
Yeah, I saw it in 2008.
Okay, good. So that's sort of like the fundamental that is invoked when people talk about distances to stars and to the sun and things like this. That's the measure they use.
I'm not actually. I don't know how they figured out how far the sun is.
That's a really good question, isn't it? Then, so that's how they say they verified the distance to the sun. But then, people will go that far and they'll say, well, we use the transit of Venus. But then if you ask them, how did you verify the size of Venus to measure the transit of Venus across a body? And usually they run away at that point. See if you can get an answer for that.
How we calculated the distance to the sun?
There's no answer.
The size of Venus to
How we
do the
calculated
transit of Venus. So to perform the transit of Venus calculation, you need to have a size of Venus. So how did you measure the size of Venus?
Oh man,
I don't know that one either.
If he finds the right answer first, it's gonna blow his mind.
What do you guys think the answer is?
We already know the answer, but I don't want to tell you the answer because it's actually better if you find it for yourself because it is literally like finding out you were adopted, dude. That's how profound it is. It's gonna
I
blow
think I
your
know the
mind
answer,
if
but
you.
I won't say anything until he comes.
Yeah, it's gonna blow Dylan's mind because Dylan thinks all this stuff is based on science. And so when he finds out what this is based on, his mind is going to jellify and come out his ears.
Yeah, it's like everything might, at a cursory glance, look so cohesive and all this astronomy and stuff. But the thing is, if you build everything on the same assumptions, then of course it'll look cohesive. I'm only 90. I'm 90% sure I know what the answer is. Let's see what Dylan.
It's like Morpheus said, no one can show you the Matrix, or sorry, no one can tell you the Matrix. You have to see it for yourself. Give you a hint though, Dylan. So like back in the day when they first started positing that the Earth was a globe in any meaningful sense, the people who were positing it were vegetarian cultists who believed, for example, Pythagoras, that the creator would create a perfect world. And the perfect shape is either a ball, a testicle, or an egg, all of which are roughly the same shape, depending on which, form they take. And these were the symbols of creation, the symbols of perfection. Same with space. Nobody discovered space. Space was thought about philosophically before it was quote unquote discovered. And they were thought about for religious reasons.
Are you joking, or did they really invoke a testicle? Or are you just, is that just a joke?
The divine shapes are either the testicle, the egg, or a ball. Now, the reason why the testicle and the egg is
Like
because they are
Pythagoras?
kind of.
I know he was into spheres, but like literally, he was talking about
No, I
testicles.
don't think he did. I don't think he did all three. But different people thought of these ideas, and these were their reasoning was the symbols of creation. Right? The egg, the sphere. Spheres are perfect shape because it's got the same radius. It's got certain qualities to it, and obviously the egg and the testicle has to do with divine, not necessarily divine creation, but creation in itself, right? And so, depending on which you take the matriarchal or patriarchal view, you would assume testicle or egg.
Hmm.
Some people think that women or mothers are the givers of life, but that's not necessarily true in every philosophy. So, for example, in Christianity, everything comes from a man. Everything comes from the male. Women don't create
Man's
anything.
rib.
Yes, the man was created directly by God, and then God created the woman from man's rib. So everything that's human after Adam was created by Adam, or came from Adam, not from woman. Even though he called her Eve because she's the mother of all that would live, he is the father of all that would live, even Eve.
Okay, so I looked up the method that we use to calculate the size of Venus. It makes sense.
Hmm.
So
When did they
we
do it?
Yeah, which year are you talking?
Yeah, we don't want the
This is
post
a
hoc. We
sequence.
want the
Yeah.
instantiation
well, yeah,
to it. So
there's hundreds of years in between where they calculated originally the size and then used later methods like radar
I don't
in
care
order
about the
to
later
confirm.
method. We don't
Yeah.
care
So
about the later ones.
the original method used parallax. 1761 and 1769, there were transits of Venus, right? But they set up observers on different parts of the Earth
My goodness.
to measure the relative angles that they're observing this transit with, and the same basically the parallax method is the same way your eyes work to register distance to an object.
1700s. You said this. You said the 1700s.
Yeah,
Okay, so this is not Huygens then. This is not the guy who did the transit of Venus that they use for this distance ladder. Okay, so you still got to go back further, brother.
mm, how far back do you think I should go? I mean, this is what came up when I asked how they did it. So
We're talking about the origins of the cosmic distance ladder. Okay, so you can't bring stuff that come after it's been established.
I don't think that they had a good cosmic distance before the 1700s.
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint, dude. It's Christopher Huygens. Okay.
Seems like he did a lot. Yeah, it's saying that he guessed that Venus was roughly the same size of Earth.
Get that? How do you get that? Come to that guess?
That's just a lucky guess.
No, it wasn't a lucky guess, dude. He came to that guess for a reason. Think about it, dude. You're just looking up in the sky and you're seeing objects, which you have to assume that those objects are relative to the Earth at all. So you have to have some kind of cosmological model in your mind already. But then to then jump to, oh, that object that I'm looking at, which clearly I have no telltale signs of how big it is. It's just the same size as the Earth. It's a good guess. I'll tell you the secret, since you're probably not going to find it, since a lot of the actual history of how the globe Earth came to be in the modern day is whitewashed. You have to go to actually primary sources. You can't just casually search it. So how he came to the guess, dude, is the occult. I think he had a vision of some kind, or he did some kind of seance or something. There seems to be this weird trend of dudes involved in the heliocentric quote unquote model that we know and love today. They're always involved in some kind of religious experience in the beginning.
AI Overlord. Can any of you, with at least 100% of your brain, confidently prove the flat Earth?
Sorry.
Wait, I want to give.
Using 100% of your brain would be lethal. You can only use a certain amount of your brain simultaneously because of the calorie burn. Your brain would overheat and you'd die. So you're too dumb to be here. But homie wants to talk to you, so I'll let you. But remember,
All
don't
right,
try to use 100% of your brain. You'll die. Go
I'll
ahead.
show him, but
Well, I
just to
mean,
continue.
you'll die from the dumbness of your theory, yeah. I mean, if that's what you think.
No,
Unless you're
I'll
able
show
to
you
prove.
something cool. What's your name, Master? All right, I'll show you something cool in just a second. But just to finish that thought, I was trying to get find what you're talking about. He had a vision of a hot tropical world on Venus where there were aliens and things. Is that what you're talking about? AI?
No. In this world that you live in, I'm assuming you're a flat earther. And in this world you live in,
Oh no,
you
we were
assume.
talking about something else. Sorry.
Oh.
All right,
Oh, okay.
we can jump to your topic, which is the main topic. But we were talking about Venus, and I wanted to know AI, like the crazy vision this guy had. But anyway, let me just blow your mind real quick. All right.
Yeah, blow my mind.
Are you on? Are you driving or anything?
As of right now, no, I'm just laying down.
Are you able to look at my screen?
Oh yeah, I can look at your screen. That's no
Okay.
issue.
All right, run through this. I'm gonna do this in like 30 seconds, and then I want to hear AI talk about that vision or whatever.
Testing the glow. Wait, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so like what we're talking about here is geometric. You're asking for proof, right? So
Yeah, of course.
It's a geometric question. It's a geometry question. And so what we have to do is measure things and observe the Earth to find out what it is. And so we call these the naked emperor observations because I don't know if you had this one in elementary school, The Emperor's New Clothes. Remember that book? Anderson tale. Two swindlers sell an emperor clothes they claim are invisible to anyone unfit for their office, so no one dares admit they see nothing. So he parades naked past a crowd too invested in the story to break it, till one child says it. The discovery wasn't new data, it was just permission to say it. So for the flat earth, you don't need a new observation, you just need someone willing to say it. The globe makes a specific testable mathematical prediction about what you can see from any height at any distance, and we've got tests and counterexamples to what we're told. You know what a radius is, right?
I'm aware of what a radius is.
Okay, and you're looking at my screen. You can verify this. Okay, so the globe, NASA, the way they shoot the rockets, everything, 3,959 miles is the radius they all claim. And from that, you can determine geometric elements of this shape we're on, such as a sagitta. I'll show you what that is. I'll let people remember that from geometry, but I'll show you. And hidden height is another calculation you can do to determine if something is below the line of sight at a certain distance. So sagitta is basically the height that a water will bulge on a globe that's, mostly made of water. So we do these tests over water because it generally seeks level. And what we end up seeing is this chord, actually. So there's an arc that's missing, and the sagitta is the height of the object of that arc. And then you've got this thing called geometric horizon, which starts to block your view. If you're truly on a globe, at a certain distance, you'd have a blocked view because of this geometric horizon. You following so far?
Yeah, I'm listening as of currently.
All right, so there's a geometric horizon right here. This is what it would look like, right? On a globe, it should be your horizon. You're looking out at it, and where the sky meets the sea, that's got to be where your globe starts to curve off, right? Where the bulge is that we were just talking about. So let me just jump to the last example because we have a lot of observations where that bulge is not there, but let's just use a laser. So FE Core, they went out to look at basically GPS is based on a lot of different models, but one of them is WSG84, and they were looking at data points in that, and they created this high-powered laser called the Super Accurate Laser Aiming Device, and it's accurate within a micron. This is like a $30,000 build with GPS targeting precision on it, and a micron is about the width of a hair. Okay, so it's that precise, but it didn't really need to be that precise, but it was. And what we did is they shot that laser across a 25-mile distance, and you can see in these images here where it hits at ground level. It's hitting a target right above this woman's head here. And this 40 kilometers distance, that's about 25 miles. So with the math I just showed you, that's a problem, because what we're seeing is at 4.9 feet, we're able to hit a ground level target with a sagitta that should be there based on the 3959 mile Earth radius. Sagitta should be 103 feet, which is the size of Christ the Redeemer. So basically you're firing a laser that is, you still believe the globe, it's going over this object to hit ground level 25 miles away.
Okay, interesting.
You see
So,
the problem?
okay. Yeah,
You-
sure.
So this is one of many observations that have been made. So this is a tested, measured thing. And the reason it's growing is because people are measuring and observing large distances with modern technology and finding that there is no sagitta, no bulge that would be required on a globe 3,959 mile radius.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So you like math a lot, right?
Not really, but why do you ask?
I'm just out of curiosity because I have a lot of math and that will prove a lot of things.
This isn't measure. This is a measurement, not math. I mean,
Yeah,
it uses math,
yeah,
but
but
it's
yeah, it still
not.
requires math, which I have math that can prove many things about the globe. If you would like to hear it after you're done, of course. And I'm still listening. I'm just letting you know.
Does it prove that there's curvature?
You want to hear it?
Sure.
This is just one question before I start. Do you know how to measure the sun's angle between two cities?
The sun's angle between two cities. So I have to
Yes.
make assumptions about the sun's distance. Why don't we just
No, I'm
measure what we're
asking a
standing?
very simple question. It's a yes or no question. That would suffice. Thank you.
We can measure angles to the sun. We were just talking
Okay.
about the sun's distance. It's funny you
Yeah,
bring that
exactly.
up.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I want to mention it because I heard you mention that. Now,
But
unless you see,
I know
am I
where you're
supposed?
gonna go. No offense,
Yeah,
we've heard a
yeah,
lot of
sure,
these.
sure, 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 sure.
So
Sure.
let's
I
pretend
already
you're.
listened to what. No, I already listened to everything you've been saying without interrupting you. So if you would like me to give this argument or concede, then that would be nice. So, let me know which one you want to pick. So you want to hear the argument? Okay. We're gonna use city A and city B as examples. City A is directly under the sun at noon, aka the sun is overhead. So guess what? A vertical stick casts what? No shadow. Is that correct or incorrect?
Yeah, I mean, if it's right above a stick, yeah. So you're invoking Aristophanes, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. City
Yeah, I
B
do know.
is due
Like
north
I was
of
telling
City
you.
A. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you're
So
aware of the 7.2 angle, correct?
yeah. So you've got angles with sticks and shadows. We've got
Okay.
lasers, and
Okay, now let's
optics.
measure the distance. Let's suppose both of these cities are 500 miles apart.
Hmm.
If 500 miles is 1/50 of Earth's circumference, all we have to do is circumference equals 500 times 50 equals 2,500 miles, correct?
Uh,
Just to confirm that I'm right and you
listen.
don't have any. What do you
So
mean, listen?
what's the distance to the sun in your measurement?
But hold on, did you hear what I just said? Really quick.
Well, I just want to make sure you also have calculated the distance to your sun and that you
So
verified that because that's
the diff.
important.
Okay, so hold on, let's do the calculation right here. Here's
Yeah, but you just brought in a number. Where did that number come from before they started measuring? Like you said, you just take the
are you talking about the
circumference
500
radius.
miles? I put that in.
Yeah, but where did they get that number?
Where did they get the 500 miles apart number from?
No, the radius or diameter of the Earth.
I haven't
You
even
said you
got
just
to that.
well, you got to have that before you measure the shadows, right? So they just put in a number.
So you want to know well, we're solving the radius as of currently. That's what we're getting towards. So
How do
I
you
don't
know
know
the
if you just.
diameter to solve the
So,
radius?
hold on. So did you just join the room, or did you just join the conversation?
Oh, I listen. I listen lots.
So you listened the whole time. So what did I say? What's the very first thing I just said? Okay, so you weren't paying attention. So don't join in and
You
pay
were
attention
talking
if
about
I didn't say.
Eratosthenes. I was just asking, how did they? You said that all you need to do
Yeah,
is you
that's
take
what we're
the
solving for the radius.
circumference and the radius or the radius and plug it in. But where did they get those numbers to plug in to do the measurements of the shadows? You gotta explain where that number comes from first.
He left.
Well, it's just an assumed number, right?
He left. Always, dude.
That fella had
Yeah,
so much confidence going
They
for him.
always leave.
Ran right away.
but it's supposed they think you're teaching you something. But anyway, I do want to
He's
hear
back.
AI.
He's back. He's back.
Oh,
My phone died. Hello.
hello.
Yeah. Let's continue.
So restate
So
your
where'd they
argument
get
because
that
you left.
number?
Well, that's what we're solving for the radius. So how am I gonna say radius when we're solving for it? Whoever said that earlier.
What circumference are you using to find the radius? How do you know the circumference?
Well, the circumference is 2,500 miles, and we're doing, excuse me, we're doing this based off the calculation, pre-assuming that both of these cities are 500 miles apart, which
Right, and then
500 miles would be.
you measure some
Hmm?
angles of some shadows with sticks,
Yeah, this is
and
based off
then
Aristophanes'
okay, and
Yeah,
research.
then
but Eratosthenes picked the number, right? He put in the circumference, right?
no, he
He
put
You
put
in
can
in,
measure
the
shadows. You need that
he
number.
put he put in the sun's distance and
yeah,
size,
he never,
which
yeah.
how did he know the sun's distance?
Or wait, are you asking me? Or is that like a
Yeah, that's
hypothetical?
you. That's one of your
Oh,
numbers you need.
okay, so you want me to put in the number? Okay, I got
No,
you.
how did he know that? I mean, that's a big part of that
Oh, you're asking how did
sticks
he
and
know that
shadows.
the sticks and shadows? I mean, if you want me to go back to the book and show you, I can. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember all of that off the top of my head.
That's fine.
That's because it's been a
That's
while.
fine.
So.
They intentionally wrote that lesson for you without including how he
Yeah, but
calculated the distance to the sun.
you don't need to know the distance to the sun per se, because you could assume it's infinite. But you need to know how much 500 miles represents of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're getting towards. And with that whole, equation that I was doing right there, it will add up to about 24,901
You
miles.
left out a whole bunch of steps, dude. Holy crap.
What did I leave out?
Okay, you said it's 500 miles away, one city to another. He got angles at one city and angles at another city. That's all you have on the table so far. You have A, you don't have B.
I have A, I don't have B. That's what
Yeah,
we
you're
were doing.
going A plus B, therefore C, but you didn't talk about the B.
I didn't talk about the B. But this is saying
Yes,
both
dude.
of the cities.
What about different angles with a city that's 500 miles apart from another city has anything to do with calculating a globe radius of 24,000 miles, dude?
The thing is,
Listen, I'm gonna leave it to normal rat to chew on the peanut butter, which is the mush in your brain, to see if you can ever get the answer.
What we're getting at is that there's a lot of assumed numbers in the Aristophanes story. Also interesting, like, how did he measure the same day? 500 miles
They
away.
had a can with a string on it to the other guy.
Yeah.
Look, he didn't have to communicate directly. He could have sent somebody else and say, "Hey, on this day, measure," and then they met later on and conferred their results. So that's not really a defeater per se.
I know, it's just interesting that it's all attributed to him, but and he could have done it a year later, the same spot. I mean, he could have done stuff like that. True. Anyway, the point is, like, if you want to speculate where the sun is, that was never verified in the first place. So if it was closer, it could also have those results on a flat plane. Just jump to the conclusion. And now AI, I want to hear that crazy dream that Christopher Huygens or whatever his name had. What's his name? Christopher Huygens? He basically had an occult vision that he saw Venus. That's what our transit of Venus is based on.
Dude, I'm trying to do some electrical work. You're supposed to be taking the show.
Oh. All right, you enjoy your electrical work there, AI. I gotta get going. It was a good night. Bye, everybody.
So what was wrong with the parallax method for determining the distance to Venus? Because I looked up Christopher Huygens, but that was just an earlier method, and he lucked out with guessing Venus's size is the same as Earth. But when we use parallax and the angular resolution of Venus, once you have the distance and you know the angular size, you can determine the actual size. And parallax is pretty simple geometry. When I brought it up before about trying to calculate the distance to the sun based on the idea that the Earth is flat, it seemed like the only issue was that you guys were claiming that the sun might not be a physical object, and that rules of geometry don't necessarily apply to it, but
You realize your own model requires that of the sun already, right? Requires it to just be at an apparent position. To explain away things like solenoid eclipses.
well, refraction explains the solenoid eclipse, right? We have explanations for that. It's not impossible.
So, would refraction make an object to appear to be exactly where it is, or no?
No, refraction means that it appears to be somewhere other than where it is.
Hey, then it's not geometric then. Can't have it both.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're saying that celestial observations like are always going to be off because of the refraction, like celestial navigation wouldn't work. There's methods for avoiding refraction when you're taking celestial observations by and looking at stars that are far enough above the horizon. You don't take sights on stars closer to the horizon. I don't remember the rule of thumb that they use, but you're supposed to, I think it's like over 25 degrees up, something like that. And those observations were taken, you know, higher than that. Seems like you should be able to calculate the height of the sun, right? If you know that based on time zones, like one person is observing the sun directly overhead and at a known distance away, you can observe it at some angle. You should be able to calculate the height of the sun from that. Do any flat earthers claim to know the height of the sun?
Uh, None I've ever came across in here. That would be pretty foolish claim to, think you're certain about.
I'm sure there'd be some margin of error, like with any kind of calculation, but I'm surprised that there's not more flat earth science in that way. Like once you claim to know that the earth is flat, like it seems like trying to figure out what else is going on. Seems like
Oh no,
I saw somebody.
there's people that are doing that, but that's not what this place is for. And, you know, that's the realm of speculation, right?
Well, there's certain things that would be measurable, like coming up with a map. That seems like something you'd want to do, and it's sort of verifiable.
So how relevant is that truly though? Like how can these be, as far as determining whether it's a sphere or not? Like none of those even compare to trying to measure the surface of water at rest, do they?
No, but I'm saying you already know that the Earth is flat, and you know, and I'm using like in air quotes here, you know,
I got you.
if you know that the Earth is flat already, and you've thrown out the other models that we have in mainstream science about the heliocentric model. There
Unknowns.
seems like
Why would we be so interested in making models to replace a model that couldn't be scientifically validated in the first place? Because the things in question can't be accessed to know certain things about them. So why in the world would we then try to make another model to replace the other model? Like this doesn't even make sense, dude.
it seems like having an explanation for the world is something that you want, besides just knowing that it's
No. Okay, that's great. But the cosmos is not the world. The Earth is our world. The cosmos is
like
not our world.
I saw somebody posted something a while back about trying to gather people together to make a map. The height of the sun seems like that's something that you could calculate. The height of the moon, if they're not what's claimed to be, it seems like you have some interest in verifying what they actually are.
Dude, what method are they going to use?
Couldn't you
The
just
same plot
triangulate?
method that the globe used? No, you can't just triangulate, dude. You can't triangulate the celestial objects, dude.
Why can't you triangulate them?
Because the only thing you have is the arrival angle of the light, and you don't know what's going on between you and the object. Okay. Not only that, but yeah, I could give you a video right now that says you can't even get 93 million miles for a sun trying to triangulate it from angles from cities. So you can't even triangulate the sun on globe Earth, let alone on the flat Earth. You just can't do it, dude.
Well, you're saying it's much closer, right? And if you
Doesn't
assume,
matter.
you're saying that all
It
of these
doesn't matter. Listen,
calculations.
Dylan, let me help you out. Let me help you out, dude. The lines of sight don't intersect to a common point, whether globe Earth or flat Earth, dude. Okay?
Right. I remember you telling me something about negative parallax.
Yeah, dude. In order to make these geometric assumptions about the cosmos, you have to impute spatial relationships that occur in like a room in your house onto the cosmos, and there's no way to validate that. When you try to actually do it, you can't even do it. Even when it comes to parallax that they do now with the globe, they don't just do it raw. They wait 6 months because they assume that the Earth is on the other side of the sun, and they add that into their base leg in order to get a variable rate that's big enough to measure. So even that requires assumptions, which by the way requires the AU, right? So you have 2 AU because now the distance from the sun multiplied times 2 is your base length, right? So all goes back to assuming the AU in the first place. So the parallax measurements that came later are based upon the first order assumption of Venus in the first place. It's one big giant circular reasoning.
Right. But if you start with assuming that the Earth is flat, and you know that the sun is overhead at one spot, and you know the distance to some other location where the sun is not overhead, you could take the site of the sun from the other location and the distance and triangulate the
Yeah, that's a cool
sun's.
story, dude. It's a cool story. It doesn't work out in reality. It doesn't work for globe. It doesn't work for flat. It doesn't work for triangle. It doesn't work for octahedron. It doesn't work. Okay, at best you'd be creating a model on a piece of paper. That'd be all you'd end up with. Who cares about a model on a piece of paper? You can take your model on a piece of paper, crumple it into a ball, light it on fire, and throw it in the trash can where it belongs.
So there's no reason to ever come up with a model of reality.
Goodness, dude, it's not a model of reality. It's a model of your visual world, which isn't necessarily reality. It's just interpretation. It's basically an interpretation, dude.
Right, but there is some truth, right? You agree that there is an objective truth.
Listen, if there's an objective truth and you try to model it, and then you reify your model claiming it's objective truth, you just committed a logical fallacy. So what do you end up with? You end up with a bunch of logical fallacies. Okay, it's a fool's errand. Okay, see, I know that you're suffering from the delusion that the globe model is an accurate representation of reality, and therefore the model is reality. And you've been taught that, and you don't even recognize it's happening in your mind, but it is. The people who know better can see it clearly.
True.
Okay, you've got to get it out of your head that models are reality, dude.
It's
Just
brainwashing.
gotta take that idea.
I'm not claiming that models are reality. I'm saying it seems to be like if you're curious about the world that you'd want a relatively accurate model like to explain reality.
Whatever, dude. You're just going in circles now, dude. You're just back where you started. You haven't progressed in this conversation not one bit. And that's the problem is people like you think in circles. They think in circular reasoning. So it's impossible to carry you down a logical progression that results in you ever learning anything because you need the circular reasoning to live on the globe.
But I'm saying like if you're just open-minded about what reality is, I mean that's sort of what science is. We try to there are things that we do know that we know, right?
Dude,
And there
let me help you out, dude. Let me help you out. Science is not a tool that answers all questions. Okay, period, end of story, full stop.
so it's just unanswerable, you're saying.
Yes, there's
It's
some
impossible.
questions that are unanswerable because they're not tangibly accessible to the tools that we have. You can't do science on the cosmos, dude. Cannot be done. Nothing up there is tangibly accessible for us to do tests on
Could that change in
in
the
any
future, though?
scientific method type of sense.
Could that change in the
What
future?
I mean, theoretically, it could change in the future, sure.
Okay.
So again, we're back at theories and ipso factos and appeal ex ante, which means to the future.
why is a map of an accurate map of the world so impossible to get?
How is it accurate, though? In what way? How would it be
That's
accurate?
a great question.
Accurate to whose standard as well?
Or accurate to what purpose as well.
Well, the map is just showing you relative distances and locations, like positions to things.
Based on what? Guessing?
Well, I know how we've come up with maps for the globe. I mean, you agree that their navigation is an important like
What's the first
task.
step? What's the first step? What's the first step to make a map of the globe?
You need a coordinate system.
No, you need an assumption the Earth is a globe in the first instance.
Well, I'm saying assume that it's flat. Just a
A
minute
map of the
plot thing.
world.
Yeah, we
What I
have
what I
maps
can
of the
assume
world.
here, I'll tell you this. Here's what I can assume, which is actually true, is there's no single synergy for all the maps in the world, with the exception of an attempt to do it with the celestial sphere. Because the things in the sky, like the celestials, can be seen from vast distances where any other demarcation cannot. And so they attempt to synergize all the maps into a worldview based on the celestial sphere. And the artifacts of the celestial sphere is why you end up with a reverse engineered coordinate system trying to impress the celestial sphere onto the ground. Because that's the way they chose to put all of the different parts together. Because there can be no standard that they just like truly, dead reckoning ipso facts, real measurements. Now that may change in the future. So for example, there's allegedly coming down the pike a atomic gyro which will be able to chart its course in free space absolutely. So in other words, it can tell you that it went straight, it went left, it went right, it rolled, it yawed with almost perfection precision. And so they could just, take one of these over the surface of the earth and it would tell you the contour. And whether it was curving, whether it was straight, at least in theory, that's what it could do. But until then, all you have is local measurements that you input into a model, like a geoid or an ellipsoid, or you get Helmert's 2-page volume, 1,600-page mathematical equation book, and do all these conversions based on the assumption that the Earth is a sphere and it has gravitational mass and rotating. And then you have to curve the plumb lines. You have to synergize the celestial sphere measurements with the deflection of the vertical. You have to reduce the horizontal. You have to put it on the ellipsoid and then to the geoid. And then you have to take those 3 different measurements and then average them out with like 500 pages of formulas until you get your conclusion. So no, my friend Dylan, there is not this just magical, accurate map of the world that just is, we go and measure it and know exactly what it is. No, that don't exist, friend. Dylan, if that existed, then all of these synergies and maths to transform the raw measurements into the models wouldn't have to exist. You would just measure it as it is, write it down as it is. It wouldn't be any of this extra nonsense. Like right now, I can measure this floor for you. I could take my tape measure down one end, down the other, down the other, down the other, use the 3-4-5 rule, get straight edges, make sure that I could tell you that this angle is off, so I have like a little triangle added onto the square of the floor, and I could tell you exactly what this floor measures. But if I wanted to measure this floor and the floor, down the city, I'd have to have a way to put them together relative to each other, right?
Yeah, the Romans had like a device that they were using to make early maps where they would basically like an odometer. They were just measuring the rotations of a wheel.
Do you know what's hilarious, dude? The name of that thing.
The original Roman one. What was it called?
Refresh my memory. Something like lenticulator or something like that.
When I used to work with AVs, we would use these
Dude,
80
I'm gonna post the word here. It's from the
things
Latin,
like.
dude. So the word means to walk through, and that's what they named it, the walk through. So here's the word, perambulator. It's a perambulator. Oh,
It's a good name.
pretty funny, huh?
That's what I'm saying. They didn't have the internet. Like they didn't have shit compared to what we have as far as information systems, and they were still interested in coming up with a map.
Oh,
Seems
Phase
like you
Ranger
could.
said, what about direct surface distance and angles? There's no direct surface distance on a globe, bro, because it's
sur-
curved. And then you got to take
Surveyors are.
into effect all the relief, and you got to take into effect the deflection of the vertical and all that, et cetera, ad infinitum. It's not just simple and direct. You'd like to believe it is in your imagination.
There's going to be some margin of error with any kind of endeavor to measure anything, but
This dude
it
just said
seems
you
like
can measure distances in a straight line, but he's going over a curved surface. Holy crap, dude. That's not a straight line, dummy. That's a curved line. But anyway, I'm going to stop answering this guy in the chat. Go ahead, Dylan.
well, like I was saying, surveyors are making maps of different regions. Seems like you could kind of tie these regions together. Like we have pretty accurate survey maps, and you just tie these things together. Seems like the maps we have are pretty effective.
What's the most effective map?
Well, like you said, it depends on the purpose, but there's charts for navigation. We have it seems like navigation is the main purpose of a map, but it could be
To some degree.
for
What about targeting?
in a sense
'Cause
that's a
I
form
know.
of navigation.
I mean, you could argue that. I guess you're navigating the round to the target. Yeah. So go ahead and give me the most accurate map by tolerance of the greatest region that could be validated directly without having to assume a model in any way, shape, or form. That way we can validate the accuracy of that particular map to the location that it describes.
You gotta have to have a model though in order to have a map, in a sense, in order to be effective. Like this Mercator projection, like there's the globe, and then there's these other projections of it. But if you're assuming, if you have a map, you have to kind of assume either it's flat or it's a globe. I don't think you can get away with having no assumption of the the nature of the surface you're trying to make a map of. Sort of built in.
Yeah, you can. You can assume it's flat up to 200 square miles. Do you know how I know that?
You said do it without making any assumptions of the surface, though. And I'm saying, yeah, if you're assuming it's flat, then
You
you're making
operate,
that.
dude. You listen, friend. Let's be clear to each other, okay? Let's not bullshit each other here. Okay, let's be frank. Everybody operates in where they go and what they're doing as if the Earth is flat. Your eyes work as if the Earth is flat. Your relationship to the horizon, horizontal, vertical, is as if the Earth is flat. Everything you experience as you're going around your daily life is practically as if the Earth is mechanically flat. Like that's just a fact. Now, Globers will then say, well, that's true at a local scale. And it's not till the bigger scales that the size of the Earth starts to take effect. So it's already agreed that we all experience the Earth as flat. It's not until we go into these big things that it matters that it's a globe, allegedly.
Yeah, I agree with that. Well, in a sense, there's projects like that CERN project. They say they have to account for the curvature when they're building certain projects.
What's the deviation they had to account for and why?
In order to maintain these like straight laser paths, they couldn't assume that
No, dude,
the
laser. Look, they put the laser in a vacuum tube. It's not a. It's gonna go straight. As long as the tube, the laser in it is straight, it won't hit the walls, which is what they care about, right? Or the beam or whatever. They don't want it to hit
right
the walls. That's all they want, right? So all they have to do is make sure it's straight. So how does making something straight have anything to do with the curve of the Earth?
when they're constructing this device, if it's over this long period, these long regions, and they use depth from some elevation. If they're using a flat map, then they're going to get a certain depth for this laser beam, right?
So
But
that's
if
cool.
they
So how did they do it then? How did they do it? How did they
they
mechanically change their construction or the Earth to do it? How'd they do it?
the depth of this laser is at a certain angle, where
It's
they
not even a laser, dude. But anyway, I'll let that slide.
right, the beam, these particle accelerators, right? They're trying to get a straight line path for it. So um, they have to, if they're going to send this, they're going to build this device, it's going to have to be set at a certain angle, like based on the curvature, right? So if they want to be able to have some part of the structure near the surface at different parts of the structure, then it's going to have to
I
be
don't
put
care.
on
I don't
bolt
care.
to
I don't care.
cut through the,
Hey, Dylan, I don't care about your woulda, shoulda, couldas. I asked a question that said, how did they mechanically effectuate this in reality? I didn't say your hypothetical story.
okay, well, like there's a little documentary about how they did it, and it
Well,
assumes a curve.
did you watch it? Did you watch it?
I didn't watch the whole thing, no.
Okay, well, the part you watched, you certainly didn't tell me anything useful from what you said. And so whoever did the documentary clearly is a dumbtard and didn't actually take the time to effectuate telling you what they actually did. Because if they did, you would know it, unless you forgot.
Yeah, I probably forgot more than I remember. But the point was, the claim is that they did have to assume
Oh,
a
I
globe
agree.
for that.
Yeah, I agree, dude. Listen, friend, I agree. There's a whole lot of claims when it comes to the globe. I agree with you 100%, brother. You know what's funny, dude, is they even have this little GIF that you can pull up on Discord when you type in claims in the GIF section where they're going to post it, and it has this nun walking down the street with a bell, and it just goes claims, 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 claims. You know what? I'm going to post that right now.
You guys are pretty quick with your gifts.
Well, dude, somebody on Discord and had that GIF implanted in to the quick search, so enough people posted it where now it's just quick searchable. Don't even have to get it from an external source. It's within the Discord platform GIF button. The theory and the claims about a lot of these structures, dude, sometimes they fall apart under scrutiny when you actually look at what they mechanically did in the actual world. Okay? The actual building, the actual thing, the actual digging, the actual structure is often much different than the claim. And so the final structure is all that matters, really, not the claim. And then there's another part to that, which is if the structure is irrelevant to where they had accounted or not accounted. Because there's always this claim that you have to account for the curve of the earth or the thing wouldn't work. A lot of times that's actually not true. You could have just ignored this alleged curve of the earth and you would have got the same result. My personal favorite being the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, allegedly is an inch and 5/8 out because of the counting for the curve of the earth, which is absolute nonsense. And then my second runner up is the toe tank argument, which Mr. Sensible of relatively low YouTube fame and then Dogs Are Gods both tried to present here and got absolutely train wrecked into oblivion. Turns out that the mechanical, see, they had all these claims about the accounting for the curve of the earth in the toe tank, but the mechanical action that they actually did was they filled the trough with water and then they paralleled the rails to the water. So there's no accounting for earth curvature being done. It's just leveling the rail. That's all it is. And even if it was supposedly accounting for the curve of the earth, the difference in the rails is less than a width of a credit card at the center of the rail versus the end of the rail, which means that distributed over the entirety of the rail would be irrelevant to what they were trying to do. So even if some retard tried to account for the curve of the earth, he'd be wasting his time. He'd probably be screwing it up worse than he would be making it good. Especially since he had to be on the one side you could do it, and the other side you had to be on a boat to do it. So it's like you're on a boat in water trying to get something to the precision, of these little fractions of an inch. It's like, get out of town, dude. It's absolutely laughable. What they actually did is they had control points for the rails, and the control point has bolts that you can adjust, and it has a needle that's a certain length from the top, from the whatever device it is that's the control device. And what they do is they fill the trough with water, and then they turn the knob until the needle, with their eye, they see it, and they can look. I think they had a scope to look at it really, really high, close. And so what they do is they turn the knob until they see the needle just touch the surface of the water. Then they go to the next one and do the same thing, next one and do the same thing. That's all they do. They're just leveling it to the water, paralleling it to the water. That's all they're doing. So if you say I'm accounting for the curve of the earth by making something parallel to the surface of water, then you're just assuming that the water is curved, and you're assuming that the resultant will be curved. So that's just one big circle. It's not actually proving that it's curved.
What was that device you were saying? Atomic, like an atomic gyroscope or atomic accelerometer or something that would be able to determine its It's like Dead Reckoning.
Yeah, I think I heard about it within the past year. So it's basically like on the atomic level, like that is just my rough remembrance of it. So like on the atomic level, it's like a single atom or whatever can tell how it's moving for whatever reason. And supposedly they are getting to the point where they can track that and read it, and then it would tell you exactly how it's moving through space.
It's probably just using force equals mass times acceleration and then just integrating over the acceleration.
No, dude, it has nothing to do with that at all. We're talking about fluctuations within the signature of the atom that it's reading. So like as suppose like like you just similar to a gyro, when a gyro has a certain rigidity to it, and then when you move something around it, it can tell the difference.
Even that I think is using like angular acceleration.
No, it's not. The angular acceleration part of the gyro is just to spin the plate to get the plate to be rigidity in space. And then the only thing that matters is the relative motion of the case that the spin wheel is in. So it's not after you spin the wheel, it has nothing to do with F equals ma after that at all. It has to do with the orientation of the device.
Well, that's for a gyroscope, but we were talking about being able to measure distances in a similar way. Like if an object is moving from one place to another and it's able to determine how far it went. Seems like the only way it would be able to do that is by integrating its acceleration and then integrating the velocity.
What? It'd be an interesting read to read more about it, because it was only like more of a a short article blurb like this. This is something to research, and it's coming down the pipe eventually. They'll hope to have it, or they're certain they'll have it. I can't remember.
But we have pretty accurate gyroscopes. Like there's these ring laser gyroscopes. I was reading about some super sensitive gyroscope that they built that was supposed to be determining like wobble and wobble on the earth and everything. It seems like we
Sure.
do
So,
detect.
yeah,
Do you
sure.
think
Cool story. So put it on a plane. Listen, put it on a plane. Take a plane in level flight from Boston to Los Angeles, and then show me that device is displaced radially in the amount necessary with traveling over a curved Earth. Because if your plane is traveling over a curved Earth maintaining level flight, then it's traveling in a giant arc. And that means the plane, in order to maintain quote unquote up, would have to constantly rotate. So if these devices exist that can measure that, then we should have hundreds of thousands of measurements of this arc, and all the airplane flights that have these devices on them. Not all do, but a lot of them do have the ring laser gyros. They have the D-Roof system on them. They have mechanical gyros. So where's all these measurements from the planes showing this rotation?
I think those exist. Let me look that up.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, friend, before you bother looking it up, and I'm not saying don't do it, I'm just saying before you do it, a pilot named Wolfie6020 promised us that this data exists. He said, I'm a pilot. I'm going to prove you guys wrong because pilots know. I'm going to get you this data. That was like 8 or 10 years ago, dude. Still hasn't given it to us. In fact, the only data that's been brought up from planes doesn't show any rotational vector at all. It just shows a plane takes off, gets to level flight, it maintains pitch, then it alters its pitch accordingly, and then it alters its pitch and descends and lands. There's no proof that it rotated at all in any of the data that's available to the public. But like you
What's
said,
that? What? Sorry.
supposedly, like you said, Dylan, supposedly those systems are sensitive enough. And in fact, in the instructions or the talking about the Adiru, it says that the Adiru is capable of detecting those those rotations that I was talking about and the pitch of the plane because they're orders of magnitude greater than each other. One is called the Earth frame rotation, and one is called the plane frame rotation. And the plane frame rotation, like true pitch, like hey, I want to pitch up 3 degrees, I want to pitch down 3 degrees. Like those are orders of magnitudes per second greater than the rotational attitudinal change of traveling in an arced path over an ever changing radial down. And so these devices claim to be sensitive enough to have this information, but here's what they say they do with this information. They cancel it out. They go through a fusion algorithm to intentionally cancel out the Earth frame rotation. And here's the reason. So that the system can treat traveling across the Earth as a static reference shift rather than a dynamic rotation. So in other words, the system is canceling out the alleged curve of the Earth because you can just fly your plane as if you're flying in a straight line. Wow, that's funny.
They do that for the rotation of the Earth too.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny how these things that are supposed to be there, you can just treat them like they're not there. Wow, that's so funny. It's almost like they're not there.
And what's
It's almost
that
like I told,
calculation?
listen, Dylan, I'll tell you, bro, but real quick, I was telling my friend for years that I'm married. And every time I go to the grocery store and I say I'm shopping for the groceries for the house, they notice how I don't buy that much food. And then one guy finally asked me, hey, how come you never buy food for your wife? It's almost like you don't have one. And I'm like, yeah, you busted me. I don't have one. Anyway, Boogie Woods, the
I was
calculation
just
is,
trying. No. I was trying to mention that calculation for Dylan. The what is it? The top of descent calculation. That's in aviation as well. That
oh, yeah.
when they're getting ready to land, they got to calculate their rate of descent. I think it's called top of descent calculation. And they in that calculation they just assume the Earth is flat as well.
Right, it's called apparent drift from the rotation and transport drift from flying over the curvature. And they account for that apparently.
No, they don't account for
Supposedly.
it unless you're talking about alleged Coriolis drift. But in the systems that I just explained to you, the fusion algorithm deletes it before it even reaches the pilot's end user interface. And
Right.
the
That's
reason
what I
why
mean
they
by
do it, here's that's not accounting, dude. They
well
do
they
it so
want
that the pilot. See, here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing. People say account for the curvature of the Earth, when really it just means irrelevant. That's all it means, dude. Okay, quote from the Adiru process. It the Earth reference rotation or the Earth frame rotation is fused out through the fusion algorithm so that the plane travel can be treated as a static reference shift rather than a rotation. So they're treating the plane as if it's not rotating when the vector of down changes, as if it's just going in a straight line. So in other words, not traveling in an arc parallel with another arc, but rather traveling in a straight line parallel to another straight line. Almost like the plane's just flying in a straight line. Wow, that's weird.
Yeah, they're not trying to use their devices to measure the curvature of the Earth or to measure the rotation of the Earth. They're just trying to navigate their plane. So it ends up being like an error. If the Earth is rotating underneath them, you're gonna get some angle change, and that's not that would throw off your heading, you know? That would throw off your heading or your level flight.
That's a
So
cool claim, dude. Where's the
yeah.
evidence that these planes are? Where's the evidence that these planes are ending up in totally wrong locations if they don't quote unquote account for this thing that they don't have to account for anyway because it's meaningless and negligible? I mean, dude, all I hear when I hear all this stuff is arguing why things aren't there. So, for example, I'm dating. Who's the hottest chick right now? Let's see. Who's the hottest chick people know? See if you get this answer right.
Zsa Zsa Gabor.
Oh no! Holy crap! Yeah, I'm dating Zsa Zsa Gabor, and
Lucky.
yeah, you know I'm dating her because she's not at my house, and the reason she's not at my house is because she's so busy. She doesn't have time to be at my house. So the proof that I'm dating her is the fact she's not at my house right now. Wow. It's like, yeah, the
It's like
Earth curvature is there, but it's not there. The proof that it's there is the fact that it's not there.
If we could show the mechanism, like break
just getting
down the
people to
code
know.
for how they're accounting for it, because if they're accounting or correcting for this directional shift and drift, then or transport drift and apparent drift, if we can show that they're correcting for these, then that is evidence that they exist, right?
They have to show proof that they're measuring them in the first instance.
Do you see the repeating pattern calculations built on assumption?
Oh, and good luck getting that data, dude, because that's a sealed system, and nobody has anything to do with the airlines is allowed to mess with it. If it goes bad, they have to give it back to the manufacturer, and it gets replaced with a new unit. These are sealed systems, dude. The pilot has no idea what's going on in there. The airlines have no idea what's going on in there. Those are the true black boxes. See, because there's this data out there called flat earthers erroneously call it the black box data, right? Because it's from the NTSB and it's from the flight recorder. Okay, black box data is black box. It means you don't get to see it. So if it's publicly accessible data, it's not black box data. The real black box is the pre-fusion algorithm alleged measurements of the alleged Earth frame rotation. Now, if you just had a device that could measure that was that sensitive, and you just brought it on a plane in your carry-on luggage, hey, you could measure it yourself. You don't need to take Northrop Grumman or whoever else manufacture these things. You don't need to take it. Don't need to take their word for it anymore.
Isn't it funny? It's available information where all these planes are flying and they're going to get there and all that. And that's fine and available to anybody. But isn't it funny that they're not transparent about something that I can't? I mean, can you think of a reason why they were transparent about that?
Up, you guys? I'm watching the best movie of all time right now, bro.
Terminator 2, Judgment Day.
No, I'm watching Tremors, Cold Day in Hell.
Oh, the Tremor movies are garbage. They're funny, but
All right, cool
They're
story,
so
but we were
good,
on a
bro. They're so
topic.
peak,
I
bro.
know
Burt
that's
Gummer,
great.
bro.
Yeah, get muted. You don't just get to show up, dude, and say I'm watching the best movie. You got to actually put in the work of having a conversation about the topic before you're in the right.
He said he was watching Tremors. I wonder if the worms dug with Earth Group.
No, dude, the PNS waves, bro. The PNS waves. All right, we'll give Goth a chance to talk about the topic.
What's up? So we're gonna talk about Tremors, or what are we talking about?
And spoil it for you?
Oh no, I've already seen all the movies, so like honestly, you can't even spoil it for me. I just like would say, in my opinion, it's one of the greatest movies of all time.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, he meant spoil it
Yeah,
for
well,
you
welcome to
what
Flat Earth,
topic you're
guys.
supposed to be talking about, bro. I'll give you a hint. It's Flat Earth. There you go.
My favorite thing about Flat Earth is nothing makes sense on Flat Earth.
I mean, like, doesn't everything already not make sense though?
No, everything makes sense to me, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Explain, where does gravity come from?
It comes from mass.
No, it
Yeah.
doesn't.
He did a nuh-uh, guys. Nuh-uh.
This guy, bro, he said gravity comes from mass. It's actually pretty funny. Dude, how does it come from mass if scientists to this day don't even know where it comes from?
Hey, Twonger,
You must have never heard of Einstein, buddy.
Oh, I'm
Hey,
well aware of
Twonger.
Einstein. That's a theory, bro. It's not an actual like explanation where it comes from.
I know.
Hey, Twonger, you know how I know the Earth is flat?
How do you know?
Because you're not making any sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, you got me there, Haas.
Thank
Damn.
you.
Hey, bro. Hey, I got a good one. Hey, show me a real picture of space. You can't. There's no.
Just
Hey,
look
what?
up, dude. I don't need
Twonger
any
was
picture. Just use your eyes.
Was Einstein a
Hey,
scientist? Did
I'll
you just
give
say
you
he
this much,
was a?
bro. Hey, yeah,
Did
he
you
said
just say?
Einstein proved the gravity's real or something like that.
Did you say he was a scientist?
That's what he said. Yeah.
I thought he was
I
a
remember.
thief.
I have like a photographic memory and all kinds of stuff, bro. Like I remember exactly what he said.
You seem like you're about to spiral, champ. Take a breath.
Bro, what's breathing, bro? I don't need to do that.
What experiment did Einstein do?
I don't know, man.
Thought experiment.
I thought he invented like pi or whatever, bro, or algebra.
My girlfriend wants to VC. See you guys.
Imaginary girlfriend. You should call her
Wow,
Gravity.
bro.
Dude, what you do, listen, the modern AI girlfriends, they have a periodicity that you can set. And so she'll like contact you every so often. It like emulates a call. And then when the
Yo,
screen turns
Boogie
on,
Woods,
there's your
bro,
little
that's
AI.
actually funny, bro. That's actually fucking hilarious, bro. I'm sorry, I forgot numbers. Boogie, that's actually hilarious, bro.
Hey, Goth, I
Doesn't
got a
love
couple of questions for you.
What's
Goth,
up, dog?
I got a couple of questions for you.
Yeah, what's up?
How long have you been a flat earther?
Oh, I'm not really I'm open to the idea essentially.
So you're
But so
not convinced either
I'm not a globe
way,
earther and I'm not a flat earther. So essentially, but I'm open to like every idea possible.
is there anything that on the globe side that convinces you that you live on a ball? Like anything that like you go, oh, okay, well that makes sense.
Hmm. Let me think about this one. Because I feel like the strongest points you guys have is like the gravity not holding air thing. Like how does gravity realistically hold oxygen to our atmosphere? Like, that makes sense.
You
I
mean
feel like
gravity acting on gases? Sorry, AJ, go ahead.
no, sorry, you're right. I was just about to say I think the strongest evidence we have are direct measurements of the surface, not gravity not holding gases.
It's a pretty good way to look at it. Where'd that scientist guy go, bro? Now he was actually funny.
Twonger, he's a regular troll.
Dude, what did he say? Einstein was a scientist or something?
Yeah.
That's actually pretty funny. Dude, he was a mathematician, but I mean that's a good try, I guess.
Theoretical one too.
Yeah, he invented algebra.
Did he invent algebra?
I think I thought he stole everyone else's ideas and just built on them,
Yeah,
and then married
probably.
his cousin.
Dude, what is
Married
it?
his
He
cousin.
somebody he told everyone not to to use his body or whatever, and somebody stole his brain and dissected it, bro. Oh boy, let's hope it's another troll.
Let's hope it's not.
I don't know. I feel like I get some entertainment out of like rage baiting them, right?
Well, that's why I was asking, because sometimes it seems like you know, and then sometimes it seems like you don't.
Well, I mean, I'm not exactly an expert on this like the flat Earth topic, so I mean, I would say like in that aspect, I don't know like a good majority of like stuff like you guys would know about the flat Earth. But I would say like when it comes to like scientific and historical context and actual like proof context, I'm like well versed with like what is science, what is history, like I'm well versed with that. So like I have a full understanding of like when stuff just doesn't appear to be correct when they're like trying to say it's correct.
Like when
What
they
are some of the
create.
biggest things that you've seen incorrect?
Like what is it? They say you can see like curvature from a plane or whatever. Even like even if it's like minimal, it's like supposed to be like 3 degrees of curvature. You literally can't. There's like it's flat. Or like they say you could see curvature from on the ground, which is also not possible. And then I think the funniest one is if you're on the space station, apparently you can only see 3% curvature. Like explain that. You
Now,
can only see like
3%
3% of the
of
Earth.
the total Earth that's claimed to
Yeah, you
be.
can only see 3%, which like that's ridiculous. They're 250 miles into space. How could they only see 3% of the Earth?
Well, I think that the equation works out. I can't remember who did it, but
Yeah,
it checks
that's
out.
just geometry.
Yeah, it checks out. If the Earth was this size, the height that
Well,
they're at,
what they
they
say
would
is
only be able to see
depending on the
3%.
angle of the actual thing. So it also says 3 to 75%, which doesn't make any
No,
sense.
75% is the total over 24 hours. So as they
Um,
travel around the Earth, in those 24 hours, they claim to see 75% of the Earth's surface.
oh, that's a load of crap. They only circle around it.
Well, they go around it, so they're going 17,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Well,
Yeah.
the Earth itself is rotating at 1,000. So how are they going? What 16 times that speed? Or 1.6 or 10.6 or whatever.
Yeah, so if you work it out,
16,000.
it's 20 around the Earth is 24,000 miles or 25,000 miles close to. So
It's
if they're
so
going
ironic because
17,000
yeah, we're
17
supposedly
miles
going around
17,000
the
miles
sun at
per hour, then
66,000. Yeah.
they're going to go, every couple of hours they'll go do a full rotation.
Oh, look up the Selenilian eclipse. That's a really good one towards like the flat Earth and stuff, because it's supposed to be not actually like possible with the globe scale.
The impossible eclipse.
Yep, that's right. And then let me think of another one. What was I going to say? The actual speeds, they don't add up. Like
What speeds?
like if we're rotating at 1,000 miles per hour and we're traveling around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, because of the speeds, how how like the moon works and stuff, it like rotates around the Earth. So because of the speeds that we're rotating at and like going around the sun at, like the moon would have to literally speed up or slow down at some points of its rotation going around the
I,
Earth, which doesn't make any sense.
I think the claim is the moon's going slower than the rotation of the Earth. Is that right, Matthew?
Yeah, which is ironic because of how
Yeah.
the moon is rotating around the Earth. The moon would have to, at some points of it being rotating around the Earth, it would have to speed up to catch up with the Earth and slow down to get behind it.
Yeah, I understand what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense at all. Like, how would it be able to do that?
Well, it's all relative, right? I mean, if you look at it from the perspective of the Earth, the moon is just doing a circle around, well, an ellipse around the Earth. I mean, it's kind of like you're in an airplane and you walk back to the lavatory and then walk back to your seat. You have to go slower than the airplane to get back there, and faster than the airplane to get back to your seat. But relative motion, it's all relative motion.
Guys, just the moon, if it wants to, it can just speed up like randomly for no reason.
I doubt that.
Well, that's how this like the rotating around the Earth works, right? Because once it gets to like to the front portion of the Earth, it has to literally speed up to not get hit by the Earth.
Relative to the sun, yes, but relative to the Earth, it's just doing a simple ellipse.
So somebody explain to me, how does a stellar eclipse work, bro?
The
Side of the
globe Earth.
argument.
Yeah, which side?
What did you guys say?
What do Globers say about how it works? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I was like. How does it work again? It's like some stupid explanation, like it bounces off the atmosphere or something.
The Glober explanation is, well, if there were no refraction at all, and the sun and the moon were exactly lined up with the Earth, and you're standing at a mountain in the middle of the ocean, then you should be able to see half the sun as it's halfway set, and half the moon as it's halfway rising, if they're all exactly in a perfect line. But you can actually see a little bit more because they're slightly refracted up a little bit, both of them. So there may be times, depending on atmospheric conditions, where you can see the whole sun and the whole moon that's in a total eclipse.
Now, how are
it's
they?
rare.
Yeah, how are they able to predict that this refraction is going to occur?
I don't think they can. It's just like they can predict
It's not
when it might
possible.
happen, and depending on
What do
the
you mean you don't think
atmospheric
they have?
conditions.
They don't predict selenilian eclipses?
They predict eclipses, but then if it's going to be a selenilian where
Selenilian
they're both
eclipses would
visible,
rely on the refraction.
right? So they'd have to know
You
the
s-
weather conditions.
yeah, you said if the conditions were right, well, they'll predict it a long time out before they know the weather.
Yeah, they predict the eclipse itself, but whether it's going to be refracted up enough to see it is a separate question.
So
I
you're
don't
telling
know
me
how
that
much you can predict.
selenilian eclipses aren't predicted?
The
Yeah,
eclipses are predicted,
they're
but
pretty
whether
rare too.
Selenilian isn't.
They're extremely rare, and they're like they don't even predict them because like they don't know when they're gonna happen and stuff.
You guys sure about that?
Well, so most people who see the lunar eclipse the moon is gonna be high in the sky, right? But if you happen to be at a spot where it's just then rising right in the middle of the eclipse, that's why it's rare, because the timing of that at a particular place on Earth is rare. I think for each lunar eclipse, there's some place on Earth, might be in the middle of the ocean, where a selenilian might be possible.
So would you say that the moon is
I'll grab some
refracting
food.
up, or is the moon and the sun both refracting up?
Probably both in that case.
You know how rare that is, right?
Rare what is?
A Selenilian eclipse.
Yes, I just explained that it
And you're
probably
aware of
happens.
how it's impossible, right?
No.
It's impossible because of the angle that we're rotating and stuff. It's really impossible.
The 3D math works out. I get what you're saying if you don't think that the 3D model is
No,
correct.
even if
but
you're looking at it from a 3D point of view, it's not possible to.
Why not?
Because there's
If the
no way
sun
you
and the
can
moon,
physically see the moon and the sun at the same time, except during like because of how the alignment of them, it's not possible.
I feel like I explained it a few minutes ago, but even if there was zero atmosphere and zero refraction, there would be a moment in time where the sun is halfway set and the moon is halfway risen, like exactly half. That's without any refraction. With refraction, it could be, refracted up maybe half a degree or something, so it might happen for a few minutes.
It says the sun and the moon must be exactly 180 degrees apart on opposite sides
Right.
of the Earth for a lunar eclipse to occur.
Right. That's when a lunar eclipse happens.
All right, and then it says, let's see here. Here, just give me a second. I'll tell you why it's impossible. All right, so like essentially, you should not be able to see the sun and the moon at the same time.
Right,
Like
you
it should
said that.
be physically impossible.
Why? If you're standing on a perfectly straight road, you can look to the left and see one end of the road and look to the right and see the other end of the road because you're right in the middle of the two ends, right? So same thing. If the sun, moon, then Earth are all in a line and you're standing on the Earth, you could look and see the sun, and look and see the moon, because they're all in
They
a
would have
line.
to be like exactly 180 degrees from each other.
Right, which is what happens in a lunar eclipse, and this is why it's rare to be able to see it, because you'd have to be at the point where the moon is rising at the same time that it's in the middle of the eclipse.
Man, are you a flat earther or like what are you?
Oh no, I don't think the Earth is flat.
Like, bro,
What?
what are you trying to defend the globe versus crazy, bro?
Yeah, because I think it's true. I think the globe is true.
Oh my gosh, he's not a flat earther, bro.
No, I'm not a flat earther.
Guys, we got a traitor in our presence.
I don't know
Wait,
about
so
that,
this is
Ralph.
not a forum
Traitor.
for discussion? We're all supposed to toe the line?
Matthew
What are we
Learns
supposed
is Matthew's our long-standing resident glober.
Yep.
Our long-standing resident globe Earth believer accounter. He accounts for the globe Earth belief whenever we need him.
Yeah, I'm happy to explain why I think it's a globe and why most scientifically minded people do. Not everybody, but some of us do.
So, Matthew, do you think we actually went to space or no?
Yes, I think astronauts
Now,
orbit
let
the
me
Earth
ask
in
you a
a space
question.
station.
So, it's a very simple question here. So, would you trust everything that an astronaut would say that actually has
No,
been in space? So, you wouldn't trust an astronaut?
I wouldn't trust every single thing an astronaut says.
Why not? They went to space, right?
Yeah, because I don't know them personally. But I
Okay, would
would
you
trust
trust
some of the
something
things.
that, let's say, Buzz Aldrin said?
Yeah, I mean, he seems fairly
So, Buzz
trustworthy.
Aldrin literally told an 8-year-old girl we never went to the moon. What's your thoughts on that?
My thoughts is that's a misinterpretation. He was actually saying
No,
that
no, he
we didn't
literally told her
return.
that, bro. You can look it up.
Hold
And if you
on,
want, I
listen.
could even bring up the clip, bro.
I've
Yo,
seen the
bro.
clip.
Yeah. Hey,
I could bring
Matthew,
up the
do you
clip,
want to?
bro.
Hey, Matthew,
I've
do you
seen
want to
the
put
I've
this
seen
guy
the
to the
clip
attack?
multiple times.
Yeah, somebody play the clip for this guy, bro.
I've seen the clip multiple times. We have a
Hey,
disagreement about what I think we were saying.
But it
He was
was
saying.
taken out of
Hey,
context, bro.
Matthew. Oh, hey, Goth, are you hearing me?
Matthew, can you
Yeah, what's up?
hear AI?
What'd you say,
I can hear
Turbo?
you.
Can you hear AI,
Hey,
Matthew?
so calm
I
down,
can.
bro.
Yeah.
No, Goth can't.
No, I said I could
I
hear
don't
you.
think Matthew. I don't think
Oh, well,
Matthew
then
can hear.
why do I have to fight you for the mic then? Anyway, I was asking Matthew if he wants to hold this guy to task on that claim that Buzz said we never went to the 8-year-old girl.
I don't. I think it's sort of hopeless. I mean, it's somewhat an interpretation of looking at the context. But God, do you know what the question was that she asked?
Oh, she asked him, how do we know you went to, or like, what was it like being in space? As she asked him, something like that. And he literally told her that we never went.
Okay, so yeah, that
Good plan.
explains why you would say that. So, okay, but you see what I mean? I don't
I
have
think
any.
Matthew,
the question
what was the
was
question?
yeah, the question
Her
was
question
different
was,
question.
what was it like in space or something like that? And he said we never
Holy
went.
God.
See,
Hey, Goth,
this is
dude,
why
you're
you can't
butchering
use
it, dude. So now I got to make an example out of you, Goth.
I could pull up the clip if you want.
We've
Okay,
all
that's what
seen
you're
the
gonna
clip
do.
multiple
You're
times.
gonna pull it. Yeah, but this is for his
Gladly.
edification, or his whipping, whichever comes first. Reason, Matthew, is that specious
I
claims
put it in the
are
chat.
offense. Okay, listen. Here's what you're gonna do, Goth. You're gonna
I put it
go
in the chat.
to the exact. Okay, Goth. Go into it, watch it again, and pull out the question that she asks, which then prompts the reply that you think he said he didn't go.
All right.
All right, thank you. Yeah, but Matthew, I hate these specious reasoning, poorly argued points because they are spread like viruses.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So I literally opened up the transcript, and I'll just send you a screenshot of the transcript. It really shows you what she asks, and it shows you what he says.
Right, it's a 53-second clip that you posted. So yeah.
What was the question?
He said, "Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?" And he said, "That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know because we didn't go there." Exact words.
Right, which is replying to what question? Why you didn't go such a long time?
He said, "We didn't go there." Exact words out of his mouth.
In regards to what?
In regards to why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
Yeah.
Right. So in such a long time since the first time, right? So he's talking about a period of time
He's
after the
leading, right?
first time.
I've always been confused by that question, to be honest. What's the tangible gains in going to the moon again? Out of curiosity.
Well, because you need to have kids.
Are
So you
we
need
harvesting
space
resources or?
Starbucks. No, dude, space Starbucks, dude. We need a space
Okay,
Starbucks.
yeah, but
Right?
unfortunately nobody lives on the moon, so the ROI on
If
having a space Starbucks doesn't really make any sense. So
if you're basing
You guys want
that on that logic, what was the benefit of going the first time?
well, I mean,
Russian.
there was literally a space race between the United
Yeah.
States and the Soviet Union, so.
I think you could
Yeah,
argue there's a
listen.
new space race
Well, it's
now between the U.S. and
the
China.
ultimate thing that came about of that was not going to the moon. It was establishing satellites in Earth's orbit. So the moon was a milestone, but the real goal was to establish satellites and control over
Here's a pretty good
a planet.
question from my end. If we really went to the moon, how come we don't have any unfiltered photos of space?
Can you define unfiltered?
Not edited by AI in any way, not CGI generated in any way, and not
Okay, but we
put
have
on
photos
Amazon.
from outside of Earth's atmosphere from the 60s. So what are you even talking about?
Okay, tell me it.
Oh yeah, they were widely
What,
published in
tell
1969 when they
you
returned.
You're referring to the ones that are published by NASA, correct?
The ones published by Life magazine,
So
for example, in
the
1969.
implication being that AI existed back in the early 60s and they used those to
Oh
manipulate images
well,
that
you
were
don't.
sent in.
Yeah, but
Oh, come on,
that's all
Naked
right. You
Yoda.
don't need AI to manipulate photos, right?
Yeah, bro. Look up the Abraham Lincoln
Just
photo,
Oh,
bro.
that's a
just
fair
hang on.
point, but
Chill
also,
out. Yeah. Like the day that they made photographs, they started manipulating then.
so
There's
out
a
of curiosity, do you have any proof whatsoever that those images were manipulated in any way?
I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I
I
was
do.
just asking. I was just
Well, hold
I
on.
asking.
That
actually
would
do.
be
Oh,
a
okay.
reversal.
Well, you were
One sec.
No,
implying
Naked
that.
Yoda. That
Sorry.
would be an.
Yeah.
He thinks I don't got anything to back up my claim. I got plenty
Hold
of stuff
on,
to
Oh,
back my
Doth.
claims up.
God,
just be
Oh,
quiet.
He's the
well,
one that made the
the
claim.
suspense is killing me. Can
Well,
you
that's right,
please
I am.
provide it?
I'm the one who made the claim.
No,
How do
Oh,
you?
then
Naked Yoda
How do you?
is.
please
If you actually do a little bit of a
substantiate your
research into
claim.
this, all of their photos, as of
So
current
how do
date,
Dude, a
you?
little
all
bit
their
of
photos, they
research
do
is
put it
the only
into
thing
a
keeping you
AI
from
processing
being
tool.
not being a retard.
Oh,
So
just
can
chill
you?
out for a sec. So how do you verify that those photos are true, a representative of?
Okay.
Exactly.
Granted, it's a little bit of a catch-22, but how do you prove that they're not real?
Well, you're the
Hey,
one
hey,
that's
I got a
saying
pretty good
that they're
question.
from
Yeah,
God.
well, yeah,
You're
but
the
that's
one
the
that's
thing.
saying that they're.
What point would they have to fake those images?
Well, that's not what I'm
What
Building
asking,
tangible
right?
building.
what
I'm
tangible
just
gain
saying.
would they have for faking
Yeah, I
those
know you
images?
don't
I'm
need to
curious.
ask the question twice.
You know,
Ask it
well,
once
I
and
kind
then
of
just
do
let
because
me.
you can't answer the question, so that's
Okay,
why I
so
have to
just
ask it, right?
let me answer the question you asked.
Well, yeah, but can you answer the question? That's the question.
Yeah. Okay, so you
I'm
said
waiting.
that we have photos from the out of the atmosphere, right? So how do you verify that those
Oh my goodness. So
photos
you're
are a
not going to
true
answer the question.
representation?
You're just going to be redundant and speak nonsense.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm just asking you to back up your claim
Well,
that you're
okay,
making.
yeah, but you said you were going to answer the question, and yet you're asking me something, so you're not answering the question, is what you're saying.
Okay, so you made a claim. So what we're going to do is you made a claim. So we're going to talk about. So we're going to talk about the first claim that you made,
All right.
and then you
Can
can ask
somebody
me a
else talk?
question.
Because this guy is actually stupid.
All right. So
Just
you made a
leave it there.
claim. So we're going to talk
Yeah,
about
he
the claim.
wants to answer a question, but he still keeps asking me questions. So can
Yeah.
somebody
Okay.
else
So
talk besides this
you
idiot?
made a claim. All right.
Dude,
How do
shut
you?
up. You sound stupid.
All right. See you later, dude.
Projection.
Oh no, he hurt his feelings.
Yeah. No, you didn't hurt my feelings. Do you want to represent the globe or have a decent conversation? Not keep on
Oh,
interrupting people when they're trying to answer questions or ask questions.
Yeah, my bad for interrupting earlier, though.
Will you
No,
make a
you're right,
claim?
dude. What's that, fish?
I said, will you make a claim?
Yeah, I could do that,
Well,
or he could.
he made a claim. He said we have photos from out of atmosphere. I just said, how do you verify that those photos are true? How do you do
How do
that?
we verify that our senses are true?
Well, that's not the question. I just asked, how do you verify that
get
the
over
photos are
yourself.
true?
Well, I just want to know, how would you verify that?
Yeah, but it's a fair enough question to ask, right? If you're going to use them
Yeah,
as proof
no,
of it,
you're right.
proof and evidence, then you need to verify that those things are correct.
I think no evidence of anything exists.
Yeah, you're a solipsist, right?
Well, how would you prove anything?
Well, with testable verification.
Yeah, but you have
You
to
can prove things.
presuppose some stuff, right? At
No,
least the
yeah,
existence of yourself.
you can prove things in math, like the existence of an
Yeah, but
infinite
math is
number of
literally
prime
based
numbers.
on axioms.
Right.
Hold,
Those
hold
are
What
on,
things you
proves
can
that?
prove.
Little fish. Why would the term literally even be in your vocabulary if nothing can be proven?
Yeah, that's a pretty
What do you
fair
mean?
point.
What do you mean? Do you know what? I know you guys just spout off with literally 7
Literally,
times a paragraph, but how would that word even be in your
average
vocabulary?
globe earther.
Because I'm
Literally.
It
speaking
doesn't.
colloquially.
Oh, what a word to use colloquially, literally. I mean, give me a break,
Yeah.
dude. Why use the word then? That
What do you mean?
that doesn't make any sense, little fish.
Do you want me to use a different word? Does that make you feel better?
No, how would I know what word you're even using, right?
How would you know what word I'm using?
Yeah, because you're thinking that my ears don't pick up reality. So what does it matter? You know,
Maybe they
you
don't.
don't want
How
your
do you know I
senses
even
to hold any.
exist?
You're the one down on everyone's senses.
May- I might just be a figment of your
Literally,
imagination.
Literally, dog.
I'm
dude.
actually maybe just a figment of your imagination.
Bro went from
Doubtfully.
literally to actually.
The real question is, why would you?
No, little fish. You didn't hear Naked Yoda's claim then.
I just broke one off the What's the claim?
It's so funny because he gave up on his claim after I said that all their photos are
Yeah.
like none of them are actually real.
Well, he
No,
tried
no,
to
no.
flip it
He
around, then
muted
he
him.
gave up on it, then he ran away.
Yeah.
I thought you muted him.
No, he left, bro. He's a chicken, bro.
Oh, I thought you muted. I don't know. I thought you muted him.
How What senses are you using to determine that?
My presuppose.
Okay, well, sit on it.
I
Sit
can't
on
prove
his
it, but I just think
grave.
that they exist.
So, like, what about the Freemasons? Do they exist?
What do you mean? Do they exist?
So, are they or are they not a cult?
I don't know. I don't want to go into the JC talk.
I
Why
think
is
it's
that
pretty
always what it
relevant
goes
because
into?
the founder of NASA, Dwight D. Eisenhower, was a Freemason.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Like, why do I need to trust someone who's part of a cult?
I don't know why you would trust anyone.
You're just adding on to my point.
Are we disagreeing?
So, what is your thoughts? Like, do you believe in the
Or
like the
you
Earth?
were asking for proof, and I said you can't prove.
He's unsure of whether or not he's even having thought.
Exactly.
That's true.
That is true.
I'm pretty sure he's talking about you.
I am unsure of if my thought is real. Why is this hard for you to understand?
No, that's not even what I said. Your
That's
senses
not
have
what he
failed
said,
you.
bro.
It doesn't matter.
My
What's the
senses.
point? What's the point of trying to be the smart guy if you're admitting that you might be completely thoughtless?
Isn't that like the whole point of
Isn't like that the whole
this
point of what?
of this Discord
Oh.
channel?
No.
Admitting that you possibly are wrong.
About what?
The Earth. So like I thought like the whole thing was, hey, you shouldn't just believe what you're told or what you hear or
Like,
anything
I
like
just
that,
needed it crazy, bro.
or just follow your
Make a
senses. Or like
complete
I'm saying,
sentence.
maybe
Ask a question. I don't know what you're saying.
you want to have a question. Okay.
No, I
My
said, what are
question
you
is.
saying?
Let's hear his question.
My question is, why does it matter if I can prove that I exist or not?
Well, then you can't answer anything, right?
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, then shut up.
4 or 5.
This guy's like level 20 boss rage baiter, bro, or some shit, bro. Like, doesn't stop. So, Matthew,
Yeah, go ahead.
so you believe in the globe Earth? Do you have any
I do.
substantiated evidence that the photos by NASA are legitimate photos?
I believe the Earth is a globe for other reasons, and because I think it's a globe anyway, I think it's not unusual that they could go to space and take those pictures. So I don't think those pictures prove it. But you know, since I think the Earth is a globe, it doesn't seem unusual that it should be able to, you know, that it's possible to take pictures like that.
Here's a pretty good question. Why, when I get a telescope versus I go onto the NASA's website, why do the planets look completely different?
They have better telescopes than you.
No.
They don't look completely different. Have you seen Saturn? It has,
No, they
you can
do.
see the rings and stuff.
One looks like it's a ball of light, and the other one looks like some like AI slop, bro.
When you're looking through a telescope, it looks like AI slop. What do you mean?
No, it looks like a ball of light, bro. Looks like a
Yeah, I mean,
luminary, bro.
I've seen Saturn through a telescope. You know, it's pretty small, but you can kind of see that there are rings there, or you know, that it's not a perfect circle. And Jupiter is a perfect circle.
Is it?
And Mars is kind of reddish.
So here's a pretty good one, man. So why do they have photos that they're claiming are on Mars that they just took in
Whoa.
Devon Island, bro?
Oh,
Why are you
yeah, no, that
dogging
would be
his
a
claim?
problem.
It's a legitimate claim. Like, they have
Yeah,
actual photos from Devon Island on their website, and they're claiming it's on Mars. Why?
yes, If they're doing that, they're lying. If there are photos on NASA's website that are actually from Devon Island, then that's a major problem and would expose NASA as being liars.
Yeah, it would. Just look up Mars versus Devon Island, bro. The first photo you're gonna see,
Yeah,
bro, it's literally the same exact photo.
yeah, but some dude on Twitter is not NASA. I'm talking about if
Yeah,
you're
I'm
looking on
talking about
NASA's
on Google.
website,
Just go on Google and look up Mars versus Devon Island.
where I can find some
The
dude who
first
like
photo
took a
you're
picture
gonna
of Devon
see,
Island and put a red filter on it.
it's literally the picture of Devon Island with freaking a red filter on it, bro.
Right. Because somebody took a picture of Devon Island and then made a red
Here's
filter
the
on it
problem with your
doesn't
argument,
mean
bro.
that the pictures from Mars are
This is
all
the term.
No,
produced that way.
here's the problem with your argument. If the photo that's in question was of Mars, wasn't on NASA's website, then I would agree with you. But you can go straight on to NASA's website and see for yourself that that exact photo is on their website.
I've never seen a single instance of that example.
All right, well, perhaps you'd like me to send you some screenshots.
A single one would be sufficient.
All right, man. Give me a second.
Savage, I see what you wrote. I think it's okay. If you think that there is an example of NASA lying on their website, then talking about how it's a lie or proving that it's a lie would actually be relevant to whether the Earth is flat. So if they're lying about pictures from Mars, what else are they lying about? So that's why I think it's a legitimate question. Anybody know what potato means? I don't know what he's saying.
All right, so I grabbed some. If you want to look at it, I'm gonna send them to the chat.
Sure. Yeah.
I'll just send them to you.
I'm
I'll
gonna
send them to you.
Just pick one.
I'm gonna take a wild guess there, Matthew, and say that was potato.
Oh,
So if you go and look, it's
you're
really
totally
the
right.
exact same photo, man. You could just look up Mars
Yeah,
versus
just
Devon Island, and
sure.
then you
You want me
go
to look
to
it up for
the
you?
NASA's official website. Type in Sol 588 masked camera, and this is supposed to be a photo of Mars, which is also just apparently a photo of Devon Island.
That's not a photo of Mars.
It is. It's a photo of Mars. You can look at it. It says it was taken
No,
on
NASA
Sol
never
588.
claimed that's a photo of Mars.
All right. Okay.
NASA never
Well, perhaps
claimed that's a photo of
no,
Mars. It's
no.
not even. You cannot even find it on the official website.
You can. It's on Sol 588 NASA.gov. It
So
even
the
has the
one I
credits right
posted.
there. It says this
It's
image
not
was
there.
taken by
It's not
Mass
there.
Cam on board NASA's
It's
Mars
not
rover
there.
Curiosity on Sol 2014 42
That's not a
10.
photo. That's
That
not
is.
the same photo.
It's the same photo, bro.
So is the one that I posted at 32 past the hour? Is that the one you're talking about?
Let me see. So we're talking about the one on the left in question versus the one on the right.
Yeah, those are similar photos.
They're similar. They look identical, bro.
They're identical except for the lighting. So either they were both taken on Mars or they were both taken on Devon Island. I don't know which.
Well, NASA is claiming this is on Mars, and you can literally go to
NASA
Devon
doesn't
Island
claim
to
it's
this
on
exact
Mars
spot.
because it's not on the NASA website.
You know what's
Yeah, I
funny?
don't.
You can take that picture of Devon Island right there that looks identical to the one of it on Mars, and you can plug it into, I don't know, let's say like image search for Google, and it'll give you the exact coordinates of where that's at. What's your thoughts on that?
My thought is, if that's true, and if it's on the NASA website, then it was taken on Mars, and you could do the other thing of like take out the red and make it look like it was taken on Earth. So I don't know if
But it's
that
not on
is
the
how
Okay,
NASA
that
okay.
was
website.
decided.
Here's the thing, right? If it was taken
It's
on
not on
Mars,
the
then why can
website.
I go and grab that image and it gives me the exact coordinates on the planet, on Earth? It's because it's bullshit,
Well,
man.
I don't think it is.
How is it not bullshit? It's literally the exact same image, and you're gonna tell me that because they got a red filter on it, that one's on Mars.
No, I'm saying it's possible to take a photo that was taken on Mars and make it less red, and also it is separately
Okay,
possible to
is
take
it
an.
possible to also have that exact spot exist on the Earth?
No.
So therefore, it's on the Earth, and they never went to Mars. So
Therefore,
Is
that
it
I'm not
is
sure
photo
what
it
you.
was taken.
possible?
You can
Is
literally
it
grab that
possible for
photo
you
of
to?
Devon Island.
Is
You
it
can
possible for
image search
you
it,
to
and it'll give you the
lie
coordinates
that
where
it's
it's
on the
at.
NASA website?
It is on the NASA website.
It is
No,
not on the NASA website.
Okay,
show us.
okay. Well, I'll send a screenshot to him. I've already sent a screenshot to him. It shows it's on the NASA's website, but if he doesn't want to use that, then I don't know what to tell him. Matthew, if you'd like to show him, it is on NASA's official website.
Oh, sorry. Let me post the DM you sent.
Yeah, it is literally on NASA.gov. In fact, here I could even. It's a pretty good one. We'll just send him a screenshot here. Just type in Sol 588 NASA. It pops up. It is literally on NASA's official website. And then you could do all the research you want, but that's an official website by NASA right there. The official NASA's website. So can't really disprove me there.
Right. I'm gonna get the link to the NASA site so we can. So I'll
Yeah,
post the
just look
link
up
when I find it.
Sol 588 NASA. Just look that up. It'll literally pull up the exact image I'm talking about. https://mars.nasa.gov. We even have all the links there for NASA Live even. If it's fake, I'd like you to prove it. Yeah, don't make me pull up the pictures of Algeria, bro. You're gonna get cooked. It's supposedly on Mars, but they have pictures of them in Algeria. A pretty good one.
Okay, for anybody interested, at 37 past the hour, I posted the link to what Goth is talking about. That's on the NASA website. So this this image on their website, they're claiming was taken on Mars.
And it is, in fact, you can literally take. What you can do is you can look at the image that looks just like it, the one that says it's of Devon Island, and if you image search that one and like ask it where the coordinates for that are, it'll literally tell you the exact coordinates where that's at. So you could take the one that's not filtered, and it's going to tell you where it's at on the Earth. But if you take the one that's filtered, it's going to try to tell you that it's on Mars.
Hold on, let me check.
Yeah, take the gray one and then image search it and be like, where is this located in Canada or something like that? Because Devon Island's in Canada, and it gives you the exact like latitude, longitude, all that stuff.
Yeah, I've heard of Devon Island, but let's see if I can find the source.
Yeah, I'll show you like for instance what I could do. Just type in like Mars versus Devon Island images, and then I'll go to this one right here. I'll screenshot it. Boom. I'll screenshot the one that says Devon Island. Okay. And then I'll go to like image search. Wait a second. Type in where is this in Canada? All right, and then when you do that, it says this desolate Mars-like landscape is in Devon Island, located Quickapaluk region of Nunavut, Canada, the largest uninhabited island on Earth, is frequently used by NASA for Mars simulations due to the extreme polar desert environment. And then it gives you the exact coordinates where that's at. I'll send you a screenshot of that.
Okay, so my question is, do you see the photo that I posted at 40 minutes past the hour?
Let's see it. Yeah, that one, right?
Yeah, so that one, that was not taken at on Devon Island.
It was, and I can prove it.
Okay, so this one is not from somebody's camera on Devon Island, is what I'm saying.
So how do you explain this?
Okay, do you want to hear the punchline? The punchline is that the one that I posted 40 past the hour is one that I grabbed from that NASA website myself, opened up in Photoshop and tweaked the levels to make it less red and more blue, and then I just reposted it. So I made that one at 40 past the hour in Photoshop.
Right. You can really grab the image, the one I'm talking about. You can grab it, and I already sent you a screenshot. It'll tell you the exact coordinates where that's at. It gives you the exact latitude, longitude, and decimal, right there. And that is literally the exact same photo, literally, as the one in Mars. Your thoughts on that?
Let me
Matter of
post
fact,
the chat so
I'll even do
everybody
you the
can see.
courtesy of I'll grab the one you edited as a joke, right? And I'll ask it the same question, see what it does.
Okay, I just posted your what you said, your screenshot of the AI overview with that has the latitude and longitude.
You know what they use Devon Island for? They use it to imitate being on Mars. That's literally what the whole island is used for. They have a whole research center. They have Mars rovers, all that stuff. They have it on that island.
Yeah, I've heard that they do some testing there.
They don't just do testing there. They test for going to Mars. That's literally where they test how they're gonna like react on Mars. Well, you'd have to be a clown to not understand that they're clearly faking it.
I'm not a
They
clown, but I don't
and some of
understand it.
their photos they have were taken from like Algeria and stuff, bro. They're frolicking around in Algeria pretending to be on Mars, bro. It's ridiculous. If it was on Mars, right, then why would it give me the exact coordinates on the Earth?
I think that's the coordinates for Devon Island as a whole, right?
Right. It's that is coordinates for the picture of that specific point on Devon Island. If you look up
No,
the actual
it's
Devon
a
Island
it's a
coordinates.
general it's the general location of Devon Island.
Well, that would be wrong because the Devon Island coordinates are 7581. So not 7588. So even if you had said that was true, you know, it's not. So got about a 7 degree difference between what you're saying. It's a part of Devon Island. That's why it gives you the coordinates for that exact spot. If you want, we could take this a little further, and I could put it into a geo finder, and it'll tell me exactly where it's at.
Yeah, so my guess is that if we went to that exact location, it would not look anything at all like the picture that I
Why would
posted.
you say that? That's the whole point of a geo
Because
finder.
there's
It tells you
yeah,
exactly
because there's
what the place looks like, right?
the reason I say that is because I don't think there's anywhere on Devon Island that looks like that exact picture from Mars.
Why would you say that? Just because you're trying to defend the globe Earth, right? That's the only
No.
reason you're saying that.
Well, I mean that's part of the reason, but yeah, I don't think that
What
the
what
all the
logically
all
would
the
make you say that?
because the pictures I see that are allegedly from Devon Island look like they're just the Mars photos photoshopped to look less red.
And then my question is, why would it give me the exact coordinates on Devon Island? If it wasn't on Devon Island, why would it give me coordinates for somewhere on Devon Island?
What if you asked AI, tell me the coordinates for the Quikicatluk region of Nunavut,
No, I
Canada?
didn't ask
I
that. I
wonder
asked
what
it
it
to
would.
tell me the coordinates for this picture, and it gave me the coordinates.
Okay, let me try.
So just go ahead and take the Devon Island one, the one that says Devon Island on it, and then type in like where is this located in Canada, and it'll literally tell you it's on Devon Island at those exact coordinates. Oh, yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly, bro. That's literally what I got too, bro. Yeah, exactly. There's no street view there. You can't even look at it, bro, because they're trying to hide it, bro.
Dr. Phil here, guys. How's everybody doing?
It doesn't tell you it's Devon Island too.
Oh, there's Dr. Jordan B. Peterson in here. Nice to see a fellow doctor.
What's up, guys? Hey, we just don't have any street view for this exact spot, but you know, like that's just like coincidental, right? It totally doesn't look like Mars or anything. That I would bet like $1 million if you went to that place, bro, that exact spot, it would look exactly like the photo.
No wagering.
Yeah, I
All
would bet $1
right,
million
bet.
also.
All right, let's go. Let's go then. Hey, you pay, I'll come with you, bro. Or you pay, I'll come. Let's do it, bro.
You pay, I'll come. Sounds like a different
Hey,
type of thing
yo,
there, buddy.
not that kind of cum, bro. Dr. Phil, bro, you taking stuff out of context.
Let's talk about it.
Hey, isn't it just coincidental though that entire island is uninhabited? That part of Canada, it's totally uninhabited, and nobody
Yeah,
goes there
most of
except for
Canada is
NASA
uninhabited.
where they have a base that where they're pretending to be on Mars, right?
Yeah, most of those islands way up north are uninhabited. There's hardly anybody that lives way up there.
You
Same
ever
with
heard the thing
Alaska, by the
called
way.
Algeria, bro? They went to Algeria and they pretended to be on Mars there too.
Oh yeah, there are rocks in Algeria too.
Yeah, that's right, and it looks like Mars, right? Because that's Mars, bro.
It looks like Mars does not prove is Mars.
Funny,
Yeah, why do
everyone's
they use
always
it for?
worried.
They use it for Mars research, right? Well, why do they do
Right.
that?
Because it's closer and easier than actually being on Mars.
That's like nonsense, bro. They got
No,
a
it's not.
$69 million
Perfectly reasonable.
a day budget or whatever, right?
Right.
Surely they have enough money to get to Mars.
Yes, but on the way before they go there, they want to check out see if their rover is going to work on sharp
Yeah,
rocks.
right. Like all the tornadoes and all that stuff, right? It's not like we have tornadoes on Earth or anything. Oh wait, we do.
Yeah, so I'd be interested in seeing a picture from Devon Island.
Yeah, sure. Just look up Devon Island, and you can actually see like it's pretty deserted. It looks almost identical to like some of those photos actually.
Yeah, but my point is I'd like to see one that is verifiably from Devon Island that we can find on NASA's website. That's what I don't think exists.
Yeah, like the one I just sent, right?
The one that you sent is on NASA's website.
And it's also Devon Island.
I don't think it is. I think it's just a
Then
Photoshop thing.
why can we geolocate it then on Earth if it's not on Earth?
I don't think you can. I don't think that latitude
Well,
and
I
longitude
just
is
did,
right.
and the guy he put the coordinates in, right? And just coincidentally, there's no street view, right?
Right. There's no street view of most of Alaska either.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this, bro. Oh my gosh, this is cinema, bro. Whoever's the one, Cosmic, bro, you're doing God's work right now, bro. Absolute cinema.
What?
Astronaut Canyon. Holy shit, bro. Guys, it's real Mars, guys. They actually went there. Oh my god. I think there's one easily verifiable way we could actually check this if it's true or not.
Okay.
We could get a drone and we could fly a drone to that exact coordinates, and if it adds up, then there's no denying the proof at that point, right?
Right.
What do you guys say? Let's all go to Devon Island and I'll get a drone and we'll fly it there. How much you guys want to bet they're going to shoot at the sky?
What about this question though? Do you think it's possible to take a picture from the NASA website and fake it being from Devon Island, like tweak it so it's
It's
not
not
as red?
possible.
It looks like
How are they going to? Here's the question, right? So if we have every part of the Earth, if we have every part of it, just on a like a database, right, of every part of it or most of it photographed, and that
yeah, like Google
exact
Earth.
photo, if we take it and it says it's from Mars, and we take it and it gives us the exact coordinates here on Earth, how is that? How is it not on Earth? Explain.
I think it's wrong. I think that the coordinates are incorrect. It's not. It's saying that this is
Here,
Devon Island, but I
what
don't
we'll
think
do
that
is
that
we'll take
specific
a
picture is from
geoguessr.
Devon Island.
And if the geoguessr can find exactly where it's at, then you can't really argue with a geoguessr because a geoguessr knows exactly like how it works is it's going to tell you where you're at in a photo. Like let's say I took a photo inside my house and it's going to try to guess where I'm at based off of like the photo and stuff.
And what if you give it a picture that doesn't exist on the Earth? Is it gonna guess,
So
or is
here's what
it
it would
gonna
do.
say?
If I gave it a picture that does not exist, it would not give me a location because it wouldn't be able to find that exact location. Like it's like sending in a picture of a military base. Obviously, like from inside of one, right? Obviously, from a geoguesser, there's no way it's going to be able to tell you where exactly the inside of a military base is at. Whereas, if it's actually a picture of Mars, then it's not going to be able to figure out or pinpoint exactly where that's at on the Earth because it's
Yeah.
not on the
So
Earth.
so
Right?
yeah, my question is my
It'll say
question
this
then.
location cannot be found or something like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to put into a GeoGuessr.
Okay.
I go location finder. Here we go. And what we're going to do is grab this one. Let's see what it says. Analyzing image. That was Google. See if it can guess where it's at.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how those geoguessers work, but I'll be interested to hear what it says.
It's preparing my analysis. It's going to take a minute. But it should tell me exactly where it's at.
I'm skeptical that those geoguessers are always accurate, but I'm still curious what it's going to say.
It's one of the most accurate ways you can. A lot of times people use these like tools to try to find where somebody's at on Discord. Like if you took a photo outside, they'll take the photo and they'll put into like essentially a GeoGuessr, and it'll tell them where you're actually located at.
Yeah, especially if there's lots of clues in the background, like city streets and
Yeah, yeah.
buildings and stuff.
Whereas this one's not really going to give us any actual clues. It's just like some terrain area, but it's going to go based off of like the Earth's, like the shape of the Earth and all that stuff, and it's going to guess exactly where it's at.
Matthew, watch that video I just posted for you.
Okay,
I see the
It's one of
video
the
you
best,
posted.
one of the best GeoGuessr players comes up with that photo. It's interesting his reaction.
The GeoGuessr.
GeoGuessr, Matthew, is a game where it has underlying software, but you get shown
That's
a
actually,
picture and
dude.
then you have to try to find it on Earth.
So what is the? Let me see here. That's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. All right, now I'm gonna try. Hopefully, supposedly this one doesn't have a paywall. So next. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to find see if I can find where this is at.
Did your AI thing finish, and what did it say? Or, I mean, the
No,
GeoGuessr.
it's not
Or the
finished yet.
Geo. Oh, okay. Okay, so Elle, let me ask you this: is it possible? I'm not asking if this is what happened, but do you think it would be possible for someone to grab something off of the NASA website, save it into Photoshop, and change it so it looks like it's Devon Island because it, changed the red to be more bluish and make it look more like Earth colors? Do you think it's possible for that kind of thing to happen?
I would say that, but it actually gave me a couple locations here. That it thinks it's at. So I'm just
Yeah,
gonna grab.
the thing we're gonna have a hard time doing is finding pictures that we can prove are Devon Island. And then the ones that we can prove that are Devon Island, I would say that we won't find those on the NASA website. So, like, if there's a picture that includes a car or a building or something in it. Over fences, I'm sorry, maybe you misunderstood what I was asking. I was asking if you could do the reverse, like find something on NASA's website and make it look
Matthew, how do you
like
know
the
what Earth color? What are Mars colors, and how would you verify that?
That's a pretty good
I'm
question.
talking about like the reddish looking images.
Okay, how do you? No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you how you
Oh,
verify that.
No, I can't verify. I'm just saying the NASA what the things that NASA claims are on Mars typically are reddish.
Right. So, what's your evidence that that's accurate? What do we have to compare that to show that it's real?
Nothing.
So,
we're just
what is all? I'm trying to
looking at their
understand what
claims.
the point of all this is. Really, like I know I didn't come into the beginning of the conversation, but
Oh,
I'm not
essentially, we
quite
have
sure.
photos here that look very identical to the ones in
Well,
Mars.
it doesn't
And
really
supposedly they're
matter.
on Devon
It
Island.
doesn't matter if we can compare it to a known place on Earth because we know it's not possible to go there.
Exactly.
So whether we can find an exact match or not is really irrelevant to the conversation. Like it's fun
I think
as an
no, I think you're right
exercise,
about that.
but it's impossible to go there. So it's impossible for it to actually be from Mars, right? We don't even know that Mars is a physical location.
Well, so I agree with Over Fences that looking at, determining where these pictures come from isn't going to convince anybody either way. But I will say,
Well,
if
it
we
actually
can
does
find,
convince a lot of people, Matthew. I mean, you think they're from NASA. You think that the pictures from NASA are legit, so it convinced you. So that's not really an accurate statement. We have people here all the time telling us that, they believe because they've seen pictures from NASA or images from NASA, I should say. There's no way to verify that they're accurate.
right? You know what, though? I do agree with you guys to say that they are falsifiable. So if you find something on NASA's website and then you can find the exact identical picture that you can verify for sure that it was taken on Devon Island, then that would show that NASA's lying about it.
We know that NASA has falsified pictures and presented them as has sent images and presented them as photos. But that's really irrelevant. That doesn't invalidate NASA, right? Those are just the images. The bigger issue is the fact that the images cannot be correct. They cannot be accurate because you cannot go to these places. At least not as we are told they exist.
Yeah, the Indian Moon mission, bro. Yeah, that's a pretty good one, bro. Boogie, bro, you're mean for that one, bro. You're mean. Freaking Atari video game.
Oh no, that was 8 Ball that posted that originally. I was referring to. Yeah, but that one is hilarious.
Yeah, that like anyone who uses that as for the argument is just mean, bro. Because like There's no way they're gonna defend that, bro. 100%. If y'all think that's real, I don't know what to tell you. Yo, King Ball, send me that photo, bro. I want to see it. It'd be so funny. Bro said that looks like a made up CGI image, bro. What the heck, bro? So Matthew, what would you have to say about this one? And I'll send you a pretty good one, bro.
Were you unable to put in the main chat, or you're just
Yeah, I'm
DMing me?
I'm unable to put it in the main chat. Yeah,
Okay, let me go grab it.
this is a pretty good one towards like flat Earth and stuff. This guy or
I don't see anything in my DMs.
it's sending. It's sending. Let's give it a second. So you
Oh, there it
want
is.
to check that out? I sent you a couple things there. That's from the Artemis 2 mission. That's supposed to be a picture of the moon there. I took it straight out of their website, put it into an AI checker, and it says it's 74% modified or computer generated. What's your thoughts on that?
Give me a sec to download these and I'll post them in the chat for everybody.
Yeah. And if you want to grab that video, it's a pretty good video too. With Flat Earth Dave. Here's a really good question, Matt. If they really went to space, and then why would they ever need a reason to process their photos using like an AI?
I don't know. Maybe, I mean, most photographers adjust the photos and stuff like that for exposure and that kind of thing, but I don't think they would use AI.
Yeah, but NASA, they literally use AI tools to help process their photos.
I'm not sure they do.
They do. You can look it up. It's not going to tell you that they use them to fake the photos, but if you do a little bit of research into it, they do use it to process the photos. Is what it says. That's how they make the photos. They put it into an AI or like a computer, and it takes the data from space supposedly, and it turns it into a photo.
Okay, so I
Dude, I
posted the
I
things
love
that
Pirate
L,
Bay.
yeah, the L posted at 10 past the hour. I put them in the chat.
Pretty good
And
stuff.
he's showing some screenshots of like from the Artemis website, and then asked AI if that Artemis picture was AI generated. And it says it looks like it was computer generated or a modified image, 74%. I watched the video with Dave. Yeah, it's pretty clever.
Yeah, I told you. I told you. Like they literally have no budget, and NASA has what $69 million a day, and they tricked them. Like, bro,
I think they're genuine photos from Mars.
Oh. It's real Mars, guys. We really went there. Hmm. I don't know. I feel like just in general, a lot of the stuff they do is not really heard of, right? On terms of like being normal.
What do you mean by being normal?
Well, the thing is that the founder for NASA was he was part of he was a Freemason. So I mean, why should I even trust NASA as an agency if the founder of the agency was part of a cult? I'll tell you what, Matt. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Prove to me the Earth isn't flat.
So I don't really talk in terms of proof. I think that instead the evidence is best explained by a spherical Earth. So I would use those terms, and I think that simple observations like the constant angular size of a full moon, constant angular size of the sun, for that matter, seasons, lunar eclipses, solar eclipses, GPS, and satellite TV are all things that are best explained by the fact that the Earth is a sphere, and it's hard to explain all those things on a flat Earth, or even sunsets.
Not necessarily. Would you say that we need GPS? We need satellites for GPS?
Your phone usually uses cell phone towers to find its location, but if you're far away enough from the cell phone towers or out in the middle of the ocean, then yes, the only transmitters that your GPS can pick up are satellite GPS transmitters.
So you would say that if there were no satellites, the GPS wouldn't work.
Right.
So you are aware of what a GPS emulator is, right?
Not really, no.
Essentially, it fakes. Let me pull it up here. so they use these in the subway, and essentially it pretends to be a satellite, and it it'll fake the location, like so making it think it's somewhere else where it actually is, and so it emulates like the location on your GPS. So they use those for subways, and it has nothing to do with any satellites.
Okay, so you can find your location underground.
Yeah, and you don't need satellites for that. And they do have other
Right.
ways that they can check your GPS location without satellites.
What about if you're out in the middle of the ocean, like hundreds of miles from any land or any sea buoy or any type of transmission on the surface? Do you think GPS doesn't work there, or that it's working some other way?
It could work another way. I mean, obviously, you do know that our internet comes from the ocean, right?
Right. Most of the transcontinental internet connection goes through fiber optics, on undersea cables.
Right.
What about satellite TV transmitters? We've had satellite TV since the late 80s. You know, those big old 6-foot diameter satellite receiver parabolic antennas pointing up in the sky. What do you think they're pointing at?
It's a pretty good question. I mean, let's see here. Yeah, the parabolic ones.
Yeah, the
So they
dish one,
also
the
do
dish
have
antenna.
satellites that they shoot up in the air with balloons. If you want to look that up, and supposedly those are only used for weather. They could just be using those for like weather balloons.
Yeah, they test atmospheric conditions way up high for weather reasons, but I'm talking about like where you can get the satellite TV channels from your satellite antenna in the 80s and 90s when they had the big old ones, and even still with like Dish Network.
Well, we could explain those with radio waves, perhaps.
Yeah, I agree that they're radio waves. I'm just asking, how do the radio waves get to the antenna? It looks like they're aimed in the sky, but
Radio
maybe.
waves supposedly could travel thousands of miles, though. Like it's
Yeah,
not
I
really.
agree.
If a radio wave could supposedly travel to the moon, I don't see why it couldn't travel to another place. Like it doesn't make very much sense.
No, you're right about that. The radio waves can travel really long distances.
Yeah, so we could just use the fact that it could be radio waves. I mean, you could pretty much pick up radio anywhere, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you're in a cave, probably not, but if you're on the surface, you probably could.
Well, yeah, I mean, EM waves are a type of radiation, so plus they travel at the speed of light or just shy of it, so
And this even says that radio waves are used to transmit television signals.
Do you
yeah.
see the image I just posted at 23 past the hour?
See it.
I mean, there's a reason it's called radio waves. I mean,
That's what I'm
radios
saying,
are
right?
pretty
Yeah, so
instantaneous when it comes to communication.
the image that I
So radio
posted at
waves, you
23
can
past.
literally they use them also for like TV and stuff. So I could just say that those satellite dishes are just radio waves. They just pick them up.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So the satellite dishes that I posted, that's a picture from like the 90s, and it's in somewhere in Indonesia near the equator, and so they're pointed straight up because satellite TV transmitters are said to be directly over the equator. So those are parabolic dishes aiming towards the sky. And the question is, they're getting the radio waves straight up from them. What are they pointing at? Where are the transmitters? I think they're in
See,
space.
it's kind of like what you're asking is rhetorical, right? Because technically, radio waves they travel like all over the place. So even if they were pointing it north, south, west, directly up, directly down, what doesn't matter. It's still going to get radio waves.
Yeah, they're
Well,
pointing
also the
directly up
fact
Like
is
I think
that
a
the
you
walkie-talkie,
coastline.
right?
he specifically said transmitter, which is what's transmitting the radio waves too. So
Yeah, and if you tweak these
it's like the difference
satellite
between a
TV,
transmitter and a receiver when you think about it, right?
right? The image I posted is a bunch of satellite receivers pointed in a certain direction, and if you change the direction, it'll lose signal. So they're pointed at something directly above them.
Well, yeah, but these waves propagate in every direction. It's not just you're not when you
That's what I'm saying.
blast
Yeah,
out radio signals, you're not sending them in one defined location. That's why we have different channels for radios and stuff like that, because you can change the
it
frequency,
says.
but it's still
So you said those
blasting out in all
are parabolic.
directions.
You said those are parabolic satellites, correct?
Parabolic satellite antennas. The
Yeah, right, right.
receivers are parabolic.
Okay, so this says that those are specifically designed to pick up radio waves. So that would even add on to
Right.
my argument that it's just radio waves.
Yeah, that satellite TV is just radio waves. I agree with you there.
Right. So why
Well,
do we
yeah,
need
but
satellites
that's how
for it
car
for
radio
something
works
to
too,
emit
though. I
radio
mean,
waves? Like, have you ever heard of a
I'm
radio
at,
tower before?
if you
yeah.
ever
But
have you ever
my
looked at a
question is, where is the
car? I
tower?
mean, like a radio antenna for a car is just a big rod that sticks up in the.
Exactly.
It's
Yeah.
not it's not some directional thing that you have to aim to get the best signal. It's
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
yeah, radio waves are propagated like if you're sending them out through a transmitter. I mean, it's basically just sending them out in 360 degrees, and then whatever you have your radio attuned to is what it's going to pick up. So
I'm saying
Right.
why is
That's
the
why they
dishes
call it.
pointed up
That's why they
like
call it
because
broadcast, because it
it's
casts it
accepting.
broadly.
yeah, directional EM waves are probably they do happen, but I think it's more of a sci-fi trope where you can aim certain EM
Yoda, what's your
waves.
thoughts on this, man? Did we go to space or no?
Oh, we've been to space. Well, I forgot what room I'm in. So, have we been to space?
Have we, bro?
I don't want to get
All right, here's
muted
my
and
here's my
banned
question.
because
If we really have gone to space, man, how come we don't have any actual photos of space?
I think
What
we
do you call
do.
weather satellite
I mean, I
photos?
would say that AI processed photos and CGI processed photos
Yeah, but
and
we have
like any photo that's
photos
edited
of
in any way,
space
I would not
before
count as
AI was a
official.
thing, though.
Well, here's the thing: that every photo that they have, it's all edited. Like they literally edit their photos before they release them to the public.
Edited in what sense, though?
Like photo edited at the bare minimum.
Yeah,
Like
but
even the raw
Is
photos
it
are.
edited for clarity, or is it edited because they're trying to hide something?
I mean, you could go either or, honestly.
Well, I mean, one of them is significantly
Here's
more.
what I want to point out. So a lot of people don't know this, but AI has been a lot. Yeah, I almost broke something. AI has been around a lot longer than everyone thinks it has. And
Well,
NASA, what they do is,
I'd say
this is
the
what they do.
early
NASA does,
'80s or
bro.
'90s, because I mean, who's Kasparov is the guy that played that AI computer in chess. I think that happened in what 1995 or six or
Here,
something like that.
I've got something to say. So like AI has been around for quite a while, bro. Like we invented AI for like playing chess with another AI or whatever. We like way back when even when we had like box computers, AI was still a thing back then.
I think
Uh,
AI is doing a lot of
you can
heavy
even use
lifting in this
like
scenario.
even if we're to suppose it's not AI, then we could also say a computer generated it at a very bare minimum, because I mean, how long have computers been around for? Pretty long time.
Well, since
Um,
at least the early '60s, yeah.
yeah, and so if you look this up, you probably have to do a little bit of research in this because if you look it up at first, it's going to tell you that they don't use AI to fake their photos. But if you really look into it, what they do is they use an AI slash computer like a computer system or whatever emulator, and they put the data they get from space and they put it into that, and that's how it processes the photos and supposedly to make their photos that they post.
So
Yeah,
I
but that
posted a
doesn't mean
picture
they're
that was taken.
doctoring the photos. That just means they're using the technology to enhance the photos, right?
Yeah, right. But
Yeah,
why do they have to do that for all of their
make
photos?
it look better. So I posted a picture that
Well,
was taken 3 days
yeah,
ago
it's
at 28 past
it's
the hour.
he's
Was
literally
that
right.
one
It's
AI
to make it look
generated?
better. Yeah.
So this is supposed to be a photo of the Earth, right?
A photo of the Earth taken 3 days ago. Do you think that was AI generated?
So here's what I'll do. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save the image and I'm gonna put it into an AI tester, and it's gonna essentially tell me if it was if it's an AI or not.
Okay. I'm curious what it's going to say on this. Like, I haven't used these
So wait,
tools
you're
very
gonna
much.
put it into an AI tester to tell you if it's an AI photo or not?
Yeah. So what it does is
I
it's
think the
gonna
kids call that a
okay. So what
conflict
it's
of
gonna look
interest.
for, I'll explain what it's gonna look for. So essentially, you would say, oh well, just because you're putting into an AI, then therefore it's probably not gonna know what it is because it's an AI already, right?
So you're
What it
testing the
does,
veracity of an AI image using AI? That seems kind of silly, right?
yeah. Well, what it does is it looks for like certain parameters to tell if it's fake or not.
Um,
I think those AI testers are fairly legit, and they can look for certain clues about whether it came straight from a camera or if it's been heavily edited or not. I don't think they have a lot of training on.
what's that? Put that one image. What's the image that Apollo 11 took of Earth from the moon? Can you put that into a AI image tester and
Earthrise
see if
was
that's AI?
And by the way,
Earthrise was
mind you, even if it says it's real, it could still be incorrect on saying that.
Oh, then why are we using that?
Because usually it's usually correct.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Elle, how would you determine that that's correct or not? I mean, using an AI detector is not going to give us the information we need when we simply have thermodynamics to go on. We have measurements of the Earth.
Yeah, well, AI gave you those measurements of the Earth, didn't they? So
What are you talking about? AI gave us measurements. What?
I was joking. I'm joking.
Oh, yeah, no. Not using AI measurements of the Earth. But the point is, I mean, AI is
Oh,
just a program,
here's a
right? It's
pretty
just
good one to
programmed
look at it by.
information. It's not anything I would hang my hat on either way.
So here's a pretty good way to look at it actually.
Not really. I mean, tell
So
me, I mean, you realize that AI is programmed by people, right?
no, I was going to say here's a pretty good way to look at it. Even if these pictures are real, which is very ironic.
What do you mean they're
The,
real?
the I'm saying even if these pictures were supposedly real, it's very ironic
What do you
because
mean by real, though? I'm
the
asking you to
actual
define what real is,
dimension.
because you can have a real picture of a fake thing, right? I can set up
That's
a
what I'm saying.
model and
Yeah,
take a photo, and it's a real photo, but it's
yeah,
not
that's
a
what I'm
real
trying to say. But
thing.
It's a fair
the
point.
dimensions of the Earths that they take are incorrect due to the actual dimensions that are the Earth is supposedly is. Because in
Oh.
every photo that they have, it's a
Wait,
perfect
what?
sphere. They even use a fisheye lens to make it look more spherical.
It's not a perfect. It's an oblate spheroid.
Well, yeah, I
That's
mean, if your
pretty.
claim is that
Yeah,
it looks perfectly spherical in every image, I agree with that, but
yeah.
still that's
Because
irrelevant
you're looking
because
from the scale you're looking at it.
that's
Yeah,
what,
it looks like
14
a
miles
perfect
difference
sphere.
or something? Well,
Yeah.
yeah, it's irrelevant because it can't be a photo of the Earth from a space vacuum. And it
I was
can't
gonna
be a
say, like,
spherical
if you
Earth
look at a
because the Earth
picture
doesn't
of the
measure
Earth, like,
spherical.
what distance are you looking at a picture of the Earth from? And are you going to be able to detect that it's an oblate spheroid as opposed to an actual perfect sphere kind of thing?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
not with
the
the
Earth is
variation that's
pretty
claimed. I
big,
mean,
believe it or not. Like,
well, yeah, the problem really is just that the Earth actually measures flat. So any kind of image that shows the Earth as a sphere is not accurate, and we know that for a fact. We
I was
test
gonna
that.
say it's longer than it is wide. Like it's an oblate spheroid, so it's at
Okay,
the
well,
equator. It's thinner than it is, or
yeah,
it's
no, it's supposed to be wider. It's
yeah,
supposed to be wider,
yeah.
but my question to you would be like, how do we prove that? What's the evidence that that's true?
I'm in the bathroom.
Al, you're hot micing. I'm gonna
And now we all
mute.
know.
Just ping me in the side chat when you want to be unmuted.
He said I'm in the bathroom.
I just have a,
It's a good
I
time
just have a
to mute.
question. How do we prove that we cannot go to space?
Because it's a thermodynamics violation, because we cannot have a pressurized atmosphere adjacent to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr without containment. But it's really irrelevant beyond that because we can't have
But,
orbital
but
mechanics when
how
the
can
Earth
you
measures
prove?
flat.
How can you prove
Uh,
that we
what,
cannot
this
have
is
that
such a terrible
amount of
flat Earth
pressure
argument too. It's
inside of a
Okay,
what's
vacuum?
the
I can only talk
container
to one
that
of
is
you at a
holding in
time.
the
If one of you wants
atmosphere?
to gripe and provide some evidence to the contrary, I'm happy to talk to you, but can't talk to you both at once.
Oh wait, my bad. Is
So
somebody
pick
else
pick a
talking?
pick a person. Yeah, the other guy was talking. He asked a
Oh, I might
question
have.
about thermodynamics.
Oh, I have him muted. Sorry, I'll turn him up.
Yeah, cosmic
I
engineer looks
didn't
like.
ask a question about thermodynamics.
Yeah, you did. You said how could. Okay, go ahead then. Maybe I misunderstood you.
I just I just asked how you're going to prove that that's the case.
Sorry, you're roboting a little bit. How am I going
Yeah,
to
you're
prove that was
roboting.
the
Yeah.
case?
That that it cannot be a large pressure in a vacuum.
Because we have it defies laws of thermodynamics, and no one has ever shown that we can have a pressurized gas next to a vacuum without containment.
But you haven't shown that it cannot exist either.
I don't have to prove a negative. I mean, we have the basic laws
You
of
can prove a
thermodynamics,
negative.
right? Okay, that is logically fallacious. Show me an example of a pressurized gas next to a vacuum without containment. Because I can show
Sure.
you again and again that
Oh, you
gases will
can
still
show
be
me.
available in
Well, then
space.
show me.
Well, you sound very agitated. This isn't anything worth getting emotional about. So your claim is PV equals nRT, except V is infinite, right?
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying
Are
that
you
when you
not
have a
familiar with?
pressurized gas next to a vacuum, that the gas will distribute into the vacuum and it will all equalize, right? Your claim is that it does not, so you're going to need to show me an example, an experiment where that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I showed that many times.
Okay, cool. How did you show that? And can you
Thank you.
post the
Yeah,
experiment in the
can you
side
do it
chat?
again, please?
No,
Yeah.
because I'm not on my computer. I don't have the pictures on my mobile phone.
Okay, so what is the experiment that shows that we can have a pressurized gas next to a vacuum without containment? Why don't you describe it in your words?
I was gonna say, if you need
It's a
pictures to answer, I
it's
mean, you
a,
probably don't understand it very
a,
well.
a it's a giant pressure conforming uh, close to solar pressure that
Are you just making up
that's
words?
inside of a
Or oh,
vacuum.
okay, you're not making up words; these are actual things. But are you just saying stuff?
Anyway, but yeah, it
So
doesn't dissipate.
you don't have an experiment that shows we can have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without containment.
It shows large
Well,
gas
there's
pressure
there's a
Okay,
good
no,
inside of
you
chance
have
the.
he doesn't even
another
believe in
claim. It
gravity.
sounds
So
like it doesn't sound like you have an
Yeah,
actual
yeah, but
empirical
your
experiment. We
claim
can
is your
can we
claim is that
validate
it
this
doesn't
experiment?
exist.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
you can validate the experiment by doing it
Okay.
yourself and
Okay,
showing
then
us
post the
all that it doesn't
experiment and
work.
stop whining. Post the experiment.
yeah, but he's not at his
I
computer, so he
already
can't
told
post
you.
the experiment.
Oh, is he do you have me blocked? Cosmic engineer?
Well, probably. If you're
I'm
making
dead.
sense, he
If you
probably
have me
has you
blocked,
blocked.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna have to boot you. Yeah, you can't block me.
I can block you.
Okay, then I can say goodbye to you.
I was gonna say
It's up to
those are
you.
some tough words.
Those are your choices. What do you want to do? You want to think about it for a minute? Because if not, I mean,
I can block you, but you're going into this because you cannot win this argument.
okay. Well, no, I can't block mods in here, so he can take a break. Anyway,
But he sounded so sure of himself.
I don't know. That's probably why he has me blocked, right?
Honestly, yeah, his confidence was top tier.
I have the evidence. I just can't post it right now.
Yeah, he's not at his computer, of course.
Right. Right. So Al, I'm gonna unmute you. Hopefully, it's safe to do so. If you're there, I hope I'm gonna take a chance. Al, you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Sorry.
Okay, I had to. You were hot micing, so I had to server mute you.
Yeah, no, yeah. Somebody just came in and interrupted me. I was hella pissed off.
Okay.
Well, that's a bummer. Kind of got quiet after Cosmic left.
Yeah,
The
the
silliest
usual
he
Glober
was.
answer for the air pressure thing is that the weight of the air is sufficient to make atmospheric pressure without a container.
That's the yeah. You literally cannot make like pressure without a container.
Well, I think the explanation is gravity, but I mean,
Well, that
Well,
brings up the same
that's the
things. I'd say
explanation, but
weight.
there's no evidence for such a thing, right?
The evidence is that there's less air
I don't
pressure at
know.
the top of the
I
mountain than the
think
bottom.
gravity
No,
is
we
measurable,
have
right?
we can only have a pressure gradation
Yeah, but the
in a
things of
containment.
similar weight and density can be measured to fall to the floor at a measured rate. So,
Yeah, and not
well,
everything falls, right? But some things, if you want to say that we observe an
other than
average.
that, what's the implication that the
Well,
Earth is accelerating upward at 9.8 meters per second or whatever?
no, I don't have to replace it, right? I don't have to replace the explanation, right? I can say that there's no evidence that, you know, XYZ exists. We can observe something. That doesn't mean we have to give it an explanation that we make up
Well, yeah,
without evidence, right? And
but
not all
air
things fall,
pressure is a
right? So, for
pretty
example,
significant factor.
gases aren't subject to quote unquote gravity, right? We have
I think
we have
gases have
cave
weight.
studies where
Yeah,
caves
but
have been.
heavier gases settle to the ground
They
faster
do
than lighter
not.
gases do.
No,
Yeah, they
gases
do.
do not stratify according to molecular weight in undisturbed cave
Uh,
studies. That's not true. I'll post some stuff for
chemical
you in the side chat.
warfare, mustard gas in World War II was used because it settles to the ground
I
faster
understand. Yeah, but
than
mustard gas is,
oxygen.
yeah. I mean, I understand. You know, that has particulates, but that's not the
It's
point.
a gas,
That's not the
right?
point. I mean, yes. Here, I'll just post something for you. I'm just going to show you that mixed gases don't stratify according to molecular weight. Hold on, just give me a moment, okay?
King 8 Ball. What is that picture that you posted? A shop vac or something? Gas next to a vacuum.
I swear that looks like something out of when I was first researching this, one of the first
Not
places I
bad, not
landed,
bad.
of course, was Not a Professor Dave. Not a Professor Dave is somebody I credit for, making me investigate this further because his videos were so bad. But he had one where he showed a vacuum cleaner next to the atmosphere, and that was the straw man he built.
I've met
So,
Professor Dave in person. Interesting guy.
yay.
Without having to look it up, what is gas stratification?
The gases would
Like,
settle they would settle in layers according to weight, right? Molecular weight. If they were subject to gravity, that's what we would observe, but they don't.
but I mean, heavier
Gases
elements
move
do that stuff
freely.
naturally. I mean,
Gases
that's why
move
we use
uh,
it, in the medical field. Using a what is it? A centrifuge is like one of the big things of
the
the
centrifuge.
medicinal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what is
it's it uses
centrifuge used for?
centrifugal.
What are
Yeah,
they putting in the centrifuge? Are they putting in mixed gases?
lighter and heavier. Well, no, I mean, they're usually using liquids, but
Right, exactly. Okay. So, obviously,
well,
those things obey the laws of density and buoyancy, right? We can observe that. Nobody disputes that. And I don't even care about gravity. I'll give you gravity. It's irrelevant to me, but it doesn't change
oh,
the reality that we cannot, in any way,
no,
shape,
it's
or
not
form, show an
irrelevant. It's
example
pretty
of.
significant.
Not really, because we can have. Why can't you have gravity on a flat Earth, right?
Yeah, but
You can have an equal
how
distribution of
does
mass.
gravity work on a flat Earth?
You can have an
Mass
equal
is
distribution of mass, but it's not the point. The point is what we're discussing is pressurized atmosphere next to a vacuum. We're not discussing, you know, a theory
uh,
that we can't prove,
so.
right? So
The only
if
thing
we
that
can have
would
gas
make sense
pressure,
to you is that there is an actual physical container containing the
that's the only
atmosphere.
thing that we can know for certain, right? So you're going to have to show that it doesn't need that, right? Because I want evidence
Uh,
that's empirical and testable. I don't want a story that I can't prove,
well,
right?
it's not a
The same way I don't
story.
want
It's
a
pretty.
story.
I
It
mean,
is a
we have layers of the atmosphere too. It's not like it's like there's not because I mean, atmosphere
so
changes
your claim
too. I mean,
is that the gases
at sea
stratify according
level,
to
you're
weight?
about what 15 psi or something like that for sea level
Okay,
atmospheric
and you
readings.
realize in order to have an air pressure
And as
gradient,
you go
it would that
upwards in the atmosphere, it
what
decreases, right?
you're missing the point. For one, you have
Until you get to a
temperature
vacuum.
no, that's the claim. No,
Uh,
obviously gas is produced at the surface and temperature variations will affect where gases end up, right? Your claim is that there is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum adjacent to a pressurized atmosphere without containment. Now, we know to have a pressure uh, gradation, we need containment. If you claim that this is not the case, then we need to see that, right?
so
I
by
can't
your
just believe
logic,
it. I'm not just going to believe it.
we're completely discounting gravity, basically, right?
Oh, maybe gravity exists, maybe it doesn't. The point is, I need to see evidence that we can have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without containment. You can use whatever methodology you want to get to that, but I need to actually see it.
Okay, but you do believe that we have an atmosphere, and you do believe there is such thing as a
I
vacuum?
believe we have an atmosphere. I'm breathing, obviously. I don't need
Yeah,
to believe
hopefully
that.
I hope you
Can I
believe
I don't
just
need
that.
to
point out?
believe in something that has
Can I point
evidence.
something
I
out?
mean, that's the problem is that the globe mythos requires me to believe in a lot of things without evidence, right?
No, no. Can
So
I point something out?
how do you
Uh,
explain that the higher in the atmosphere you go, that air
I already did
pressure is
explain that. I already did explain
okay?
that.
But okay, so like I'm an aircraft mechanic for
What
a
was the
day job.
explanation?
Like that's what I do for a day job, and
He keeps interrupting.
How
Who's
can
that
you?
keeps Who's
I
that
mean,
keeps
I
interrupting? Is
was.
that Donald? Is that JJ Fish? Who is this? No, I
Oh,
think it's
hold
him.
on.
Okay,
Let's let him talk
sorry.
for a sec. No.
No,
Let's let him talk for a sec.
no, you don't want to talk about it. How
I
about we
mean, I
talk? Okay,
do, but I don't want
we can talk about.
to. If
How
he
about
has
this?
if he has a good point, I want to let
No,
him
it's
talk,
not
right?
likely. He's not new here. It's not likely he has a good point. So my question to you would be: how can we have a spherical Earth if the Earth measures flat?
Can you tell me what you mean by measures flat?
Yeah, I mean, do you know how? I mean, you've mentioned earlier that the Earth is extremely large. Do you know how large the Earth is claimed to be?
Are we talking circumference
Size.
or diameter?
Let's do the radius. Or
Oh,
the diameter.
radius. I think it's or
It's just gonna be
diameter. I think it's what 220,000 kilometers or something like that.
no, no. The radius is 3959 miles, so about 8,000 miles
Oh,
diameter. Yeah,
the radius of the Earth is 39,000 miles.
3959,
Uh,
3,959,
that
8,000.
seems low.
Just look it up. So the claimed radius is
We're talking
3959.
diameter, right?
No, we're talking radius. You just double it for
Oh,
diameter.
well, okay. So it'd be
About
okay.
8,000 miles in diameter.
Radius of Earth, or no, that's not a cylinder. Just fucking Google. I was thinking of circumference earlier.
Yeah, yeah.
With 200,000 kilometers, you're
So
off
mean
there too.
radius, yes,
I know.
6371 kilometers. Um, so wait,
So that
isn't
so
that
a
kind of
radius.
how would you know that off the top of your head if you're a flat earther, right?
Well, how do you think I became a flat earther?
Uh, you watch a lot of YouTube videos.
No, that's incorrect.
How do you
I
No,
think
I
so.
how do you think
decided.
this? Hey, Naked Yoda, do you have me muted?
Can you hear
I was
old
say, what's
Haas,
the question?
Naked Yoda?
What's your
Naked
papa? Who's
Yoda,
your
can
papa
you hear
flavor?
Yeah, I think he
Naked?
does have me muted.
Hey, do you have old Haas muted? Naked Yoda?
Not anymore.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, old
I thought
Haas.
so. I thought so. No, I was enjoying you raking him over the coals. But I think it's funny, Naked Yoda.
Oh, so that's why I had you
How do you
muted
work on
because you're
planes?
kind of
How do
obnoxious.
you work on planes and think the circumference of the Earth is 200,000 kilometers?
So we're talking circumference, not
Okay,
radius, right?
that's yeah, but 200,000 kilometers isn't the radius either. The circumference.
Well, yeah, we just looked it up.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know that.
yeah, but you were okay. Go on. I'm sorry. You're
Wait,
just
so
kind of
hold
a
on.
smart ass, Naked Yoda.
You're a flat earther. Why do you have any say whatsoever in what the circumference or radius of the Earth is, right?
Those are the claims, ding dong.
According to your beliefs, the Earth doesn't have a circumference or a radius. So why are you talking?
How do you think we tested the globe claims in order to falsify them? So we need to know what the globe claims are. That's why we're flat earthers, because one day we decided that instead of just believing all this stuff we were told, we were going to actually test it and see if it was true.
Oh, what's the most recent test you've done personally that proves to you that the Earth is flat? Out of curiosity.
Why are you jumping to that?
Um, because it's a pretty significant question to ask somebody who believes the Earth is flat. And so,
Well, it's not a belief.
um,
It's just simply an observation. But
well, okay, well, when
it's weird that you no,
the
no, why
last
do you
thing you
care?
did,
Why does it matter what I
the
did?
last, the
No, no, no,
last
you keep
test you
repeating yourself.
performed, The last test
Do you
you
think the Earth has
performed to
changed
prove
since the
the Earth
last
is
time I
flat.
tested it? Oh my god,
So what
stop
was the
talking.
last test you did?
Okay, can you stop talking for a moment? I'm
I'm
happy to address
literally
this, but you're
waiting for you to
jumping off
answer.
topic. I was trying to lead you down something, and you've
What was
jumped
the
way off
last
topic.
test you
No,
did?
okay, dude, I'm gonna continue because you didn't even know how big the Earth was, and that's where we left off, and that's where I'm gonna continue. So, you have no idea how large the Earth
Oh, so
is, which
you've never
now
done
you do.
any test whatsoever,
I
is
didn't
what you're
say
saying.
that, I said we'll get to that, but you have no
Oh, well,
patience.
okay. Well,
Right.
if you actually did, then
Okay,
you'd have that
dude.
shit on hand, so.
You don't even know how
You're
big
Hey,
the
you're
Earth is.
literally
You're
you're
in no
literally
position
proving
you're in no
proving
position to make any claims or be
you're
a jerk
literally
about it.
proving that
Oh
you're
my god, I'm not
smarter than
proving
any
anything, I'm trying
scientist
to
that has
walk you
ever
through the
existed.
logic.
What?
I'm
Overfences, I
trying
got a simple question for you. So
Hold
do you
no,
agree
I don't
with
wanna hear
decades
it
of
right now. I
do
don't wanna hear
you
it.
do
You're
you
being rude. Okay, everybody's being really freaking rude. Now listen, I am trying to explain something to you, Yoda, because you don't understand even the most basic things. So you're immediately going on the attack and you think you've got something, but you don't. And I'm happy to address what I've done personally or what other people have done, but I'm just trying to walk you through the math because you don't even know the most basic things here. So in order for you to understand what I've done and why it's important, you need to know the significance of it. And you don't. So I'm trying to explain to you the background so that you have some context for it. So I'm going to unmute you, and if you want, I'll explain to you what we should expect to see, and therefore I'll be able to explain to you what I've done or what other people have done and why it's relevant. But until you know that, nothing I say is going to matter. So I'm going to give you a chance to stop talking over me and listen.
The suspense is killing me. Please explain.
Okay. So you didn't know how big the Earth was. In fact, you were extremely off in your estimates. Okay, so the radius of the Earth is claimed to be 3,959 miles. Now that necessitates a specific geometry and a certain drop over distance. Do you understand what drop over distance is?
Can you explain it to me like I'm 5?
You don't understand what the Earth should curve at a specific rate away from
I'm
you. If
giving
you're
you
on a
a
sphere, you're
T-ball question. Please explain
no,
it to
you're
me.
not. You don't know what I'm talking about. I'm hoping you can catch up here.
I don't think
I'm
anybody
trying
knows
to
what
I'm
you're
trying
talking
can you
about.
track? You don't know what drop over
Can you
distance is?
stop
You think
being
nobody knows what that means?
rude? Can you
No,
stop
you're
being rude and
you were
explain
rude
yourself,
in the
please?
first place. Just listen. On a sphere, you're always at the top of the
Jesus.
sphere. So the sphere should be dropping equidistantly from you in all directions, right? On a sphere of 3,959 mile
Well, it
radius,
doesn't
you
take into account geography, but okay.
Okay.
But I guess we're just
It
gonna
should be
skirt
dropping at
around geography like
approximately
it doesn't matter. Okay.
Oh my
Would you
god.
just let her
Okay, maybe
finish?
Yeah. Oh
You
yeah,
need to
yeah. Because she's
understand some
making
stuff
so much
let's
before you.
sense.
assume
So,
we're
dude,
standing in
shut
the middle
up.
of the ocean so that somebody like you can understand.
Oh my
Okay. So
god.
standing in the middle of the ocean, we should expect 8 inches per mile square drop over distance. Does that make sense to you?
Please continue.
I asked you a question.
And my response is please continue.
Do you understand what 8 inches per mile square means?
Let's say yes. Please continue.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to talk to somebody else because this is like way above your head.
Okay.
All right. Who else was going to talk? Let's see. We got Nottenheimer, who was really rude. Okay.
Hey,
I am
so I have a
unmuting you. Wait,
simple.
hold up. You're not going to just start bulldozing me. You can
Yeah,
behave like a civilized
obviously,
human
yes,
being. You
exactly,
can
yes,
behave like a civilized human being, or you can mute
100%,
too. Okay, cool.
100%. I agree with you.
All right. Do you understand what 8 inches per mile square drop over distance is?
No, I am not a scientist. I did not. I am an
You
aerospace
didn't go to
engineer.
you didn't take
I
math
one.
class?
Well, let me
You
tell you
didn't
what I
take like
am.
middle
I did.
school
I
math?
took. Let me explain myself. I took in high school. I took an aerospace engineer class for 2 years. I am pretty much very qualified. I studied science. I studied all the math. I did everything in high
Then why
school.
don't you understand
I
8
plan.
inches
Well, let
per
me
mile
explain
square?
myself. Let me explain myself. In 2 years, once I graduate my college, my Ivy League college, I plan to be an F-35 pilot.
Okay,
Hopefully,
yay.
if they let me fly
Yay.
those.
Okay, so
So,
then you should know that the Earth is claimed to have
well,
drop over distance
I
of
have
8
a
inches per
simple
mile.
question.
No, no,
No,
why are you trying
I
to
want
change
you
the
to talk.
topic? Because
I want you to talk. I
no,
want you to talk. Go ahead. I'm
no.
not going to interrupt you.
Okay, then thank you, because that's what I asked you initially and you haven't held that up. So, we should expect 8 inches per mile square drop over distance, correct? Given an Earth of the size that we're told.
I have a more of a
Are you going to
rhetorical
answer me or are you
question.
going to change the topic? Yes or
I
no?
don't know what 8 inches per mile over that. I really do not know. I'm sorry. You might
Okay,
be
so
right. You probably are
you
right.
didn't learn the
I'm
basic
gonna.
sphere geometry, even though you
No,
claim
I
to have
didn't.
like air. Okay,
No,
well
I
now you
didn't. But I
know.
did take the classes. I did take the classes. I did put
Okay.
in the work for 2 years,
Okay,
and I did.
yay! I know.
want.
That's fine.
But
That's not. I don't really care right now.
I have one
That's not
question.
the
Just
point.
let me say my
No.
question, and then you can talk. I just want to say my question. So, are you telling me you disagree with 30 years plus of researchers that committed their life to these questions that you answer, that say the Earth is round, and say that there's a bunch of things that are growing? Disagree with you completely. 30 professors, researchers, people who have literally committed their life to these questions that you to aerospace and the round Earth. Are you telling me that you disagree with these people? That's my question.
Yes. Yes, I disagree with them. Have they tested
And
the Earth? Have they? And can
that's
you show me
my
the
question.
tests they perform? Can you show me the
Or
laser
people
tests that they have performed? No,
they
no,
on the
stop.
Earth.
If you
Period.
claim that they have done that they have the evidence to show that the Earth is indeed curving at approximately 8 inches per mile square, then I want to see that evidence.
Well, these are the smartest people on the planet Earth, and you're telling me you disagree with them.
I need to see their evidence. I'm not
All
just
right.
going to accept.
Well, then
Wait,
that's that.
you're making
That's
some
my
species.
question.
Who specifically are you referring to? Because you're just talking about everybody over 30 years.
You're moving the goalpost back. You're moving the goalpost back. This is what
You
you're
told
doing.
me the
You are
smartest
moving the
people in the world.
goalpost back.
No, Nod.
That's what you're
You
doing.
told me the
You are moving
smartest
the
people.
goalpost back
Can you
because
shut
this
up
is
for
the
a
truth.
minute? Oh my God.
Okay, I'll shut up. I'll shut up. No, you're a
Yeah,
woman,
thank you. I'm
and
going
I
to
will
ask you a
shut up
simple
for you.
question.
You're a woman.
Yeah,
I shut up.
Nod. Who has measured the Earth as a sphere of these people that you are claiming that I am disagreeing with?
At that point,
And
it's
show me
probably the
their evidence.
Mongols. It's probably the Mongol Empire when they conquered all of Europe and all of Asia. That's probably at
Okay,
that
great.
point.
Can you post the test that they performed to show that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared?
Well, you just told me that you disagree with 30 years. People who have committed their
Mongols
entire
far
life
exceed
to
30 years.
aerospace,
So
to
Mongols go or
researchers,
predate.
professors at
Nod,
Ivy
you're a
League
little
colleges,
spastic. You're a little
Harvard,
He's
spastic.
saying
Yale.
she
Oh my
disagrees with
God,
the
he's a little
math.
spastic, you know?
He disagrees
He
with the
said
math because the math doesn't work. Do you understand that, guy?
he's just talking nonstop. I don't think he hears anything. Nod, we're gonna unmute you. You understand that there is a basic geometry that we're referring to. So we are looking for evidence that the Earth is actually curving at this rate. Appealing to the Mongols or some like imaginary intelligent people is not going to work. We're going to need to actually see the evidence. And it's not based on your feelings, and it's not based on, talking over the other person. We need to see actual empirical evidence for the Earth curving at 8 inches per mile squared that you say all these really brilliant people have.
Especially if he's going to be an
Oh, he
F-35
says
pilot.
I disagree with Yale and Harvard professors. Well, I would like to know a single Yale or Harvard professor who has done an observation or a laser test to show that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared. Simple. Nod, go ahead and post that.
Well,
I want
look,
to
dude,
see one.
I'm not
I want
an
to see
expert
one
in this field.
Harvard and Yale
I'm not an
Yale
expert.
professor that has
I'm
done
going
an
off of,
observation or a laser test to show that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile
well,
squared. Go
that's on
ahead.
YouTube. It's called YouTube.
No,
You
it's
can look
not.
that
Okay,
up
then
yourself.
post it. All right, I
I'm
want to
not going
see
to
it.
post it because if you are committing to a flat Earth bias and you're saying that your second opinion
Dude,
bias
you
is
don't
so
have
true,
anything to back up your claim. You're
then
just making claims without any evidence.
Well, everyone in here is obviously a second opinion bias motherfucker. So they
Are
don't
you
really
okay,
agree with
Nod?
the
Are you
mainstream.
upset because you don't have any evidence to present and you just have
I actually
feelings?
want to talk to you guys.
Hey,
I have to
Nod.
get to talk to you guys.
Hey,
I
Nod, I
do.
got a
I
question
do.
for you. I got a
But yeah,
question for
what's
you.
your question? What's
If
your
you're going to
question?
be an
Yeah.
F-35, if you're going to be an F-35 pilot, how much are you going to have to nose down as you go over the curve of the Earth when you're
Well, we'll
flying?
find that out once they teach me in
I
school.
guess.
We'll find
Well,
that
that's
out.
something you should learn
But
now, right?
that's something you have to see with your eyes, isn't it? And I'm pretty
No, it's
sure
something that
that those things are public to the are for public information, like on YouTube. That's a public domain. But I don't want to go into that because
You're pretty
obviously that's
sure of a
too
lot of
easy.
things that you don't have
Well,
evidence for,
that's too
Nod.
easy.
So
And
do
I'm
you
going
have
off the reputation of the smartest
Oh my
people
gosh, you
on
have
planet Earth.
feelings. You have feelings and an appeal to
I'm
authority.
going off people's reputation.
Nod.
People who go to
Okay, cool,
Ivy
Nod,
League
but
colleges.
why
Ivy League
did you
colleges. These are the
not
smartest
Nod,
people in
stop
the entire
talking.
planet. All right,
Stop
fair enough,
talking.
Vince.
Who cares
Fair
what
enough.
school they went to?
Stop
They
the
either
cat.
have the
I know
evidence
you
or they
were on the
don't.
losing side. You were on the losing side.
Oh
I
my
understand that you have a feeling. So go ahead.
Do you know that
Nod,
a
I
lot
want
of
you to
people
post
in
the evidence
history?
for your claim. I want to see some evidence. I don't want to hear your feelings anymore. All you've talked about this whole time is how you feel. And I really don't give a
Well,
damn how you feel. I want to see the evidence.
the evidence is that people who have spent their entire life
That's not
studying the
evidence,
things that
Nod. Do
you
you know
say
what
are
evidence
false.
is? Evidence isn't more feelings about people. Evidence is actual empirical tests that we can validate. Do you understand the difference? It's not your feelings.
Well,
Post the
you're
Yeah,
pretty
evidence,
much.
Nod. Post the
I'm
evidence.
not gonna argue with you anymore. The smartest
No,
people in
because
the
you
world
don't have any. Okay,
are
but
not
you're
the
not the
smartest
smartest
people in
You're
the
person,
stealing
world.
Nod.
yourself, Nod.
I'm not. But I'm going off
Yeah.
the reputation of them.
Okay.
The
you
reputation of
don't
them.
think
These
people can
people
be
have found out.
autodidactic?
These people have found
Man.
out cures to cancer. You guys have
Okay,
not
then
found out cures to cancer.
post
You
the
guys have
test
not
that
found out
proves that.
cures to
Oh my
cancer. These
gosh.
people have, and you're calling them stupid. That's not.
Wow. We have a lot of big feelings right now. Bro is having he's really in his feelings right now. But I was wondering if maybe somebody else had, actual empirical evidence we can take a look at, not just I don't know, I'm afraid he might start crying if we keep telling him that the earth isn't a sphere.
You love me. No,
He seems it's funny how people are like so emotionally attached to this topic. They don't deal with it like any other topic. I mean,
yo,
it's
nah,
quite
that's
simple. We go out,
crazy.
we measure it, right? It either measures as a sphere or doesn't, it's not complicated. We don't need to talk about our feelings here. It's not a forum to like let it all out. It's just show us the evidence. And I'm gonna unmute Nod and he's just gonna continue to spurg, but I'll do it
Oh
anyway.
yeah.
Look, dude, it's simple. I came in here with a simple question. Do you disagree with researchers who have spent their whole life studying aerospace thermodynamics, chemical engineering, the smartest people in the world?
Told ya.
Which you obviously aren't. You didn't
Thermodynamics.
go to
How
an
long do
Ivy
you think
League
he'll do
college.
this if we just let him
Okay,
go?
even if you disagree with everything I'm saying, do you really disagree with people who have spent their whole entire life 18 plus hours a
got
day
one.
studying
You just
fucking
want to
law,
appeal to authority,
doctors,
and you don't think
engineers?
people can learn on their own? You don't think people are polymaths and autodidactic? Some of the smartest people in the world didn't come from educated; they were self-taught. So, where are you going with that?
That can't be true. Because if you guys were the smartest people in the world, you would be doctors, lawyers, and engineers. But none of you are.
The
None of
smartest
you
people in
are
the world
that.
are
None of
how
you
do you
are
know what
that.
we do
But
for
that's the
really,
truth.
Nod? Now you're psychic? I'm impressed. Not
Yes, I
only are
am
you
being
an
psychic
emotional
because if
wreck,
I
you're
wasn't,
psychic.
okay, I'm an
You're an
emotional
emotional
wreck,
wreck
but you
with no
guys can't
evidence.
prove to me
Yes,
that
with
you're
no
right.
evidence.
But you
Nod,
can't
are
Not
you
prove
that
to
you
me
haven't
that
disagree?
you're right.
presented
You
You
anything.
All
disagree
you
really
with
can
are an
do,
emotional wreck,
all you
Nod.
can do is move the goalpost back a little bit because your opinion is being pushed back. You're
Nod,
just
what
By
did
moving the
I ask
asking
goalpost
grade
for?
back.
four math,
You're just moving
Nod,
you
it.
what have I
asking
Once I
grade
asked
four
for
proved
math.
from
to
you?
you, once I said
Nod, you haven't
that the
proven
smartest
anything.
people in the world, but once I
Oh my
said the
God, your
smartest,
evidence is people
fair
that you
enough.
claim have done a thing that you can't prove they
Yeah,
did.
but I know stupid. I
Nod,
know
who's done the
stupid.
thing?
I
Who's
know
done the
stupid.
thing you claim? Who has
But
done
you
the
have no
thing you
evidence
claim?
for yourself. You have no evidence for
You haven't
yourself.
asked me for evidence.
You
You
just
haven't
move the
asked me for
goalpost back,
evidence.
and that's all you do. And that's
Oh
what
my
I want
God.
to prove here.
Well, you
Because
know
once
what?
I
You are
prove to you,
definitely not one of the smartest people in the room.
I'm not.
Not even
But
in
I
the
can
room,
prove
Nod.
that the
But not
smartest people are on the earth disagree with you because they
okay.
study this. They
Nod,
study what you're studying. They
Nod.
study what you're saying for 30 plus years, and you didn't do
Which
that. You
study?
sound like you're in your
Nod.
no.
Post
That's
a
the truth.
study. post a
I'm not
study.
posting a study because
No,
I
you
just
don't
want to
have
hear you
anything.
say.
Okay.
I just want to hear you.
Okay.
I think
Well, you
I think
guys.
he lost his ball. I think he's scared he lost his ball.
Well, you know, it's just if we were wrong, it would be so simple to prove that we're wrong, right? Like we wouldn't need to have any of this emotional spurging out. He could just post the evidence, right? And then we could all look at the evidence and say, "Oh, look, these people you're talking about, they really did do this." But instead, it's just feelings, you know.
Or do the math
You know
on
what
the
you know what
radius.
he's
I mean,
afraid of?
He's really something like that. That's so funny.
All right, cool story. Okay, what he's afraid of is that if any of us were scientists or engineers and we told him the Earth was flat, he'd have to believe it by his own epistemology. So if you guys remember Brian Mullen, who was an engineer, a Glober went after him.
Technically, from what my science teacher used to tell me, anyone who conducts
Hey,
science experiments is a scientist.
Al, let me give you a hint. Just shut up when I'm talking. Thanks. Holy crap.
I think we lost you for a second, AI. Yeah, you're lighting up, but I can't hear you.
How about now? I wasn't really talking a second ago.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can hear you now.
Anyway, so an engineer had a flat Earth channel going in through all in-depth physics and engineering stuff, demonstrating how the Earth can't be a globe. And a crazy glober went after his license, tried to get his engineering license pulled, harassed his employer, trying to get him fired. Ultimately, he had to shut down his YouTube channel to stop the harassment. Yeah, so this kid, he comes in here and he's like, "Oh, none of you are engineers. All the scientists told me it's a globe." See, a lot of these globers, they're afraid that if the mainstream came out and said it was flat, they'd have to be flat earthers. It's a very scary thought for them, I guess.
I just thought it was funny how he told me like people have dedicated 30 years of their lives to proving the Earth is a sphere, but he couldn't name anyone. And when I asked him to name one, he mentioned the Mongols.
and he'd
But
spent so many years doing math, but he didn't understand the radius and 8 inches per mile square. That's pretty
yeah,
pretty weak.
That
I don't
Mongol
know.
thing is
Everybody who comes
super
in here,
left field.
everyone who comes in here is a pilot, physicist, surveyor, right? So, quote unquote.
And I don't know which goalpost he kept saying that like some mantra.
Yeah, asking for evidence was moving the goalposts.
He ain't gonna be no F-35 pilot. Let's just agree on that.
No, it's insanely competitive.
He has a better chance being an astronaut under the Don Pettit scholarship.
Yeah, exactly. Haven't seen Don in a while. I kind of miss him.
Dude, did you know he's like 80 years old or some nonsense?
Is he really?
He's in his 70s.
I hope they replace him with someone equally dumb. Someone I know saw a movie and guy looks identical to him was the actor from a while back.
Well, there's this crazy theory that actors, astronauts, and all these people are actually the same person.
I
There's
know,
like
it is a
5
crazy.
that are
Yeah.
represented by the same whatever the heck. But one way to test that out real quick to falsify it is just to find the times when those people can be verified to be in different locations. But you see, even that wouldn't disprove it because they just say, "Oh, well, that was just Fred, the other shapeshifter,
That was
called in
Don's
sick," and
twin
then the other
brother.
guy, yeah.
Oh, Nod came back in. You can talk to him, AI. You want to talk to him?
Actually, I'm trying to do some work done.
Is that a no?
Yeah, I gotta go back on mute.
All right. So Nod, I'm gonna unmute you, and you're gonna post. Well, actually, you're gonna post in the side chat the name of one person who has measured the Earth to be curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared, and then we can talk about the really smart person that we should believe. But instead, I'm gonna unmute you, and you're gonna spurg out about something else. But I tried.
Yeah. No, actually, I got another question. How old are you? How old are you?
So, are you gonna post evidence in the side
Okay.
chat of
We
someone?
can talk about.
Okay, so trying again, Nod. Can you post a measurement taken by one of these super smart people at Yale and Harvard that show that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared? I would prefer to see something with a laser showing that deviation, since it's 2026 and we have really high-powered lasers. But if you want to talk about the Mongols again, we're probably not going to do that. So again, post an actual test that shows us that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared. Here we go, one more time.
I think you're not treating me fairly.
Because she won't give you her age. She's obviously a smart person. Who cares how old somebody
Okay,
is?
she's a smart person. Well, I'm happy about that. Over in how old are you? I'm 22 years old. I'm 22. I'll be honest with you. Everyone in here, I'm 22 years old. Can you indulge me?
Are you going to post any evidence, or are you just going to keep talking
I
about
will. But
irrelevant shit?
let's be honest here. Let's if
Hold
we're
on,
not
hold
gonna have
on.
a
Listen, brother. Listen, she's
okay.
not a post-wall feminist who'd be interested in an aspiring F-35 pilot. Okay, so just drop it.
Yeah,
Great. But if we're
exactly.
gonna have okay. But I'm gonna say this right now. I know I'm gonna be muted for this, but if we're gonna have a meaningful conversation, we have to be civil. There's no point in this fucking arguing, bickering, and shit. If we're gonna have
Let's
a
agree.
meaningful conversation where we both understand, we have to be
Yeah, we
honest with
agree.
each
So
other.
now,
And that's why I'm
right?
asking
So
you,
now,
how old are you? Well,
oh,
I'm not talking to you.
wrong,
I'm not
sir.
talking. No offense. I'm
Yeah,
not
well,
talking
I'm
to
the
you, bro.
boss. Yeah, but I'm the boss. I'm the boss of the
You're the
room. So
boss, but you weren't talking
yeah.
this whole time. So I'm sorry, bro, but I
No,
want
I am.
answers
It
from
doesn't
this
matter who's
person.
talking. I'm going to set the rules for you, dude. Since you want to be
Okay.
civil, you are the only one being absolutely disrespectful and mocking us. So we can be civil once you apologize. Go ahead.
I apologize, but again, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this person. I just asked her a question,
And their age doesn't matter.
and I want to have a
Intelligence
civil
doesn't have an
conversation.
age.
Civil
Come on,
conversations.
man.
If we're not going to have a civil conversation, we might as well be calling each other racist words, slurs, and all that. It doesn't even fucking matter what I say. So that's what I want to start at, because I'm pretty sure if I can have a civil conversation with her, I can change her opinion. I'm like almost 100% sure.
I asked
And I
you
don't
for
think you guys like
evidence.
that.
You've refused to provide any evidence, and instead you're talking about irrelevant things.
Well, let's
So I'm gonna
let's get
put
to
you on
know
mute
each other.
again,
Let's
and
get
when
to
you post, no, I'm not interested in getting to know you.
okay.
Anyway, post in the side chat
Fair enough.
some evidence from one of these smart people, quote unquote, that
Well,
shows that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared.
I want to say something. I want to say something off
No,
topic.
you want
here.
to say anything that has nothing to do with the topic of the
Well,
room,
are you
and
afraid
that's
of
not
it?
what
Are
I'm
you
interested.
afraid of what I have to say? Are you afraid of what
No,
I have
I'm
to
not
say?
afraid. No, not interested. Bored. Yes. Tired of
Well, I
listening
think
to
you
you
would have
spurg
to
out
be
about
afraid of what I
nothing.
have to say. I don't
Now,
want to
the
spurg
topic
out.
of the room. Well, the topic of the room is
I know the
24/7
topic of
flat
the
Earth. If
room.
you want to address the topic of the room, you are more than welcome to. If you want to disprove us, then you are more than welcome to. If you want to talk about anything else, we're not interested.
Well, if you guys are too afraid to talk about anything else, how are you really going to have an honest conversation? If I don't
We
know who
can.
you
We're
are,
not interested
if
in
I
getting
know
to
you're not,
know you. We're
okay,
interested in
well,
discussing whether the Earth is flat
you're
or
intelligent.
spherical.
I
And
know.
you
I
said you
know
have.
that you know what I'm
You
talking
said that
about.
you
I
have
know that
evidence.
you know what I'm talking about. I know
You
that you know.
said you have evidence, but you don't. So what now?
That's we can get to the evidence later. Let's get to
No,
know each
Okay,
that's
other.
the
okay.
topic. That's where we
What?
start.
Let's all let's
And
just
what does
be
age have anything
people.
to do
We
with
are
it?
all
Just because
people.
you
We are
said you're
all people in
22
here.
doesn't mean you
I don't know.
are.
I'm not
We
interested
are
in
all
dating
people in here.
Globers.
We are all people who live in
Okay,
America. We're all people.
no, we
Let's
don't all
just get
live
to
in
know each other a
America.
little
And
bit.
some of you,
Well,
whether
if
you're
you guys
people,
are
is
afraid
kind
to
of
do
up for
that, I
debate.
think that's
Okay. Yeah, we don't all live in America, and like I said, whether some of you are human is still up for debate. But Nod, I would like you to post your evidence in the side chat so that we can discuss it. And he's gone. So that's
My
weird.
bad for interrupting. I gotta work on my
Oh, with AI?
talking etiquette. Yeah, I gotta work on my etiquette for talking. I
Yeah,
tend to
you know.
interrupt people without
Well,
realizing it sometimes.
yeah, I mean, sometimes we have a lag and whatever, but also other rooms operate differently than we try to run this room. You know, we try not to talk over each other. Sometimes it's necessary, like when I'm trying to talk to Nod there,
Look what
but
Nod
I
just
try
said in
not
the
to.
chat. Oh my, that is wild.
Well, see, I just want to point out that people get really like obviously came in here really emotional and he can't control himself, and for some reason this topic is just really triggering for these people. But yeah, so I guess he's gonna have to be hushed. And it's weird how like he jumps to the like everyone I don't agree with is a racist, you know. It's so predictable. So sorry if anybody wanted to engage with him in the side chat, but he's kind of a loose cannon, so I hushed him.
What you're trying to say is you don't want to ride on the back of his motorcycle past the F-35s.
Right, just like Top Gun, you mean?
Right. And there's my moon. Tomorrow's going to be strawberry moon.
Where's it supposed to appear like that? Everywhere or just over the states or what?
I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure it'll be where I'm at. Or at least that my little feed said it would be. I think.
Huh. I'm gonna check it out.
What's going on?
Don't know, man. I thought there was a conversation going on right now. Seems to be a lot of people in here.
It's pretty quiet right now. You interested in the topic?
I'm already a flat earther, man.
Oh, right on, right on. Nice to meet you. No, it's been quiet for a little while. What got you into flat Earth?
Just looking at random stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and then
No.
things just clicked.
Yeah. Started making
Like,
sense.
yeah, everything just made sense, you know, and then just click, 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 and then, oh shit!
Exactly.
Like all the dominoes just fell all at once. The epiphany just hit.
I remember the oh shit moment.
And then everything was like seen through like a new lens, you know, new light.
Oh, totally. Totally. One of my favorite quotes was Greg Reese, who said, I was so depressed when I realized the earth was flat because I knew my mind would never be blown that hard again. But what I've found out is ever since then, my mind is blown every day. It's awesome.
No, right?
Yep. Ugh.
Have you talked to anybody about this recently?
Flat Earth?
Yep.
Oh yeah, I talk to people about it every day.
Friends
Out in
and family?
public. Oh yeah, anybody I know out in public. I put on a presentation once a month in my community. Talk to people on here about it. You bet. I usually flat smack 4 or 5 nights a week at the bar. Just depends on who I'm talking to, but it usually goes to that. I had a good one like a week ago. A retired commercial pilot, and he'd never even thought about it. But being a pilot, you know, I just brought up the attitude direction indicator and gave him the curve rate numbers and walked him through that. And then said, "Well, do you have to nose your aircraft down to follow the curve of the Earth?" And he thought about it a minute. He said, "No, nobody does that." And he said, "Oh my gosh, it's flat." I don't know that he like is a flat earther all of a sudden, but he was convinced with like one proof. Yeah, I mean, he was very accepting of the evidence with one proof.
I wish it was like that all the time, man.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I know a guy that like was flying commercial planes for a long time, and he freaking says the Earth is a ball. He's I'm a pilot. I know it's a ball.
You're right. Oh yeah. About a month ago, I talked to a retired Air Force fighter pilot and high ranking guy, very high ranking guy, He's retired, but he still flies. Oh yeah, he would not have it. He wouldn't listen to any of the evidence, nothing. I've flown all over the world. It's round. Yeah. Were you following the curve rate? No. But I wasn't getting through to him.
Yep. Yeah. I had a family friend that's like that right now. Like it does. He says he's flown all the world. He says it's round. It's round. It's round. It's round. I'm like, whatever. Believe what you want. At that point.
Yeah.
You know, the more I talk to people about this subject, the less and less patience I have. I get worn down, man. I become like really annoyed with the same bullshit every fucking time, you know.
Yeah. I don't get that way in public in real life just because like I they're genuinely shocked. They're not like trying to attack the ideas, but like on here,
Until they're anti-flat earthers, then yeah, they will.
exactly. Yeah, on here though, running into the anti-flat earthers, and then the folks that just won't educate themselves. That's pretty annoying.
But yeah, there seems to be a lot of people here with a whole lot of they just want to listen.
Yeah, right.
I'll see what Christian chat's up to.
Right on. Hey, good morning, Sentient. What's up?
Hello? So I just posted in chats. There is your evidence in channel chat. I say no more. I say no more.
Yo, yo, yo. Where my fliggers at?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, what's up?
Not much. Just doing a little grounding on Diablo 2.
Cool, cool.
Ozio, don't leave.
I gotta go.
Cut, bro. Who's here? Is anyone here talking?
It's been pretty quiet, man. What's up?
No one's talking? Well,
Not as of late.
Boogie, what are you doing?
I'm grinding a little bit on some Diablo 2.
Diablo? I only played Diablo 4. Diablo 2 is crazy, bro. That's an old ass game.
They remade it because it's that good.
I mean, the Diablos are good. You're playing the remake? Kind of lame, but I mean, I guess I respect it. I wouldn't play the remake. Didn't they make the one where fucking Lilith died? That was the last one that I played. Is that what happened? Lilith died in the last Diablo?
Oh, I never got much into the storyline. I bought Diablo 4, but I thought it was awful.
Well, yeah, I never thought Diablo was a great game. But like story wise, they kill fuck the knight that didn't have a face. It's like Arceus. I forgot his name. They kill him and then they kill Lilith. And the story hasn't progressed since then. Well, okay, Boogie, you're the only one here.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther, so I'm not into the lore much.
Why play a game if you're not into the lore? There are 3 games that I love to play.
You
And
have
it's
no
only because
idea why Diablo 2 is the best of the Diablo series. This is why they remade it. The private community was so big, people were modding old versions of the game, and thousands and thousands and thousands of people were playing it. So that's why they remade it.
I never played Diablo 2, so yeah, I wouldn't know. But I thought the lore was cool.
Yeah, Diablo 2 has an actual trade economy worth millions.
Oh, it's like fucking like Counter-Strike. Like trade economy is crazy. I only played the last Diablo, but the only games I play for like lore are Halo, Destiny, and Mortal Kombat. Because I'm really into those games, but I only played them because of the lore. I never got into to Diablo because of the lore. I got into it because of like the building your character and shit like that. Like I thought that was cool.
Gotcha. Yeah, there's none of that on Diablo 2. But there's
Crazy.
super unique different builds and a lot of theory crafting and like I said, the economy, just the thrill of finding an item that's like literally worth hundreds of dollars.
I was gonna say that's why. Destiny had exotics. Mortal Kombat has lore, and Halo has lore. So I just played them for that.
Hey man, whatever tickles your pickle.
I know it tickled my pickle a bunch. I remember finding my first Galahorn. There's this raid on Destiny that everyone would do like every week, and the first time I did it, I got the exotic gun. That's like a really rare drop. It tickled the fuck out of my pickle. I was so horny after that. Oh my god. And then using it in like PvP, I was like, holy shit, like I have this gun. I'm gonna nut on all these motherfuckers. It was so
That's why
fun.
people play Diablo. For that same reason, just like you won the lottery drop.
And then you get to run around using it. Like
Yep.
it's not
PvP.
going nowhere. Like it's not going nowhere. It's mine now, motherfucker.
I like to do the melee duels in Diablo, but I got to go to the Asian server really because Nobody over here is really that into it.
I was gonna say I'm sure Asians play it, but I doubt you find a bunch of NA people playing fucking
Oh,
Diablo 2.
Diablo is crazy big in Asia. Crazy big.
Bro, every game is big in Asia. Asians love playing games.
Touche.
They love playing
Touche.
games, bro. They love, but also like Asia, like there's a lot, like the popularity is like way bigger. Like the population is like huge in Asia. So like there's a lot more communities of people that play certain things. And they all love video games
Yeah.
because what the fuck else are they gonna do? Like they go to work, come home, they don't have shit to do. They just hop on the game.
Well, even it's a real big cultural thing in like South Korea. You know how like in America little kids are like football is their thing, and in Thailand kids are Muay Thai, kickboxing. Kids are raised kickboxing, and that's big in the communities. But in South Korea, like esports is like
I was gonna say
they're
gaming
top
is like a
boxing.
big
Yeah,
thing. Gaming's a big thing for them.
yeah, huge. Like the colleges and recruit them. Colleges recruit kids and
Bro,
stuff.
only
It's
like a
crazy.
handful of colleges out here have. It is a thing out here. They have like esports.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what or like League of Legends and stuff like that in the United
But I was gonna
States.
say it's only for
There's college teams.
like a handful of games. It's not like everything. Out there they have fucking everything. Like not to say like a bunch of nerds, but kind of like a bunch of nerds. Like just having a good old time, like a grand old time, grinding and playing fucking video games. I respect it though. I do respect it. Like what you're doing, Boogie. Even though you're doing it for nothing because you're doing it in NA and you're just doing it like leisurely, it's for nothing and you kind of are wasting your time, but I respect it. I respect it. I'm sure you're having a grand old time, you know?
One could argue that all leisure activities are a waste of time.
Yeah, some can make you money though. Like I fuck like leisurely, like I go have sex. But I mean, I also get paid for it, so you know, like a leisure activity can make you money.
Gotcha. You must be a Glober, huh?
A Glober?
Yeah.
What's a Glober?
One who still thinks they live on the outside of a spinning ball of water.
No, bro, I believe that the earth is flat.
Oh, okay.
I'm a little woke. I just like to fuck. Bro, it's even more good when you get money for it. Like, what the fuck? Like, I have 3 guys talking about, oh, they think they also I'm gay. So I fuck guys. I have 3 guys talking about they love me and they want to fucking spend their life with me. Whole time. I mean, I only like one of them, but all 3 of them are gonna give me money if I ask for it. So, the fuck, a win is a win. But I'm not. But I'm not a slut. I'm just. I'm just working. I also have a job, so I make my own money. I just like to make more. But yeah, I hope you have a good night. Okay, since you're the only motherfucker that talked.
You too, man. Take it easy.
You too. Bye bye.
I don't believe that fellow was a flat earther.
Yeah, I didn't catch his last couple of sentences, but I was listening in.
Yeah, I've never heard a flat earther with that level of open degeneracy before, so I thought he was a Glober for sure. He
Yeah, yeah,
claimed he
yeah.
wasn't.
So he did do that. I heard him right then.
Yeah,
I was
unfortunately.
I was gonna ban his ass, so he did himself a favor by leaving.
Yeah, I think he knew it was coming.
We're not gonna have that kind of shit in this channel because there are actually kids listening.
Yeah, I don't understand that level of degeneracy. Like, just to openly talk about it like that. Like, I don't fucking know you. I don't give a shit. Like, people think that that's cool, I guess. I don't know. I just don't understand. Sorry. I need to mind my P's and Q's more. I'm bad about cussing.
Can I ask a very stupid question? I'm guessing no one's here. Okay, never mind.
What's up, peoples? I don't see how y'all like stay on here forever. Like, are y'all gonna talk or no?
Este tío es tonto, es tontísimo.
El Tito es tontísimo, la verdad. El tío encima le expulsa por su puta culpa.
but it's like a reverse beam splitter essentially, and it's joining the two beams into one uh, one position essentially, and then that way I get double the luminosity of my beam. But uh, and even that one, it's like that's a super powerful consumer beam in terms of pre-built, ready to go. So, and you have to know like where to go to even find those types of things too is a large problem with it as well.
Hmm.
So, but yeah,
Cool, man.
the inhibiting factor is knowledge. Like that's why a lot of people don't recognize the earth we're even standing on, because knowledge, even though we have access to so much, you have to be willing as an individual to be curious enough to ask certain questions. And it's really unlikely that the average individual is going to stumble upon the correct sequence of questions to ask themselves.
Yeah, but a lot of it's about really learning to be truthful to self, right? So you
Yeah,
don't mislabel this information as something other than it is.
yeah. At the root core of it, that is what leads to this place. Yeah.
Can't expect to find the truth if you don't know how to be truthful to yourself.
Hey, Buggy, you there?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I heard you talking to some guys from the other side of the mall this weekend, explaining things. And I wanted to let you know that your enunciation is so good. Like, it's ridiculous. Your patience is on point, and I would like you to take over for Morgan Freeman as far as narrating things. Cool?
So, from the other side of the mall, but thanks for the compliment, man.
I said the other side of the ball. I make jokes about it now.
Oh,
I figured.
gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. But your enunciation made it so clear for them. You talked to them for like so long, and like and you also use them. I don't know the right vocabulary because they do for like 45 minutes. None of them ever asked you like what did you say or asked you to explain yourself. Like it just
Oh,
flowed.
the Indian fellas or whatever.
Yeah, I said somewhere Middle East Indian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I really tried hard to hide my hillbilly twang to enunciate extra well.
dude, you were killing it, dude. I'm telling you, I was sitting there like, wow, yeah.
Thanks, bud.
Guys, you hear me?
Yep. Sorry.